What's up, DK Sim fam, and welcome to the Dream Stream. Today, it is a Tuesday. It's a Color Rush Tuesday, you might say. We'll check out the unis in just a little bit, but in the meantime, you got us very quickly, and then it'll be time to get to the first sim of the day. The Nooner, featuring, of course, the Cleveland Browns and Washington football team. He is Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, bud?
I'm great, man. I'm great. It's been a long time since I saw you.
Yeah,
it's obviously it's obviously an inside joke. Yes, just saw you like 10 minutes ago. Looking forward to this one though. I'm looking forward to it because I get to test out how deep my wide receiver 3 theory runs in the Simland. I have Rashad Higgins and I have Dontrell Inman in this one. I actually have Dontrell Inman in my captain spot. I can say that now because our contest is live. So we'll see. I took Rashad Higgins out, but we'll see how far the wide receiver 3 theory goes with Inman in the captain spot. I know he's a Fantasy Hawk favorite, so see what happens here.
I love you pandering to the audience nice and early as people trickle in to start off their Dream Stream day. We love it. This right here, I hope everybody's in. We got 164 entries for the Nooner. The Alex Smith and the Browns deserve better free roll, and we can get into both of those topics here over the course of the next hour or so as we get ready to jump on in. Virtual Cleveland, my lineup here. I do have Rashard Higgins, and I do have him in the captain spot. Also have, Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, J.D. McKissick, OBJ, who I very rarely roster, but the price was down. Odell Beckham Jr., I'm in, baby. Let's go. And Jarvis Landry, who is just a real-life favorite of mine. I can't help but roster him here in Simland.
Juice. Beckham's a weird one because he has so many. Like, first of all, in real life, speaking of real life, he is, I kind of don't think he's that good anymore in real life. If you look at his catch percentage, his catch rate, it's not good. I actually talked about this yesterday on the sim, but in Madden, right, he has great ratings, but he never shows up to these sims. So it's puzzling. And if you do have the opportunity, right, when you roster Beckham to hit like a 20 DKFP day on the sims. You just don't know when it's going to happen.
Hopefully today's that day. If you've got them, folks, as about 50% of you do in our smaller free roll, never mind the larger one where ownership is certainly represented as well. First catch into the hands here of Austin Hooper, who is coming off a decent day, of course, playing this past weekend. Unfortunately, the Browns, they are all done. We have time to get into that, as well as looking back on the other divisional round action and ahead, of course, to what lies just a few days away, the AFC and NFC championship game. 2nd and 3 on the way, about 25 seconds gone by, opening quarter. Again, with Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. We got producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, Kyle, and Joe, the Game Ops squad. Appreciate y'all hanging with us here nice and early on a Tuesday. There is a completion from Baker. Good for 15 overall for him. Hooper again, feeding the man, and he has a first down.
It feels early. It feels earlier than it is. I also liked in the chat, we've got several comments here about how the color rush, right? You can barely tell who's who on the field, which is just I guess bad luck here, running both color rush jerseys without, of course, a color rush Tuesday. Steven is, of course, going to put the blame on me. So, yeah, I'll take the blame. Sure, I take the blame for everything around here. Just you can blame me for the uniforms. It's fine. My lineup. I'll give you my lineup. Dontrell Inman, captain spot, with Dwayne Haskins, J.D. McKissick, who gets all of the ball in these sims. I went with Nick Chubb, the guy who just actually, that was Kareem Hunt who had the run. Nick Chubb. Although I do think that it's going to be interesting to see this X Factor battle with the football team. Sims Jr. and the Washington football team. And of course, what I'm referring to is Jonathan Allen, who has the run stopper and inside stuff traits. Of course, they're not really working out too well in the early going here against the Browns rushing attack. But interesting that the Browns are a running football team and that, the football team have a guy right up the middle there who can stop the run.
2nd and 2 from the 40, 2 minutes gone by here in the opening quarter. I formation for Cleveland. Baker fakes the handoff, rolls out, and he faked the handoff too, passes and completes it as he stays perfect. 3 for 3 up to 21 yards and another first and 10 from the 34. Nick Chubb, 6-yard gain as Silver Chambers in the chat Says the Killer K is Kaufman and Kenny. A lot of people, Steven among others, saying hi to us. Adam Kaufman, do you live on YouTube? Love seeing you. Yeah, pretty much. And thank you very much. Appreciate that. What else do we have here from our guy Luke Murphy, among others? Baker taking his sweet time beyond the 40. Passes to the right. Feet in bounds. It's a completion as he stays perfect. 8-yard pickup out to the 26. Chubb again 2 for 14. Baker is certainly favoring some of some, I don't know, secondary targets. Nick Chubb, Austin Hooper. Luke says, well, Koff, why'd you dress up? All you need to do is pretend you're listening to Kenny. For Pete's sake, you could take a nap. Yeah, I don't want to nap when I'm working with Kenny. I'm high on tweak here. And
how could you nap when you're working with me?
Right. If nothing else, I'd have to, put the little earphone noise canceling whatever like you wear on an airplane. It would just be, he yells. It's deafening sometimes.
Yeah, I'm the worst
person right up
to
out
fly
of your
with.
nap.
I just want to talk the whole flight. I mean, I do sleep, but like I'm excited to have company on a flight. Gamers wants to know if I think the Washington football team will actually have a new name this year. No, I don't think so. I think, well, first of all, I think that they should keep the name. Like, I think that they shouldn't.
Keep the name, the Washington football.
I think that they. I'm sorry, I just saw something so upsetting from Jeremy Wright. Just stopping in to drop a dislikes for Ducey. Hope the rest of you have a great day. I hope you have a bad day, Jeremy.
He wasn't even lying either. Like the count really went up.
What did I say? I haven't even said anything inflammatory yet. Why are you saying that? That's just so hurtful. So hurtful.
Like, imagine just popping in to give the stream a thumbs down and then leaving. All right, I'm out. Thanks, guys.
How did he even know I was on the sim?
Well, I mean, I guess he tuned in long enough to hear you.
Anyway, look, I think that they might keep this name because I'm telling you, man, like these things. You have the same name for like 2 years. I feel like after a while, people are going to start to get used. It's going to stick, man. Like, I think it already has stuck. And that's the thing. What team, right, has a name for only 1 or 2 years and then changes it? Like, I feel like we've gotten so used to
name, though. This wasn't a new nickname.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be the new name.
They weren't deemed the Sentinels and then changed it. The football
but
team.
It doesn't matter what kind of name it is. We've been calling them the Washington football team all season long. We're not just gonna start calling them something different. Especially, look, if it's a 1 year thing, that's great. But they already said they're gonna keep it for next year. 2 years, that's a trend, man. And people are gonna start to talk, call them the football team. I really think so. I really think that we're gonna get like this sticking as the name. Jordan Lindenbaum,
I think,
says I trigger weaklings who can't seem to come into the chat. I think it is hilarious. Don't stop. He said, "Holy crap! Already 14 dislikes."
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have wrangled the people. There's no doubt about it. 2nd and goal here. We got a handoff right up the middle. Can Chubb force his way in? He does. Touchdown, Cleveland. First points of the game. Nick Chubb's on the board.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I generate more comments than anybody. That's like what my dad said one time when he watched the sweat. He was like, "Wow, people really comment about when you're talking."
Fantasy Watch says the dislike for Ducey shtick is gaining steam. LOL.
Hey, I don't know why you're disliking when
it's good to be known, I guess, huh?
I've always said, 300 likes and I'll stop talking. So I'll hit the mute button. So I don't know why you'd hit the dislike button when you could just keep hitting the like button to get me to stop.
You know what? That's a challenge. This is sim number 1 of the day. Let's we got over 500 people watching.
Right,
exactly. Just YouTube, 500 people watching. Put your, proverbial money where your mouth is. Put your like where your feelings are, if you will.
Have you done this with me?
No, I've not. And I'm going to do it
right
now because you draw the dislikes. I shill for likes. Let's have a little fun. If we get to 300 likes, you can flip it to 77 likes in an instant for all you people that have, gone thumbs down right out of the gate. If we get to 300 likes, is everybody listening? I'll say it again. If we get to 300 likes sometime during this sim, Kenny won't say one more word. In fact, we'll kick him out of the Zoom meeting. He won't say one more word if you get to 300 likes during this sim. So let's see. Let's see how you really feel about Kenny, guys. It's on you.
No, I actually did this a few times, and I never hit the number, but I always tried to throw it up like to 250 plus whatever we had, like, and we got sort of close the first time. I think I was with Glash the first time I tried it, but yeah, that's a promise. I was still on this. It won't even saw me, but I couldn't talk.
It won't even be the mute button. I will take a video and post it to Twitter of us actively kicking him out of the Zoom meeting so that he won't even be able to say anything. Go ahead. We're up over 100. Let's see what you got, people.
Yep.
Let's see.
Get it to 3.
You want Kenny gone? You're in charge. You're in charge. Can I just say on the Washington football team thing, by the way?
Sure.
I have no issue, none, with obviously the Washington football team. That I understand why they changed the name. I think it's good they changed the name. The Washington football team is a perfectly fine name. Do not mistake anything that I am about to say around that. I think it sounds, and you do this, and other people do this, so it's not just you. I think it sounds ridiculous when people only refer to them as the football team.
Oh, come on. That's what I do.
As if that is their nickname. Like, no, they are the Washington football team because they don't have a nickname. They are not the football team. Everyone's a football team. Like, there are 4 football teams that are playing this weekend in these conference title games.
I still think that they're the football team. I love referring to them as the football team. A lot of people, especially for years, people have been referring to them as Washington. I can't call them Washington. I call them the football team. Like, I love doing it.
I just think it sounds absurd. I mean, are we staring down, the Cleveland baseball team? Is that what's going to happen next? And then people will refer to
the Cleveland Ball Club.
Team? Safety range, by the way. Yeah, the Cleveland Baseball Club, exactly. Closing in on 150 likes here in the opening quarter, guys. Like I said.
Yeah, I was going to say we're almost there.
You want Kenny gone, you need 300 likes. And I don't mean gone. I just mean for this sim. He won't say one more word. In fact, better yet, I take it back. We're not going to kick him out of the Zoom. We're going to, every time that we come up, see that he doesn't say one single word. He will be muted.
I think it would be better if I were trying to talk, but it was muted, so you couldn't hear me.
Yeah. Actually, I like that. Although,
yeah, I think that's better.
Although knowing the
I just watch it. EPL update, though. Chelsea playing Leicester City today. That should be a good one. American Christian Pulisic in action. We also have yesterday, big win for Arsenal, 3-0 over Newcastle. Needed that win, got it. Chelsea 7th in the EPL right now. They could really use a victory today, Koff. Leicester City sitting in 3rd. Right there, man, right there on the table.
Andrew Andrews says, why is everybody so mean to Kenny?
Leicester City could finish the day in 1st place in the English Premier League.
Are you trying to drive likes up so that people silence you so that you won't talk about football as opposed to football?
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Chelsea need a win, that's for sure.
I'll tell you one thing that I think soccer does really well, though.
What?
I wish that professional sports teams in the U.S. could get relegated.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, me too.
Imagine like the Baltimore Orioles. Like, sorry, you're a AAA team this year. You lost.
Yeah, that would be great. Here's the thing that I like about the Premier League that I wish that American sports did. First of all, I love the concept, right, of like there's a race all season long to see who finishes atop the Premier League, right? Like that's a big deal. Winning the Premier League is like you get a lot of money, like that's a goal, right? The regular season in all of these sports, there's almost no benefit to winning the regular season. Like you finish with the best record in baseball, best record in football, best record in basketball, no one cares. In fact, you finish with the best record, in any of those sports, you actually put yourself at a disadvantage now for the postseason because you spent so much time and energy getting to number one that you're going to be exhausted, you know what I mean, for the playoffs. So
sure.
I actually kind of like that format where it's like the regular season is all that matters. And especially in football, like I think that it would be interesting if we had football that way where like you just had every team play every team like all week long. Right. And also like the fact that they have their matches on all week, right? Like it's a match day, but like it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like Monday night, Thursday night, Tuesday night. Like it's great. It would be really cool to see the NFL formatted like that. And then like whoever has the best record at the end of it all wins. And then
it'll be great. Like sorry Jaguars, you've been
right.
You're going to play in the CFL this year, or the Arena League, or
well, and that's XFL. The thing, right?
But you still get Trevor Lawrence, and he can help play you into the next level again.
But see, think about how great that would be too. Like what you just talked about, right? We're trying to think about the other league. Like you could have a whole nother football league that's just teams that are not as good as the NFL teams trying to get into the NFL. Like that's what there is in England. There's the championship. There's like the second tier league, and then there's the Premier League. And so like, what do we like? Would people in this country hate more football? No, they love more football. You have a second football league with just some slightly worse teams, and then you have relegation and promotion and stuff like that. 30 more NFL franchises. You think, or whatever you can call it, the AFL, whatever you want to call it. You think about like states that like Connecticut and I don't know, like other states that don't have Oregon, that don't have football teams, like could have football teams now, right? And I'm sure there'd be so many investors, and you just have a whole other league of 30 teams or whatever vying for a top spot. The top 3 teams go to the NFL, the bottom 3 teams go back to the AFL, and I think it'd be really cool. And then the only weird part is like there's obviously Champions League in English soccer, right? Which like you can't have in football because there's only America playing football. But so there's like there would be no Super Bowl, right? It would only be like the regular season. But I guess maybe you could create some sort of playoff. Maybe you could say the top 5 teams or the top 4 teams advance to the Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm. It'd be fun. Just catching up. I mean, the chat is active today, by the way. A lot of activity in the chat. As we get a 3rd and 7, Baker gets rid of a complete pass. That Kareem Hunt looking like him out to the 41. Baker, 10 out of 11 for 69. 1st and 10 after that grab by Hunt, his second catch. David says, just came on. Good afternoon. Koff, Ducey, rest of the DK Sim fam, let's go. Jim says, hey, Koff, I've enjoyed playing you in NBA contests. You've beat me 2 out of 2 so far. Hope you make a contest for tonight's 2 games and invite me again so I can try to redeem myself. I have been having fun throwing what I like to call the last-minute NBA contest into the DK SimFam Friends League. I'll pop in at like 5 or 10 minutes until lock and just drop a contest in with a 10-person limit and see how quickly it fills up, and we compete. And it's great. It's a lot of fun. People are into it. Love to see it. Folks, I want to remind, if you are just jumping in, I want to tell you again, with your 25 thumbs down, which is just, I mean, this is it. That might be the highest number I've ever seen in the first half of the first game of the day without some sort of a tech problem. It is remarkable. It is remarkable. Are we going to get a touchdown? Not quite. Down at the 3, but Baker already up to 125 passing. My goodness. Jarvis Landry, my guy. Almost got in, 1st and goal on the way. We'll see if we get a running back touchdown here. Here's the deal. We have 181 likes with north of 600 people watching just on the YouTube. And if you guys want to silence Mr. Ducey here, as some people say, you want Kenny to be quiet as we get a touchdown here for Cleveland to double up this advantage, make it 14-0. There he is. OBJ. After I came 5th yesterday in a contest, cannot do it again. I hope so. There's that smugness, Fantasy Hawk. I hope you take a whiff. If we get to 300 likes within this single sim, because I'm not here for the next one. I'll be back later on tonight for the primetime game at 8. If you get to 300 likes during this sim, we'll put Kenny on mute. Kenny will not say one more word the rest of the sim. He'll still be brought up on camera. He may still move his lips. You will not hear him, however. He will be muted for the entirety of the rest of the sim. That's right. Erwin says, 300 likes, Kenny gets paid for not working? Where do I sign up for this type of non-work? I guess you just have to really cultivate a special brand for yourself, and that gets it done.
Well, Remy Ruger...
All publicity is good publicity. Yeah, I mean, Kenny is a popular figure. We're up to 35 on the old thumbs down meter. This is a throwback to the Pat Mayo Andercuss days.
They used to do Sims?
Way back at the beginning. Way back at the beginning of time.
Yeah, I've seen comparisons for me at Andercuss, and I don't like them at all. I think I'm out there, but I'm not that out there.
What do you think of this from Jennifer? Jennifer says, if Alabama played Jacksonville, would they score 20? How are you on the age-old debate of best college team in the nation?
I think it's
versus
dumb.
worst football team
I
in
don't
the
think
NFL?
I don't think the best college team would do that well. I think that's dumb. I think that the Jaguars would win for sure.
Reed Tees, did you know on the Twitch as opposed to YouTube? Either way, DraftKings conference room says they will never get to 300. You guys got duped into liking Ducey. Jerma says not fooling for these tricks. Oh yeah? 2:17 right now. We're halfway through the second quarter. 300 likes. Kenny mutes for the entirety of the sim. I don't know why I'm advocating for more work for myself, but here we are. I really just want to see if the people can do it.
Freak of Nature said 1,000 likes. Let's go. Everyone post the link. Neville cleanup hitter. Smash the like if you woke up this morning. Oh man.
Tell your friends and family. Oh, Drew, I like it. Drew says get a notepad and pen and write your takes out on paper.
Yeah.
And then just you got a whiteboard, right?
I do. It's looking like we'll have a whole second half without me.
Well, I better get all your opinions in while I can actually hear them then, because we are sitting at about 225 likes, and people just keep on smashing away here for the nooner, which is what you love to see. 2 games also, this weekend.
We should mention we are not adding dislikes to the likes. That's not how it works.
This is not about the algorithm and totaling 300 engagement.
Right.
But no, 300 likes. So if we're sitting at 299, you're going to hear from Kenny the rest of the way. I don't care if it's 1,000 thumbs down. I mean, I care. I'd have trouble going on with the rest of my day. That would really hurt my feelings. But
it would hurt my feelings. Yeah.
Aside from that, it doesn't impact the game that we're doing right here. Brandon says, here you go. Here's hypothetical street. I like it. Brandon says, let's get your guys' take. If you took Aaron Rodgers, flipped teams for his entire career with Tom Brady, who would be the GOAT? Would Rodgers excel with Gronk or Brady with Adams?
That's a tough one. Maybe I would say Brady with Adams, just because I don't think that Brady really needs a single guy to make him good. So I don't know. I don't think so. I think that Brady would be good independent of it all, and Adams would just help him be a little bit better. It's tough. Like I think that we have an interesting dilemma here, but ultimately, Gronk. I mean, like Aaron Rodgers. Also, when has Aaron Rodgers ever thrown to his tight ends? Like he doesn't really throw to his tight ends that much.
Sure, but he's never had a Rob Gronkowski to work with, or an Aaron Hernandez way back when.
That's true. Yeah. Without Gronk, you're right. I mean, he has certainly struggled.
I think Aaron Rodgers is, intelligent enough to know that if he has a Rob Gronkowski at his disposal, I mean, he's been feeding Robert Tonyan this year.
He has, but not to the volume of Brady and Gronk,
Well, sure. Brady, save for those couple of years with Randy Moss, has never had a Devontae Adams either, though.
Right, but I mean, he's made great receivers out of much less talented guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, let's not ignore what Rodgers did with Jordy Nelson.
Okay, that's fair. Troy Webb saying Tonyan has 11 TDs this year. He does, but I mean, target-wise,
I just think it's always a really fun. As we're up over
not a high
250
volume guy.
likes, by the way, getting close to 300.
Well, you
I think it's always a fun conversation, and it's entirely hypothetical. It's your opinion. There's no right or wrong answer here, and it's a popular debate. Like, what if you flipped Tom Brady's career with Peyton Manning's, and and Manning or Rodgers or Breeze or all-time great X, had the opportunity to work with Bill Belichick for 2 decades of his career. Yeah, I think things would probably look a little bit different for those guys. They'd have more championships, because this goes back to the belief that I have, and I think a lot of people should have, that there isn't a winner. I know people want to harp on this year because the Patriots are at home and Tom Brady's a win away from a return to the Super Bowl, and credit to him and what he's done at age 43 with a loaded offense, by the way, in Tampa Bay. But it's just the whole was it Brady or Belichick is just such a stupid debate. I mean, one is not, they are not what they were without the other. That's just the bottom line. Do I believe that Brady could have gone somewhere else and been successful? Well, clearly, we're looking at it. But I also think that if Belichick had another all-time great, he would have been, if not as successful, pretty close. Like, maybe it's not 6 championships, it's 4, but like, you're going to tell me a guy like Rodgers or Breeze or Manning wouldn't have thrived in New England for 20 years? Of course they would have. That wasn't all Brady. Brady was a huge part of it, but it wasn't all Brady.
I don't know. I mean, he just never had talent. Like Papyrus mentioned, he never had the talent around him that Rodgers had, and he made the talent around him. So that's what I think. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you have some good points. By the way, as we approach 300, I'm glad that you went on a little monologue there to practice for when I'm not here anymore.
Oh, I can keep on going, baby, but I won't. We got to take advantage of the fact that you're here. 700 watching. We're not even at halftime. There's that 101 stoppage we love to see. 268 on the old like meter. Remember, 300 Kenny Mutes for the entirety of the rest of the sim. And honestly,
I do have an article to write, so I can do that. I've done this before. I've never hit the number. It's the chat has always shown up for like they're good for like 120 likes, and then they just stop. Maybe it's because it's the beginning of the day.
Touchdown, corner of the end zone, and it's a route here.
Wow,
OBJ
another one.
Again. Second of the day, Odell Beckham Jr. Man, I know Washington is not a good football team here in Simland, but my goodness, Cleveland, about to be 21-0. You would think they're playing the Steelers all over again.
Yeah, see, this is the sim you need me to be talking. I mean, we got a blowout on our hands here.
I'm sitting top 4, baby, although I'm nowhere close to old Cupcake 901. Good 15 points off the lead. Cupcake here still got that 10 points from the Browns DST, which has been perfect so far. Chubb in the captain spot, Mayfield, OBJ, Sims, and Landry.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely cooked for not putting Odell in my lineup here.
Legacy Lock says, don't underestimate the chat. I would never dream of it.
I haven't either. I'm just saying what I've seen. I'm like, oh, we get to 500 likes. I'll mute, and then we get about 120, and then it just stops.
No, listen. You give the people a challenge, they're going to respond. I just wish we had aimed for a higher number, because we might get there by halftime.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to have to talk a lot.
Yeah, well, you're the one who kept touting it, so. As A-Rod once said, I made my bed, and now I have to sit on it. That was one of my favorite A-Rod quotes. Wait, let me make sure I got that right before I use A-Rod. I made my bed.
Robert says, coming up after halftime, the Adam Kaufman Show. You guys are lucky that I have hosted,
yeah, that's
5-hour talk shows by myself before. Otherwise, I'd actually be somewhat nervous about this. I don't know that
About
you
what?
should be happy about it or lucky, but whatever, it's happened. Reed
About what?
T says, Crust, have you said smash that like button yet? I really haven't had to in those words, I guess, but I've emphasized the like button. I'm curious to see. This will really tell us something here. You know, because the old dislikes have gone all over the map. You know, we jumped up as high as maybe 35 or 40, and now it's back down to 20. You know, when you go full disappearing act, once we get to 300 likes, can we drop those dislikes all the way down to like 5, 2? I mean, can we really vanish, do you think, or people are still going to represent?
I think that, so here's the thing. I think that there are some people in the chat who didn't want me to be muted, so I think we should say if we can get back up to 350, then
I don't think that's a good idea, because I think then people are, all of a sudden the like button's going to go dry. It's going to be lonely. I don't think
that's true. That's true. Yeah. All right. Well. All right, Koff. Looks like you're going to be taking over here.
Not yet. Mike says, Koff, you can just read the chat in the second half. Ben over here, Ben Hilson even said, I texted my wife at work to smash the like button.
It's interesting that the like goes up and then it goes down. Like, I wonder. Yep, here we go. All right, we'll have a silent halftime show.
Yeah, Ducey, get ready to nap in your bunk bed, says Giggle Pigs here.
I'll hit the like now.
Well, you can't put it over the top.
We did it. We did it, fam. Nope, $2.99.
Drew, our technical director, says, Koff, you really want to have fun, you'll have to, bait Kenny and just say something like, I think Adam Gase is actually good for the Jets. Oh, my God.
Dude, it's gone over 300, and now it's back to $2.99 again. $2.97. This is crazy. What is going on? It's like I hit my mute button, and then I unmuted myself.
People are afraid to lose you. I guess maybe we need like a 310 buffer just to know that we're not.
This is insane.
Again.
It went to now 296, 290. This is wild scenes here on the DK Dream Stream. Never seen anything like this. I appreciate you guys. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I appreciate people unliking this.
Yeah, look at the people fighting to save you. We were up over 300.
Oh my God.
291.
This is crazy.
We're losing likes.
Oh my goodness.
I did not expect to see this. This is something as we get into halftime. This has been a revolt the other way. People are saving Deuce. This is incredible.
Wow.
This is unreal.
Absolute scenes on the Dream Stream.
I did not anticipate this. I thought we'd soar right past 300, and now people, I don't know if they're tweak fans or if they are just feeling bad, but they are pulling those likes down to 275.
I can't believe it. Well, hey, I mean, everyone's saying unlike to save me. Can we can call it off if you want. I mean, if enough people want to save me, I don't want to tank the likes here. We just lost 40 likes.
This is unbelievable.
All right.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, look. All right. Wow. Geez, we're really losing likes here. All right. You guys can, if you guys.
No one wants a full half of just you, Koff, which is totally okay, by the way. All right. How about this?
You guys can feel free. Okay. If this is really how people feel, we can call this off. And you guys can just keep liking. Look, people are mad now. I muted my microphone. I'm sure there's proof.
I mean, you guys couldn't.
I saw 300. I muted myself. I was like, "This is it. Goodbye." And then all of a sudden,
producer
all the way back down.
We're mad because we hit 300 and you're still on. We got to 301, but then all of a sudden they disappeared. We're down to 258. If you guys want Kenny to go, if you want him muted for the rest of the way, I didn't think this part needed to be explained. We can't just hit 300 likes. We have to maintain. You can't dip all the way back down to 250. We have to keep the likes going, keep all the likes above 300, and he will be gone. So you're just going to have to keep on smashing away, get yourselves to 300 likes, and Kenny goes on mute. But otherwise, you got him here. You got him. Now the thumbs down are climbing right back up. This is a movement.
This is scenes, man. This is scenes. This is incredible.
This is
man. All right. Well, I love you guys.
There's
This
a
is
save
hilarious.
the Deuce.
What do you mean no new terms, giggle pigs? This was the 300 likes. You guys couldn't keep 300 likes.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if people unliked it because they wanted me, or they unliked it because they thought the deal was over.
Mads, tell me, am I changing the rules? Am I changing the rules on the people? Was just getting to 300 and then he goes, was that the baseline, or do we have to maintain 300? My feeling, I just didn't anticipate something like this coming. I thought we'd hit 300 and people would just leave their likes there and we'd keep adding likes. I didn't think we'd drop all the way down, it was 250. Now it's about 280 at this point. Yeah.
Now we got 350 and Kaufman is gone. 350
right.
to mute Krusty.
All right, get to 350 and I'll mute. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
What if we say 300 to 350? I'm off. Over 350, it's what is it? Just me, or is it both of us? Is it just nothing?
Get to 350 and stay at 350, and I will go on mute. Get to 300 and stay at 300. Kenny will go on mute. If we get to if we exceed 350 and we're both muted at that point in time, then you will just watch the sim in silence.
Well, we're already back up to 295 likes, so I think it might be my bedtime here.
Working67 says, forever when I think of being lucky, I'll think of Koff. Luckily, having some type of experience in the past that will allow him to call the sim to my satisfaction. All right, we're up over 300. Kenny is muted, and so long as we stay over 300, Kenny will stay away. But if we get to 350, which feels like a dangerously low number to have made this promise, then I will also go on mute. I don't know if producer Madison will actually allow that to happen. Is that okay? I mean, at some point in time, we need to defer to those in charge. Is 350 400? Do you want to make it 400? You tell me, Mads. You set the rules on that. Mads says this is all new. I don't know what to do. So Mads says 400. Drew says 500. Gigglepig says I will not have Kaufman muted. All I know is Kenny's gone. Kenny is gone for the duration, so long as you stay up over 300. But he's not going anywhere. He's going to stay in front of his computer, muted, maybe with his whiteboard. Kenny did slack us. Can I read this? I'm not asking for permission. I mean, can I acknowledge him, actually writing something? Is that okay, or is that like Kenny's voice being heard? Reed Tease, did you know, says Madden Sim will have to go on screen. How many likes for producer Madison to come on? Yeah, he's allowed to have stuff written for the camera. Folks, what do you want to talk about? I mean, I could go on and on. I think we all know that by now. But is there anything in the chat you guys would like to discuss? Throw out some questions, whatever else. I do think, you know what? I see this in the chat. I like this idea. Is there a certain amount of likes that we need to get to for people to save Kenny, to bring Kenny back? Like if we get to, 500 likes. It can't be 400. I think 400 is too attainable. We have about 700 people watching here on YouTube. If we get to 500 likes, then at that point in time, Kenny comes back. So all the people that felt bad before, that just want to save Kenny, then you need to get yourselves to hammer that like button. In the meantime, Luke says, Koff, can you talk about your favorite Glasheen story? Boy, there are a lot. Trying to think of what I'm allowed to tell, like what would be sim-appropriate, if you will. Here's one. And I think I told this probably months ago. So if you have heard it before, forgive me. If you haven't, then welcome. And by the way, Adam Kaufman here with you, working solo with a Kenny Ducey hologram during the quarter breaks, I guess, because he's, you can look at him, but he can't say anything. Producer Madison, as well as Drew, our technical director, Kyle and Joe, our Game Ops crew. Keep on smashing that like button. We appreciate you. Nabi Roble says, Jesus Kaufman, stick with the rules. So what are the rules? Let's refresh. Let's refresh the rules here. Am I gone at 350? Mads, 400, 500? What are the rules for me to go? Kenny's gone at the moment. Kenny is not coming back. We've not outlined a definitive way that Kenny can return. Matt says it's not 350. That won't work. 350 is too low for me to also get muted and for you guys to just watch in silence. We need a much higher number than that. We've jobs to do. All right, so here's my Glash story, because I've gotten off topic. This is about as interactive as I've ever seen the chat. Down with the buzzword. All you have to do is actually engage with the chat in a threatening manner. Like, we'll get rid of Ducey, or we're going to let Ducey stay, and then people will respond. My Glash story, and Glash, I understand, is coming up with the next sim, so you can ask him about this as well. So what you may or may not know in the lavish scene that is the DraftKings office, way back at the beginning of time, it feels like, when we were, not in a pandemic and actually going to work, so pre-March, right near our section of the office where we sit. You got to remember, hundreds upon hundreds of people in this office. So in our section, right by our section where all our desks are, cubicles, whatever you want to call them, there's a pool table. And this was before I accidentally followed Glash on Twitter. And Glash was just, on a daily basis, the guy he's begging for the follow. Just get, what's the deal? Give me the Twitter follow. And I realize I can be a little too high and mighty with the Twitter stuff, but it just became a running thing with Glash that, heaven forbid, I follow him. Not unlike, obviously, Bukes and people like that. So Glash says, I'll tell you what, see that pool table over there? I will play you for a follow. If I beat you in pool, and I do not have a good pool game, by the way, if I play you in pool, you have to follow me on Twitter. And I said, of course, if I win, what? And we didn't even come to that, because I didn't have to lay out any terms, because there was no way that I was going to let this happen anyway. I didn't need something. I said I get the satisfaction of not following you on Twitter, and that's still bothering you. That is good enough for me. As we have a 3rd and 1 from the 5, 2 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. The route continues. Still 21-7 though. J.D. McKissick with the touchdown, extra point pending. So anyway, we go and we start this game, and I won't tell you bore you to death with all the intricacies of the game itself. All you need to know is this. I had a couple balls left on the table. He was down to the 8 ball. All he had to do was put that sucker in, and at that point in time, I was following him on Twitter. And the kid scratched on the 8 ball. Scratched on the 8 ball, sent the 8 ball in, the white ball right behind it, and he lost his opportunity and crushed. I thought he was going to cry real tears. It was a really unfortunate scene. So producer Mads is trying to lay out new terms. Evidently, she doesn't like what she's hearing. She doesn't want an entire half of just me. Even though you can't argue with the metrics here, Mads. We got up over 700 people watching, and I'm just dictating Glash stories here. Mads says, I know, I'm the bad guy. I'm paying attention here, Bruce. 21-7. What is that you guys want to get into here? Let us know in the chat. Smash that like, as we are getting close to 350. Mads, you tell me the number. You set the rules here. What are you looking to do? So Obi-Wan says 350 to mute me and Ducey comes back. Nick says, quiet Kaufman, bring back Ducey. Jason says, if you unmute Kenny, it's against the rules. I switch to a dislike and I exit. Man, threatening. Folks, I got to tell you, you've delivered when asked to deliver. But I think we're going to get to the 3rd quarter break in a couple minutes, and I'm going to be overpowered here. I think you know what that means. I think you're going to stare at the man for a little bit, but he might tweak out. You might hear him again. Tara says 400, Koff comes back. I haven't left. Jordan says, hashtag bring Ducey back, hashtag trigger the weaklings. 2nd and 8 from the 46, 90 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Steve says, at the end of the day, he's getting paid just like Koff. Just let the little mouse back. Little mouse. I can't remember the last time we had a sim where the chat moved this quickly. It's actually genuinely hard to follow everything that is coming on in the chat here over the last 45 minutes. Pretty incredible. Bucky says, predictions for this weekend's playoffs? Okay, finally a real topic. I like it, Bucky. So, my Final Four is still alive, which is a relatively chalky Final Four. We were talking about this at the start of the playoffs, the very start of the playoffs. What I thought was going to happen was, and I still think is going to happen, is just, and this is, you know, barring Patrick Mahomes missing the game, obviously that would impact things. You have Chad Henne under center. But let's say Mahomes is healthy for the sake of this conversation. I have said from the beginning, I think the Chiefs are going to repeat and they're going to beat the Packers. My wish list Super Bowl would be the Packers winning against the Bills. So my predictions for this weekend are still, again, if Mahomes is playing, the Chiefs and the Packers. I just don't know what to anticipate there. There's no way to know right now. We don't have a clue. Hit that like button, folks. Over 700 people watching just on YouTube. Thousands more across all our other platforms, including Twitch. Give us a follow there, twitch.tv/DraftKings. We appreciate you. Jennifer says, there's no doubt this is the best sim ever. It's a crappy game, still a great sim. It is it's a solid sim. There's no question about it. Koff, power rank the final 4 teams. Rank them Chiefs, Packers, Bills, and Bucks, says Jimmy B. Okay. Again, we're assuming health for Patrick Mahomes for the sake of this. Otherwise, that would change things. I would rank them Chiefs, Packers, Bucks, Bills. That would be my power ranking. I don't know how, Aviator over here feels next to me, what he's writing down on that Post-it. Maybe he's power ranking his 4. What does this say? Baker. Oh, Baker. You just write, yeah, Baker. Okay. Big Baker guy. You know, Baker's not playing in this one, right? I mean, he's playing in this one here, this sim. In your head, I'm not very good at charades. What are we doing? Writing Baker backwards. This is really a thing right now. Baker bonus. Got it. Oh, the glasses. That's why. He's wearing the sunglasses because Baker hit the bonus. I see. The bonus watch. Yeah, I gotcha. No, the people in the chat are right here with it too. Bonus watch. Yeah, that's true. Baker's sitting 281 passing, couple of passing touchdowns. We got 49er Quest in front by about 1 point, pretty close to it. With, let's see, leading lineup, OBJ in the captain spot has about 43 points. He is in bonus watch territory as well. He's 8 for 81. Haskins has been just downright terrible. 65 passing yards and a score, not even 7 points. He is in about a third of lineups. Baker Mayfield, about 20 points. Jarvis Landry has hit the bonus, 4 for 102. Austin Hooper, Rashard Higgins, my captain, who has a goose egg so far. Terrible. Congo Cap says, damn, Kenny, we still love you. Nick says, Bills will win it. Surprising but true. Hyro says, Koff, is Ducey on timeout? In a matter of speaking, yeah. Mads, you're in charge. What's next? You tell me. Incomplete pass here as Mayfield is still sitting 281. All right, so producer Madison, who technically is not adhering to the rules of the contest, but I understand, is saying we should let Kenny back. That might be her just thinking this is a little too much of me, but she is saying we should let Kenny back. Kenny, you're prepared to unmute yourself as we have a 24-7 game. First field goal of the game, Austin Siebert. I love that Kenny's just still typing away. I've told him he can unmute, and he's still just typing. Juan says, who killed Kenny? LOL. Matthew says, best sim of the 6 months that I have been here. Kenny's afraid to come back. He is afraid of what will happen if he returns. This is quite the conundrum we've got here. He's basically being ordered to return by our producer, and he is saying that he is afraid to come back. Spencer says, we're going to take those likes away. The rules are rules. Nabi Robel, who is not Robbie Noble unless he's got another account, says, dislike button parade if he comes back. Matt says, I don't want another quarter of solo commentary. Best sim ever, and I forgot to get a lineup in, says Mike. Kenny is really, Kenny is fighting. You know, he is taken on the man, in a matter of speaking. He's fighting for his rights to not come back to the sim. But I gotta tell you, I think we're gonna hear from him again. You guys are great. All right, he's gonna come back. As much as I'd love to do the play-by-play of whether or not Kenny is going to return for the next 7.5 minutes, I'm pretty sure Kenny is going to return. How was your timeout, pal? Did you have fun, sitting in the corner staring at the wall?
It's difficult to figure out things to talk about without me, huh?
No, I could very easily do that. I was just torn by what was happening both in the YouTube chat and the internal Slack channel. Mads does want everyone to know, though, that she is very impressed by the chat and does hope that the likes will stay.
How are we even going to follow this, Glash and I, next to him?
Well, you're going to talk a lot, obviously. Maybe even a little bit more than normal.
Maybe.
So tell me, as Washington threatens to try and narrow the gap here, 1st and 10 from the 33, as we, watch our likes.
But before you unlike it, okay, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to honor our agreement. So don't just tank the broadcast. I'm being made to talk. I'm trying to uphold our agreement.
Oh, look at all the dislikes coming in now. We went from 20 to 45 in the blink.
Just remember that before you who you're really hurting here, okay?
Jordan says dislikes are actually not bad for a YouTube channel from what I hear. Still engagement, apparently. No, we say that all the time, Jordan. Obviously, we like to poke fun at the thumbs up, the thumbs down. The fact of the matter is, it is all engagement with regard to the algorithm. And the algorithm does not care whether you are a liked or disliked video. It cares about the engagement, the fact that you're here and acknowledge it. If you really wanted to prove, I don't want you to, but if you really wanted to prove some sort of a point, don't like or dislike. That's how you show apathy. It's about you caring enough to hit the button one way or the other.
Here's the thing, okay, that I'll say before we lose more likes is we got me to mute for a quarter, and that could happen again in the not so distant future. We could do this, but our producers are not letting me just be silent for the whole broadcast. But if we get 100 dislikes, never will be able to do it again. So just keep that in mind. If you'd like the power to mute me for a quarter, then don't dislike this broadcast, because then it's definitely never going to happen again.
It is fun, though. So let's talk a little football, because we are into the 4th quarter, and we have a touchdown, by the way. And once again, J.D. McKissick also. So for those of you who have McKissick, not unlike myself and a healthy chunk of you, matter of fact, 89% of you, talk about shock. Welcome, J.D. McKissick, to the end zone once again. 24-14. What are your expectations for this weekend, these two games on Sunday? Which way are they going to go? Which team do you like best? What is the Super Bowl matchup going to look like?
I think it's going to be Bucks-Chiefs, man. I really do.
So Tom Brady overpowers Aaron Rodgers.
Tom Brady tore up the Washington defense. Tom Brady tore up the vaunted Saints defense. So what's going to stop him from tearing up the Packers defense, ranked, I think 12th in yards per completion, or yards per pass? It's not very high. Like they don't do a good job. And Jair Alexander is the best corner in football. Don't get it twisted. But the Packers secondary is not filled with 6 Jair Alexanders. So I think Tom Brady gets it done. Are you there? Did you mute yourself?
I was listening. I was hoping you'd be more expansive. Yeah, I mean,
I thought you might have.
Silent for an entire quarter. I just assumed there was more you wanted to say.
No, I want to. I mean, I'm just here so I don't get fined, man.
24-14, 5.5 to go here in regulation.
At the end of the day, an agreement's an agreement. So I'm trying to sit on a fence here, which I never do, and please both our production staff and the chat. I'm trying to do both.
I Hate Gaming Game says 40 more dislikes. Let's go, chat. We are the people. But what does that prove ultimately?
I also made it very clear that I'm never going to throw out this proposal again if it nets us 100 dislikes. Like, that's just so. If you enjoyed me being muted for a quarter, there's literally no reason to dislike it.
Hyro says, producer Madison could not stand and listen to Just Cough for a quarter. Her hatred for cough caused this. I'm waiting for Madison is typing.
Deontay wants us to know, or wants.
I can learn to understand you much better.
Trade for Deshaun Watson? I mean, no, I don't think so.
Why
would he want to play for the Raiders?
It's not why he would want to get traded.
No, that's it. That is it. Because he has the no trade clause. So he holds all the power. So why would he, like the chat? So why would he say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to play for the Raiders"?
Where's a good realistic fit for him? And knowing full well that, all but a handful of teams in the entire league could justify with trading for him, where do you think a realistic fit is?
Again, it doesn't matter. And that's the most tilting part of being a Jets fan or a Dolphins fan in this scenario, because the Jets and the Dolphins can offer the best packages to the Texans, but it doesn't matter. It only matters where Deshaun Watson's going to waive his no trade clause. And that's what it is at the end of the day. He holds the power because of his no trade clause. So I think that the Jets and the Dolphins are really like tied for first in terms of who can offer the best package. But you could make an argument for the Patriots getting Deshaun Watson, the Saints getting Deshaun Watson. Even the Raiders, but it just depends on what he wants to do. And so when I look at a team like the Raiders, right, or the Patriots for that matter, like, what is there on those teams that would be appealing to Deshaun Watson? Bill Belichick, yes. I mean, and that's what I was sort of fearful of, right, him going to the Patriots. But Glash made the point yesterday that the Patriots don't really have much beyond Belichick. And also I was thinking, like, that's a good point. Also, like, how long is Bill Belichick going to be the head coach? Like, are you going to go somewhere where you're like, maybe the coach I'm going to go play for retires after 2 more years? So I don't know, man. As we get Chubb in the end zone.
Goodness.
Touchdowns galore in this game.
Another touchdown for Chubb. His second of the day. Chubb is on half of lineups, by the way. 48.9% in our Nooner, Alex Smith, and the Browns deserve better free roll, even though we haven't talked about Alex Smith at all.
So I just don't know why he would want to go there. Like, I could see him wanting to go to the Saints. I could see him wanting to go to the Steelers. They already have good infrastructure there. Of course, the those two teams are going to have to move some salary around to fit Watson. So you're not like that Steelers defense wouldn't be the same, right? If they got Deshaun Watson, like they'd have to probably let go of like Tuitt and Bud Dupree, but they could do it, and then you already have some offensive weapons there. The Panthers are interesting, but again, like I still feel like if you look at premier destinations, Miami's a good one because they have a great defense. They have young talent, but it's about to me, it's about the market. Look, I'm biased, obviously, but Deshaun Watson has spent the last 2 days in New York City. He somehow got to go to the Nets game last night. I'm not sure how, but he was at the Nets game last night with his agent and like two friends. They were at the Nets game. Huh?
How is that okay?
I don't know, but he was there. It's on his Instagram story. The bottom line here is that I think that he would want to go play in a big market. He just seems like that type of guy. He likes Kevin Durant, and I think that Deshaun Watson might be one of the first football players to take upon himself the role of NBA player. Like the NBA is a very star-dominated league where it's like, well, if someone wants to go play for a city, they're going to go play there. They hold all the power.
And NFL are very different in that respect, though.
Huh?
NBA and NFL are very different in that respect, though.
I mean, they might not be pretty soon if the players start calling the shots. Like Deshaun Watson is calling the shots here. If he wants out of Houston, he literally, with the no trade clause, can say where he wants to go. Jamal Adams did the same thing, right? He gave the Jets a list of 6 teams. He said, "I'm gonna go play for these 6 teams." Of course, like you have a little more power in the NFL in terms of like the pick.
Oh my goodness! If you got the Browns DST, folks, that's pretty good. Touchdown! Another one for Cleveland. Moments after we saw a score on offense, a 43-yard return.
So he has. I mean, like you look at the Bengals, what they did with Carson Palmer, right? Like you could have a guy, you own their rights, so at the end of the day, like you can't retire, but if you couldn't retire, but yeah, look, I think that Watson might want to go to a New Orleans, who's looking for a quarterback, has a good team, playoff team, good organization, maybe a big market like the Jets. But like I don't know if like I can hear the same argument about Vegas. I just, again, what is appealing about Vegas right now? They have the most undisciplined and worst defense in the league. So like that was a big problem with Watson. Is the Texans defense was they stunk. Right? You have JJ Watt, great. They still stunk. And like their line stunk. The Raiders line, bad. The Raiders have Josh Jacobs, great. Josh Jacobs and Henry Ruggs, like, is that enough for me to go commit to an organization for 6 years under a head coach that can't discipline his defense? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Brother Phil on the game this weekend says, "Hey, Koff, are we overlooking the massive coaching advantage the Bucs have? In Arians and Bowles, you have 2 top-tier offensive and defensive coaches, experienced, tenured, versus a very green staff in Green Bay. What do you think about that?"
What does green mean? Like they're young?
No, green. Well, I mean, not necessarily young, but new, inexperienced.
Right.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about the Jets are trash. Well, they wouldn't be trash if they had just Deshaun Watson.
Question, sure. Talent too. I mean, I think the Bucs are, when healthy, the more talented.
Right. I think the Bucs have more talent. Exactly. It's going to be an interesting coaching matchup. I don't know if I'd give one side the edge. I don't think that Arians is that great of a coach, but the defense, man. I mean, the defense certainly has an edge in this one. You want to talk about the biggest weapon of any side? You look at the Packers' offense, high-powered, going up against the Buccaneers' defense. The Buccaneers' defense wins that battle against Aaron Rodgers, and then vice versa. Like, you would probably bet on the Buccaneers' offense to break through this Packers' defense, which has not been the strength of its team. It's been good, right, under Mike Patton, but not great. I think they have the advantage on both sides of the ball. I really do. It's hard to watch what White and David do at linebacker, what Shaq Lawson, JPP, Sue, and maybe even Vita Vea do on the line. And they got to Aaron Rodgers for, I think 3 or 4 sacks when they killed the Packers earlier this year. it's hard to see that not happening again, just the way that they're playing right now. That defense is in the mood, man, that Buccaneers defense. But no,
I still believe the Green Bay is going to win, though.
I mean, how? How?
I just put that much stock in Rodgers and Adams. Really?
Then how does he beat that defense? Like, I'm legitimately asking.
I mean, I don't have a good X's and O's answer to the question. I don't. I think they're two pretty evenly matched teams. I don't think. I mean, are you presenting it in such a way that you're going to be just outright surprised if the Packers have a good offensive day?
No, I mean, they're the favorites here. They have a great offense, but at the end of the day, like, Rodgers is going to face a lot of pressure. And I think that last weekend goes differently if Aaron Donald plays and he pressures the quarterback a little bit more, right? He played like, what, quarter of the snaps?
I'm not sure what the number was on that. I'm just looking at the chat here. Steven says the Bucs D does not win that matchup. Washington threw for over 300 yards with a scrub.
But Aaron Rodgers had 2 picks and was sacked 4 times when they played. So I don't know. Like, I certainly don't think that you can make an argument that Aaron Rodgers is going to just breeze through the secondary because Heineke did. Also, Heineke didn't really have a great game. He just made a few big throws. He did have a good game, but like, it's not like he threw for 300 yards. I mean, the point is you're going to need a lot, right? To this Buccaneers offense has also been so great. Fournette has been fantastic running the ball. You're going to need so much to counteract what the Buccaneers offense is able to do. And it's like, I don't see the Packers posting like 30 points, hanging 30 on this defense. But, I mean, that's just my opinion, I don't know. It could go other way. Obviously, the Packers are favored in this game. They are expected to win. They're at home, so they're 8-1 at home this year.
I mean, it's one of those games, not unlike the Saints-Bucks game or the Bills-Ravens game. Little is going to surprise me. Like, if just because I think Green Bay is going to win, if Tampa wins, I'm not going to be surprised. At this point, same way that I feel about the Chiefs and Bills. I mean, if you're telling me Chad Henne's going to start, I will be surprised if the Chiefs win. Big long throw back of the end zone to get there. He caught it, but he was out of bounds. Good try. But short of that, and Mahomes playing, obviously, I'm not going to be surprised whichever way that game goes. But, I mean, should anyone be? Like, there's a reason that both of these games are expected to be close. We're into the Final Four now. These are genuinely, like, nobody's here on a fluke. These are 4 of, if not the 4 best teams in the NFL.
Packer fan saying, hey, wasn't Kenny saying the Bucs would lose first round of the playoffs a few weeks ago? I absolutely was. I said the Buccaneers were going to struggle against Washington because they're a good defense, and I said the Buccaneers hadn't beaten a good defense all season. They were 0-5 every time they played a good defense, and they I mean, look, you think the Packers are a good defense, then they're 1-5 because they really had an easy time against the Packers. But they've really proven something to me. I was not totally bought into the idea that they were good based on solely them beating up on the Falcons' sorry secondary, and they've really impressed me. I think that this team is a lot better than I thought they were. And look, I get killed on here for not admitting when I'm wrong. Now I'm getting killed on here for admitting that I'm wrong. So I don't know, man. Like,
fickle time.
It's really funny. Like, you know, people get mad at me for literally anything.
You got a brand, man. Embrace
Brendan Glasheen, way to smash the like button.
Oh, he has no idea. Even if he has some idea, he has no idea. You'll have to fill him in.
Oh, he does. I've done this with Glash before.
Yeah, but to experience the true back and forth of hitting 300 that first time and then instantly losing like 50 likes, that was one of those you had to be here for.
That was a great, if that was one of those moments that if we had the Simper Bowl, we would reminisce on.
Yes, absolutely. Save it for the next holiday Simper Bowl, whenever that rolls around.
What I was trying to say was Baker was closing in on the bonus, and he did indeed hit the bonus. Over 300 yards for Baker Mayfield. Incredible day from him. And J.D. McKissick with the 30 yards. Beckham also hit the bonus, 118 yards.
I saw you were throwing out the no BJ at one point.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Yeah, well, 10 for 118, 2 touchdowns. He was spectacular here in this game. So that in mind, as he went for 55 points in the captain spot, and the projected winning lineup, Bone Dog 84, 14th place finish for me if this holds. Let's see. I mean, obviously OBJ was just a monster. Mayfield went for about 25. McKissick as well. Beckham had the 37. I mean, you got to go with Beckham for the Pre-kickoff player of the game, don't you?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think Odell Beckham here, 48% owned or around 50% owned in the big free roll, was a huge force in this one. Hit the bonus, 2 touchdowns, absolutely. Special shout out to Baker Mayfield, who I don't think he's hit 24.76 DKFP in quite some time. The last time we saw him hit 24 fantasy points was 15 sims ago. So this was one of the best performances Baker's ever had in a sim. So great day for him. And I would say, let's see, my Not My Kid Award recipient.
I feel like this was probably pretty easy.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, but who do you got?
I think it's Dontrell Inman because he was kind of popular and he had 3 points.
So
Rashad Higgins, I guess near half. Yeah, no points for Rashad Higgins and more owned. Yeah, I could give it to Rashad Higgins. He's more expensive than Dontrell Inman. He was more popular. He got 0 points.
Yeah, 42% owned had a goose egg.
You know what? I'm going to change my awards. My Krusty Cough player of the game is going to be Rashad Higgins because I Hate Gaming Games, who was flaming me in the chat, said Higgins got me 0. So for that, Rashad, thank you very much. He is my player of the game. And I'll say my Not My Kid Award recipient is Dontrell Inman at 31% owned, roughly 4 points. Not great. Sorry. Very happy that Higgins had 0 points in I Hate Gaming Games lineup, who spammed all chat long and no one listened to him.
Well, Matt says she's still putting OBJ in the spreadsheet, which I think is appropriate. John says the like has been smashed. Koff, avid fan of the streams. Can't stop bragging about you guys. Thanks for all that you guys do. Well, thank you, John, and everybody else. This was an experience, everybody. This was a lot of fun. I mean, I have done hundreds of sims, not unlike Kenny here, and I can't remember one quite like this. So this was something special here on a Tuesday to get our Dream Stream Day started. You've got Brendan Glasheen for the next 2. The next one here will be with none other than Kenny Ducey, Kenneth, and Brandon. Lions and Cardinals will have you there at 2 o'clock. So about 40 minutes from now, they'll come on back for what we like to call the Madden Matinee. And then
did you just call Brendan Brandon?
Sure did. Yeah, that's a Jeff Ulrich tribute. He used to call him Brandon all the time before he actually knew what his name was. Then it'll be Glash and Zach Thompson, Professor Z, for the Rams and the Bears. That will be the early bird special. And then Happy Hour Sim, Giants and Colts, Jason Rossi and Christian DeAndrea. Should be a good time. I'll be back with BK, Brandon Cristal, for Steelers and Chiefs. That's the primetime game. And then this one I think we all need to listen to. I'm going to tune in. Texans, Jets. BK in the captain's chair here with Christian. BK and Christian for Texans and Jets. Madden After Dark. Things could get wild, folks. Want to thank everybody here along with us. This was really a treat. This was a lot of fun. Thanks to Mads for bearing with us. Of course, Drew, our technical director. We had Kyle and Joe, our great Game Ops crew. This was an event. Kenny, I hope the next one is just as memorable for you.
Very fun to be with you, Koff. Of course, it was a great sim.
Naturally. I only wish we heard from you more. All right, talk to you all a little bit later on. See ya.
On this one, Ducey. I see you've really motivated the folks to smash that like button already. So what do you have to say for yourself?
Great first sim. That's all I have to say for myself.
Yeah? Yeah, was it
Yeah.
actually a good sim? Like, what was the competition level like?
It's great. You know, the competition level is points everywhere.
Yeah? What was the final score?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? All right.
Supposed to remember?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it'd been great if you did. If you didn't, it's fine. We'll move on.
Yeah,
Cardinals, Lions coming up. I've got Kenyon Drake in the captain spot. Hate the Drake, love the Drake. Love the Drake today. What do you say?
Oh, I hate the Drake. I can't play Kenyon Drake. I just don't have the I don't have the gall to do it. I actually really like a Lions stack here, believe it or not. I think that the Lions are probably the way to go. I think that TJ Hawkinson, Kenny Golladay are underrated options here in Simland. I think that Matt Stafford is a very good sim quarterback. I've seen too many of these Cardinals sims where the Kyler Murray just doesn't have a good game. So, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of cold on my lineups right now with the first sim not going well, but give me a Lions stack here. I think there's so many great options, and then I might come back with maybe Kyler and Zane Gonzalez. I mean, I think that Kyler ultimately runs a lot, right? But it's Kyler and Drake who usually do the damage. It is hard to fade Drake. I mean, he is one of the most consistent sim options, but I think I have to do it. Yeah,
brother. I put him in there. I've got Kyler Murray as well. me just check this out. Come on. Where's my lineup at? Did my lineup not load? That would be really, really, really disappointing. Did my lineup not load? Oh, come on. No, all right, here we go. It's here. Let me see. Failed to draft in time? Are you serious?
Oh, Glash.
Unreal. I must not have hit submit. I had it all loaded up. I didn't want to hit submit because I wanted to read it off to everybody. That is a shame.
Wow.
Damn. Well, I'm rooting for those of you that captain Drake. I've got Kyler. I would have had Kyler. Would have had Amendola. Would have had Galladay. Would have had Prater. And then I believe Max Williams.
Coulda, woulda. These are all just words.
Wow. I am such a coward. All right. Well, what are you going to do? What you going to do? Gotta
Eat
move on.
prosciutto.
Eat prosciutto?
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah. Get your intake. Get your takes ready to go.
We're well, warmed up here.
I have no rooting interest, I suppose. We do have the $500 free showdown contest, the early free classic, $500 in DraftKings prize money.
See, the reason that I like to do some sims without making a lineup, so that way I know I remember what it feels like, because I feel like if you do sims and you do enough of them, like every time you have a lineup, it feels weird then when you end up not having a lineup drafted in time or you forgot to do a lineup. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's nice to keep it fresh.
Okay, never heard that take, but I can work with that.
Makes sense, right?
It. Yeah. Yeah, I feel
the Sean McVay hair working right now.
So, 135 entries in the 1 hour of erroneous takes. Free roll. And nothing to show for it for yours truly.
Welcome back, everybody in the chat. Good to see you. Great to be here on a Tuesday. Hope you're having a great day.
Do you actually mean that? You're drinking?
Look, think I would go to a place with crooked tables?
Yeah, man.
Legs don't work?
Something you would do. Not enough sanitizer.
I didn't even realize you were wearing the Mocha Joe's shirt until just now.
That was why I asked.
How could you promote Mocha Joe?
He's a great guy, man. He's got to work on those stones, though. A little dry.
You are Mocha Joe. You freaking Mocha Joe. You're Mocha Joe. That's who you are.
Marvin Jones on the catch for 19 yards.
Hyro says, Glash, Kenny is still not, says he has not received that TK shirt that you promised him.
I'm not sure if I promised it.
You actually did, I think, go as far to promise it last night.
Okay.
Or did you have too much barbecued chicken to remember?
The chicken looked good, didn't it?
It looked fantastic. I even sent you a nice tweet.
I saw that. Delicious.
Delicious.
Didn't even read into it. Just took the word.
It's not that deep. It's just delicious. Actually, with you, it is that deep. I wanted you to know that I respected your grilling skills as a big-time griller myself.
Oh, thank you. Kyler Murray, about 77% owned in the free showdown. Drake at 68.4%. Then you got Amendola, Galladay, and Stafford to round out the top five. David Litzau, Lewis Daniel, Burt Macklin, what's good? Flagrant foul.
Soccer update for everybody out there. West Ham United, the Hammers, 1-0 lead over West Brom.
Everyone
but
get
the
that?
big match comes your way at 3 when Chelsea and Leicester City will play. Leicester City with a win today with all 3 points could jump up to number 1 in the English Premier League, while Chelsea's still right there in the hunt as well. They could use a win. They're all chasing Man U and Man City right now. Who did you say was going to win the Premier League? Didn't I ask you? You said
MU, man.
You said Man U. Yeah, Man U's in trouble a little bit now. It's Man City's a point behind them, and Man U drew Liverpool, which looked better than losing, but they're going to have to start to put some wins together now.
Domino Joe, not Mocha Joe, Domino Joe, Captain Swift. Jason Mack says, soccer talk out of the way. Now we're clear for 3/4 of Jets talk.
That's right. Well, look, Man U, their schedule coming up is nice. There could be a problem with Arsenal.
Yeah.
But mark your calendar, Glash. March 6th, Man U will play Man City. And, if everything goes well for Man U, if they don't, drop too many points between now and then, you could potentially see Man City, Man U for the number 1 spot late in the season. That's going to be a great game.
I'd like to wish the great Sarah Privatera a happy birthday, who happens to share. Hear that, Sarah? Kenny said happy birthday.
Amen.
Also,
happy birthday. Yell it into my mic.
There you go. So it's Sarah's birthday today. Sarah found out earlier that she shares a birthday with the great Samir Dayuk, who is the Samir. Not on the 1s and 2s today, but Samir from our DK team, it's also his birthday today.
You want to know who I share a birthday with ever since coming?
Who?
The man that we need to bring to New York. Deshaun Watson. I share a birthday with Deshaun Watson.
Nice. Did you mention that to him in your tweet at him?
I didn't, but you know who did just follow me on Twitter today that I might DM and ask if he can help the Knicks? It's Andrew Yang. Yeah, he just followed me today. I actually roasted him on Twitter because he was saying how great win by the Nets last night, and I said the Knicks won, SMH, and then he followed me.
Thank you all so much for wishing Sarah a happy birthday. Very nice of all of you. Smash the like button for Sarah's birthday. Sarah's been such an important part of the DK Sim fam in ways I never imagined. Things that we've been able to do in the closet nearby and this apartment altogether. It really has been remarkable. I couldn't do it without her. That is about as sentimental as I'll get today. There's a first down for the Lions. Oh my, Danny Amendola to the 11-yard line, first down. And yes, Samir too. I only found that out because Sarah told me, so I got to text Samir and wish him a happy birthday. You've met Samir, right?
Not in person.
Well, no, but on the interwebs, the Zooms. Stafford, complete. Amendola to the 3. We've got Madison on the ones, producing, pardon me, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Joe and Kyle are updating scores. Did you do one of your, hey, if we get to X amount of likes, you'll stop talking thing last sim?
You were with me when I did that the first time.
Right, but I'm just confirming that's what you did last sim.
Yeah, it worked. We got the chat jumping. Had the likes through the roof.
Jumping's one way to put it. So how am I in 133rd in this free roll without drafting a lineup? Oh, I'm not the only one. That's why. We get a flag. So Brooklyn BS, who was on Twitch earlier, as well as Gregors with 4 Gs, also didn't draft a lineup. Actually, that's not true. Just none of their players have done anything yet. Oopsies. Under 3 to play. You gotta score that. AP! Adrian Peterson getting a touch.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. He runs into his own lineman. I mean, that's Yikes Town population, you bro.
Germ says on Twitch,
Big Germ. Hey, happy birthday to Mac Miller, RIP. Big Germ was his producer.
All right, second and
goal.
goal.
Mac Miller beard going here. Flash?
Who, you or me?
You.
Never looked at Mac Miller's beard. Oh, Peterson stopped again.
What are you doing? What are you doing, AP?
Now that
Look, I don't
one,
have
feel like you
AP
gotta credit
in
the
my
defense.
lineup.
The one before, I think you're right.
I don't have AP in my lineup, and I feel physical pain from him not scoring. Like, I can't imagine what it's like to have AP right now. And now look at this. Now they go to the gun. Now you're toast if you had AP. Oh, and then Stafford misses his man.
Oh, man.
What was up with that?
Now, I did have Matt Prater in my fake lineup, so that's good for me. Adrian Peterson, 7.87 in the flex.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Damn it. Not going for it. By the way, my missus, as you called her, was very pleased and pleasantly surprised to be invited to a barbecue. I was like, wow, did he actually mention me? I said, yeah, he did.
Wow, that made your night, huh?
Didn't make my night, made her night. She was very excited about it.
Sarah in the chat says, thanks, everyone. Going to go schedule Koff and I's birthday party at the Crust.
She found the thread with me talking about the Uber driver with Koff amusing and liked several tweets, and then I think she actually replied to the person with a pretty good burn.
What's your lady's name?
Probably shouldn't say that on the air, but it's probably not too hard for you to figure out. I think she liked one of your tweets last night.
Can't say her first name?
Mackenzie.
There you go. I was just asking. I don't want to keep calling her your lady.
That's true.
Sorry,
might have even called.
I mean, Sarah puts it all out there. She's right in the chat. Full name exposed. I mean, I think she's nuts, but whatever. It's her life, man.
Well, she was like, oh, maybe I should go in the chat, and I'm like, no, you shouldn't. she was like, you're right. I'm probably just gonna get really upset at what people say.
No, you shouldn't. But Ducey, you're all about the engagement.
That's right. I mean, look, I haven't seen a raise due to all my massive engagement yet. But as soon as someone's like, hey, man, you should try to get us X amount of engagements, I'm gonna go do it. That's my job, man.
Ducey, this guy looking for a raise just kind of snuck that line into his sentence a moment ago.
And here we go. People already talking about her now in the chat. That's just great. That's exactly what I wanted.
Ducey, there's been a lot of stuff talked about in this chat since March 28th. A lot of it will just filter right out, but I will tell you, this chat does not forget much, which is a very great gift, but also a dark gift. And I'm proud of the DK Sim fam for a great memory. Mike Bizzle says, Glash, Koff told a story about you scratching on the 8-ball earlier. That happened. It sure did. I was whooping Koff in pool. That was like one of the last times we were in the office before the.
So he doesn't follow you either?
No, he does. I think he did it by accident. That's what he says.
He doesn't follow me.
Yeah, it's all right. His reasoning is really stupid.
Yeah, I don't really
get it. He should follow his coworkers. He really should.
That's always been my philosophy. I've followed people who have absolutely terrible Twitter accounts just because I worked with them. And I don't need any more followers. I got thousands of followers. I was like, he tweets, he mentions me all the time, and it just makes me feel like we're not friends, and I feel like we are friends. Like I would follow. It makes me feel like whatever he says about me on a broadcast or to me is disingenuous because he doesn't follow me on Twitter. He doesn't care about me or like me. That's how I feel. That's how it makes me feel.
Yeah, and his reason for it is really silly. And then he'll say he doesn't really care, but he does care. Clearly he cares if he just doesn't go and follow you. He's got a reason behind it. It's silly.
Yep, I agree.
See, these are the things you guys don't know about Koff. You just let kind of go in one ear, out the other. So, it's all right, man. I mean, he followed me, and I don't feel any better of a person, so I think you're fine.
Gosh, I'll just let you know that you have a follow from me for life. I'm never going to unfollow you.
Thanks, buddy.
That's probably the nicest promise I could ever give someone. Besides, like, my lady, I guess, but besides, another person that I work with.
Who has a name?
I'll never unfollow you. That's a promise.
All right. I'm not going to hold you to it, because if you ever get upset with me one day, you can unfollow me. It's fine.
Why would I ever get upset? I got upset with you yesterday. I didn't unfollow you.
That's right, because I was what was I? I was blind, right? I was blind to the.
Yeah, you're blind, man.
Yeah. I think
You're
everyone
just sitting
remembers
up
that
there. You're resting on your laurels. You got your 6 rings. You're oh, what's that down there? Oh, it's Josh Allen. Oh, that's nice. I don't care. I'm rich with my 6 Super Bowl rings. I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy being a football fan. And
Yeah, exactly. And I sound just like that.
Oh, the lowly Bills. They might get a Super Bowl win. Oh my goodness. And then like. It's like I always compare things to this, and it's the best. People always make South Park references with me, so hopefully they understand the reference. But there's the South Park when all the kids get really good at World of Warcraft. You seen that one? That's like one of their best episodes ever. You ever seen that episode?
I have not. No.
Oh my goodness.
So Mike Bizzle, you want a quick story from me on the subject of Twitter followers?
No,
I'm in the
middle of something.
Ducey, whenever we're talking about something and you want to move on, you go, oh, and look at that catch by Kyler completing it to Larry Fitzgerald. He's 5,200, and you're the one who changes the subject mid other people's stories.
I just want to finish my comparison. All I was saying is that episode, I asked you if you knew it. They all get really good at World of Warcraft, and there's someone who's dominating just killing everybody in World of Warcraft, like out of nowhere. So they want to get back at him, so that they all train. They all like they all get really fat. They all lose their they do nothing for months except for lock themselves in a basement and play World of Warcraft. And then they finally kill the guy, and it's just this fat guy at a computer, and he's just they show him, and he's like, oh. He doesn't care, they spent months of their lives doing nothing but sitting inside, and he's like, oh, whatever. He's so great at this game, he really just doesn't care. And that's how I feel like the Patriots fans are. Well, if the Bills finally beat them, oh, okay, well, whatever, I'm the best still. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 1 year out of not being dominant, so it's fine. I can be happy for a team for a season or two.
Yeah, until 20 years from now, you guys haven't even been in the playoffs because you have
gotta live in the now, dude.
Head coach Josh McDaniels, who you're married to for 10 years. Give him a 10-year deal, the John Gruden contract.
Hasn't this year taught you anything? You just gotta live in the moment, brother. And then we'll get there in 20 years. I'll be a miserable Patriots fan watching the Jets, not led by Deshaun Watson, maybe even the Josh Allen-led Bills 17 years down the road, and then I'll be a miserable loser.
It is. Sports are cyclical, and Boston sports were really bad for a long time, and then they were really good for a long time. And my friend, your city is about to have a drought, and I cannot wait for it, because then you're gonna feel like I feel.
No, I will not go down to your level when it comes to this kind of stuff. It won't happen. Ducey, Irwin brings up something. Do you do this to Kaufman? Because he's a big Patriots honk.
Honk?
Yeah.
Well, a honk is like a clown. That's what the emoji is called on Discord.
Oh, honk. I got it. Okay. Well, no,
and on
the Patriots fan.
And on Twitch. No, I mean, we talk about Tom Brady and stuff, but no, I don't know. It's to push your buttons a little bit about the Pats, but it was just definitely what I saw on Twitter the other day was what triggered it. Look, the bottom line is, it's not going to be fun to be an AFC East fan if the Bills keep this up. But all I also say is, it's all cyclical, man, and I appreciate that you appreciate it. I just want to make sure that you appreciate all the titles that your teams have won, because
sure have.
Your day of reckoning is coming, and you'll understand why I have the pain inside me that I do when.
I know you have a lot of pain. I'm aware.
I mean, look, remember the Red Sox? I mean, I guess it was hard for you to, be hurt because the Patriots were so good, but that was tough, right?
What exactly? 4th and 1. They're going for it. Come on, Kyler.
Oh, it's a fumble.
Oh my gosh. Hey
Where
guys,
is
let's get to 400 likes. Let's go.
Where is Zane?
Ducey, he's not out there. They fumbled. So
Where
what about the
is
Red Sox?
Zane?
Well, how are you now? You're bringing up baseball. How does this relate?
Where is Zane?
What is your point about the Red Sox?
My
Hong
point
Kong?
is, where is Zane? Where is he?
See, you're doing exactly what I just said you do. You decide when you want to move on.
No, I just said, didn't it hurt to not have the Red Sox win a World Series for like, what was it, 90 years almost?
Ducey, I was 12. I didn't see like any of their drought, really. I'm lucky. I'm like I said, I have a luxury of living in a great time for this city.
Good for you.
And I've never said otherwise. If anything, what you need to call Koff out on is he said that he is not actively rooting for Brady. That is sad. That guy gave us great memories for 20 years.
I agree with you. I do agree with you.
Yeah.
100%.
Keep that to yourself. Interesting. Hey, AP with another carry, but he comes up short, 4th and 1. It's great to be here with you all. Ducey wants to see Zane Gonzalez. Yeah, Obi-Wan. Noma Garcia Parra, the best shortstop in the league. If Noma played just as long as Jeter, he'd be better.
You want to hear it? You want to hear something? Derek Jeter is overrated.
Okay. Pretty good leader, though.
You think I'm such a homer? Of course. I mean, people, I can't stand when Yankee fans talk about him like he's better than, he's the best shortstop of all time, like he's better than Honus Wagner.
Interesting. Taylor Wood says this is like listening to Max Kellerman. Do you watch First Take?
Oh, cool. I do watch it sometimes, yeah. Not a lot, but I do.
That show is not the same without Skip. Skip and Stephen A. made that way more
Yeah,
entertaining.
absolutely. I totally agree. Dude, what I think is funny, and I think that you have the same sense, is like in sports media, we think like, oh, no one listens to Stephen A. and Skip. Like those guys are idiots. They just spew hot air. Like, you know what I mean? Like their takes, no one could take them seriously, right?
Interesting.
That's what I think people in sports media expect more out of sports fans. They expect them to want like intelligent takes, like comprehensive takes, good coverage, right? Like sports fans, we are all of us, we are all dumb. We are all dumb because we invest emotionally in teams, and like we just trust teams to make good decisions. Like, you ever hear someone be like, oh, well, they're professional scouts. They must know what they're doing. They must know more than I do. Like, those are just blind assumptions that we make as sports fans, right? That's not always true. You can have really terrible leadership, really terrible owners, really terrible scouts. Happens all the time. And like, also, yeah, so I think that, like, you know, sometimes we want to just turn our brains off and watch sports and watch two guys yell at each other, you know, basically like what's happening right now. And, you know, those guys are much more popular than all the people that do our jobs, Glash, would lead on to believe. And so I think that like until we accept that, we're not going to be able to give people what they want. Like I'll never forget, like, just one day randomly, when I was a senior in college, just getting ready to get into the industry, just like shopping at Target and seeing a guy stocking shelves with one hand and watching First Take with the other. And I was like, this is like, just everyone watches First Take. Everyone listens to First Take. Like, there's a reason why Stephen A. Smith makes $5 million, you know?
We are all dumb. Put it on a shirt and sell it on the DraftKings store. We are all dumb. And then with those words, your mug underneath. We are all dumb. That is fantastic. What a take.
We are.
I mean, I see what you're saying.
No,
Can you admit you can admit you're dumb though too, right?
Yeah, we're all dumb. I'd say that's why we are all dumb. Bucky Burnfield, true Ducey, look at the Texans. Their head coach was also GM. He did not have a clue what he was doing. And again, like there's a difference to me between like us being like, oh man, like this guy, like Adam Gase stinks. And then there's another difference about like there's still part of me inside me, right? Which is like, well, he did get to be a head coach in the NFL. Like clearly he must know something. Like he worked up the ranks. He must have learned some stuff. Like these GMs in baseball, like all these sports, man. Like we all give these people so much credit for being where they are, but like they're still just humans like us, and they're still like dumb people doing these jobs, and people don't know what they're doing. Look at this guy on the screen right now, Matt Patricia. I mean, like, just because he coached under Bill Belichick, we think he must be like some really intelligent guy. Like, we clearly doesn't know how to, coach a team. So I don't know. I do think that we're all dumb, though. Like, we all get emotionally invested in sports, but that's what makes sports great, right? We have blind faith. We ride with our teams day in and day out, year in and year out. And you experience excruciating pain just for Madison saying we are cattle. We are. You experience excruciating pain all the time just so that way you can reach the euphoria of your team reaching the pinnacle of the sports world. Like, I am very dumb for being a Jets fan. I can't control it, right? But like, it'll all pay off one day, you would hope. One day, 50 years down the road, I'm 75. I can't walk. I have no hearing because I scream all the time and people have to scream back at me. The Jets win a Super Bowl. I'm going to sob, man. I'm going to cry my eyes out.
Ducey, what are you talking about? You just went down a whole nother lane. Use your directional next time and you're going to change lanes like that, man. So let me ask you this then. If you think we're all dumb, yourself included, By the way,
there is Zane. Zane came out. I want to hear your question now.
Why are you a sports fan then? Why do you do this to yourself?
Because I'm dumb.
You need more happiness in your life.
Oh, I'm very happy. I get paid to talk about sports every single day. I love my life. I mean, I don't love my life when I'm thinking about the teams that I support, but
just the way you paused, I love my life.
Look at me. I live in a comedy club, right? Work with some great people.
Some dumb people.
We're all dumb. There's no getting around it. That doesn't mean you're not a good person. Oh, a pick! Yeah. Stafford losing points at the half. Oh, that stinks.
I love my life. Oh, that needs to be clipped up and put in the Sim Hall of Fame. I love my life. We are all dumb. That's on the front. We are all dumb, and then on the back, I love my life.
I really would love to make T-shirts up about what I say.
It's very easy to do.
Maybe I should sell them. Someone said, I can't even find it. There's so many freaking comments. Someone said they need Sushek to score a goal. Domino Joe, I need Sushek to score a goal. All right, everyone in the chat. Everyone, let's put all our muscle behind Sushek scoring a goal. It's 2-1 West Ham. They could use a third. Let's get it into the feet of Sushek.
Ducey, Sarah's like basically my agent. We're gonna do some artwork after this. I think it's time. We need not just a landmark in Simland, but we need some merchandise. And I think we're gonna start by the We Are Dumb, I Love My Life. That's how we're gonna start. We're gonna make a Ducey t-shirt. What are you saying? We'll talk about this after.
Sometimes the only way to be happy in life is to be a little dumb.
Dude, I just think you should keep this to yourself. This is really revealing right now.
How's it revealing? I'm just this is just my soul. Ignorance is bliss, said Andrew. The person who said ignorance is bliss, right? We probably give them so much credit for putting something so profound out there into the universe. But when I say sometimes to be happy, you need to be a little dumb, that's dumb. It's the same thing, just in layman's terms. It's a universal truth.
So you don't think that's a problem that everyone's dumb?
Well, as sports fans, we're all dumb. We're all sheep.
That wasn't the question. The question was, do you feel like there's a problem that needs to be fixed for sports fans?
No.
Or do you think we should just continue to embrace our dumb?
It's a billion-dollar industry. What's the problem?
All right,
we
good.
like sports.
You answered the question.
There's no problem. It's a great machine. We like sports. We support our teams. There's a cycle. What's the matter? Works great.
All right, man. Good.
Think about how much money you would shell out right now to watch the game on Sunday, to go to the game. Like, that's exactly what I'm talking. Like, is it a good business? Is it a good financial decision for me to like pay $500 to go to Yankee Stadium to watch them play in the World Series from like 300 feet away? Of course not. But I'm gonna do it because I'm dumb and I love the Yankees. I'm gonna watch the game. That is the exact thing I'm trying to say. Like, and it's amazing. Sports are amazing in that way, that they have that control over our lives because we're emotionally invested. You know, even if you're not a fan of a team, you still would do that to watch like a great game, right? To be courtside for a great game, you know. And it really is one of the last things that we have in life that it has that power, you know. Like it's amazing.
Ducey, let me ask you this, okay? With all due respect, these sims have been going on well before you joined our commentator team. Why do you find it necessary to challenge the people and make statements like we are all dumb?
What am I challenging the people with?
Hold on, let me finish. Because when you say something like we are all dumb, you then put thoughts in folks' heads, making them maybe think, I'm not trying to speak for everyone here, but why am I here then? Why am I watching Madden 21, Arizona, Detroit on a Tuesday afternoon? You have to keep in mind what you might do to people's mental stability.
Because we're all friends.
I think you want everyone to think on your level. You want to bring everyone down to your level of dumbness, and that is not okay. These people have lives, you know, and we are grateful for their presence.
I'm sorry. I'm not calling them out. I'm just saying, like, us collectively. It's self-deprecating, but I'm one of the people in the chat, right? Like, I've been here before. I've watched a Madden sim when there were no sports on. I've found camaraderie with a lot of people that do the same thing. I love this comment. This is what I laughed out loud at. Jason said, Ducey is happy to embrace the dumbness of being a sports fan, but he draws the line at representing your team with the jersey. Gyro says, Glashy is right. We are watching fake football for months.
Brandon Garcia, Glash, you're just a good talker. Kenny is a dude. Try it sometime. All right, bro. Hey, my job here is to facilitate conversation. Sometimes it's difficult to do when you've got folks coming in here talking about how we're all dumb. Which, again, I see your point, but man, that is dark. In a sense.
I'm talking about sports.
Yeah, but I think you want everyone in this world to think like you, and you want them all to go down with you.
You know what you are? You're a baiter. You just continue to throw these lines out there, and you want me to answer these questions.
Ducey, you're doing the same thing. I can go back and forth. This is good. Back and forth. You talk, I talk. You talk, this is good.
I'm not saying. Look, here's the thing. I didn't say the people in the chat are dumb. That's not what I said at all. I said we are all dumb. You and I, all the people, like we love sports. We love sports. Like, sometimes it goes beyond comprehension and beyond like rationalization, how much we love sports, how much time we spend watching sports. And I think that it is a great thing. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's a problem. I think we have to appreciate how great sports are on a daily basis. Like the way that they make us cheer, the way that they make us sad and happy, the way that they bring us together. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're dumb, but like we're in love with sports. Like when you're in love with someone, you're in love with whose birthday it is today, right? Like sometimes it doesn't make sense the things you'll do for someone else, right?
Yeah.
People have called me dumb for doing things for my girlfriend before that, maybe it doesn't make sense, or you know what I mean? Like it's just like sometimes you can't explain it, and that's what I think is great about sports. And we are all dumb. We put this blind faith in all these sports organizations because like we love them so much. We want them to be good. Look at me and the Jets. Like it's the same thing. Like you just pull for them so hard.
So some of the folks in the chat are saying, hey man, Glash, move on, change the subject, talk about the sim. 3rd and 2 here for Stafford. He'll dunk it over the middle for a first down to the 39-yard line. Folks, we got to have a little back and forth here. I'm not going to let Ducey come on here and spew stuff. You guys have been here since March 28th, making contests on a daily basis. You have become my family. And when someone comes on here and kind of twists other folks' words and comes at their family, Ducey, here's my last question.
Yeah, you twisted my words.
Why do you feel with your lav mic right there on your polo quarter zip, why do you feel this is the platform to address something like that?
What am I addressing?
Calling people dumb, explaining how people root for their teams and how they consume sports. Why do you feel it's necessary to come on a DraftKings dream stream and go there?
I self-deprecated. I said I'm dumb and we're all dumb. We are. If you don't think you've been dumb in your life as a sports fan, then you are ignorant. I don't know. We're just talking. It's 3-3. We haven't seen a touchdown all sim. What are we supposed to do?
I guess my question is, before you go to bed, do you look up at the ceiling and think, okay, this is what I want to bring up tomorrow with Glash, about how we are all dumb? Or do you do this with other people? Like, is this the place you do it? Because of likes and viewership? Or are you doing this on other platforms?
I talk about this stuff all day long, but I don't. Okay. If you're asking me if I premeditate these takes, if I write them down, if I rehearse them, absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Well, Ducey does make another good point. It's only 3-3 here in the desert. Back to the sim.
Look at we just got the chat through, I don't know, 15 minutes of boring Madden football. I mean, what is going on in this game? For real. Like, it's just run, play, sack. Matt Stafford can't throw a screen pass.
We're almost at 400 likes, so smash the like button. We appreciate you. Ducey is now conversing with our production team. Glash is trying to paint me as the villain.
That's right. You are.
You only live long enough to see yourself become a villain. I can do those things. I am Batman. Murray with the handoff here and just nothing doing. Yeah, they'll call it a pass, I suppose. There in the jet sweep to Larry Fitzgerald. Trevor, freak of nature, Emerson's internal voice.
Yeah, who is Emerson's internal voice?
Emerson's got some great tribute accounts.
I like the honestly, I want the people, there's like 6 people that really just vibe with what I say, and I just wanted them to know that I love them. So Obi-Wan, Cairo, Jordan Lindenbaum, my fellow Jets fan, I appreciate all of you. If you appreciate what I do for The Sims, then I really appreciate you, and I thank you for tuning in.
Is this who you really are?
You guys have a place in my heart, huh?
Is this who you really are?
What?
Like what you just said, this is you. This is the Kenny Ducey. This is the Kenny Ducey experience. Are you being you?
How would I not be being me?
Sounds like you just want to appease the chat.
What do you mean appease the chat? I'm just talking.
All
I
right.
wasn't even looking at the chat for the first 10 minutes I was talking about this.
It's true, man. I mean, I gotta be better about being a dude. As Madison says Glash. That's fair. That's fair. You know, Ducey, once upon a time, mid-April, I let 1,000 likes on the stream convince me to shave my eyebrows, and it tortured me for a couple of weeks, and then I moved on.
They came back in pretty great.
I think, see, all right, I've found an analogy. The way you approach the chat is like the black suited Spider-Man. Like, it's a parasite that just sticks to you, and it's eating at you. And in the short term, it feels great. But long term, you could be in grave danger. So,
For what?
The Spider-Man, the Viper Spider-Man, that stuff
like you
eats
think
at
I'm
you.
becoming a bad person because of these?
No,
bad
not
takes?
bad. No, not a bad person, but it's twisting your real self.
I mean,
The black-suited Spider-Man, he realized, I need to get this parasite off of me and back to the red and blue suit I always wear.
What character am I playing? This is who I am. I'm just talking. I'm just saying things coming right out of my soul. What do you? I don't understand what you're talking about.
All right. Well, I guess the reference doesn't work. This is good. We're gonna be better for it.
It's gonna be. I'm excited about it. It's gonna be great. The thing about me that I know is I'm very rough around the edges, but like I do. I'm one of those people that like sometimes I get people riled up and then I feel very bad about it. But I mean, once you get to know me, I think I mean well. I'm harmless. I'm trying to be a nice person. I would gladly enjoy the opportunity to, you know, have a soda or two with you and have some barbecued chicken.
This is my favorite. Victor Vaughn, guys, this is scripted. If this was scripted, I would give ourselves an Emmy because no, I've got a Cardinals and Lions depth chart, a can of Polar seltzer water, a microphone, and my mouse for my computer, and that's just about it. That's the preparation level here.
I just saw a casting call in New York for background characters for Succession. So if this is scripted, might as well try to get on that show because I'm clearly very good at it. Anyway, what I like is Jordan Lundenbaum says the problem is that some people are soft and they get triggered by my sports takes.
See, that I agree with. Like, that's silly. I have never had it. If you have a sports take, I'm in. Not a problem. But your take about
that is a sports take.
But how folks consume sports, that's just like that's next level deep.
Yeah, what are we here for in life? To be shallow, to not talk about our real feelings and real problems?
Oh, Ducey, there's a lot of people that
really
can't do that. That is a great trait you have. Some people can't do that as easy as you can. I'm with you. I don't disagree with you. Just consider the entire ocean of people.
Okay, Mocha Joe. Okay, Mocha. Okay.
Yeah, Larry. Yeah. Where's my favor?
You know how he does that in every episode?
You can't do half a favor, Ducey.
He has the flat hand. You know, Mocha Joe, he does the flat hand a lot. Okay.
This chair's a little wobbly. Eat the scone, Larry. Eat the scone. Eat it.
How do you get those beans? No one has my beans. But let me ask you a real question. Is there
a real question?
Do I make your top 3 of people you like doing Sims with? Like, is this entertaining to you? Is this fun? Or would you rather have someone just be like, oh, you know, the Lions really are struggling to move the ball here on Simland. It's 3-3.
Well, it depends on the sim, and if it's a high-scoring affair, I think it's fair to give the sim its due, and it's 3-3. I understand. My own look. I said this last night. It's there. There's tape. I like you. I think we I am friendly with you. Clip this up if you want, okay? Because like I love me. That was probably the line of the sim. But Ducey, I think you're a great guy. What I don't like.
I love working with you. Oh, okay.
Hold on. When you come on here yesterday or the day before, and you come in hot at 6 p.m. It was last night, and you're like, Josh Allen, man. It's a problem. I never said he wasn't. Like, that is not cool. Because, like, that is just putting words in my mouth that were never there.
Well, I had to address your tweet, which came off as very, sort of looking for, not condescending, patronizing to Bills fans. Like, your team had won so many Super Bowls. Like, oh, yeah, good for you guys, you know? That was all. Like, it was almost like you were incapable of hating another team or like rooting against another team because your team was so great. Like it didn't even matter what the rest of the league did. So that's why I brought it up off the top. And you know what? We talked about it, and you are absolutely very open about the fact that the Bills could be a problem, and we got over it. And we talked it out. I didn't want to cut around. I didn't want to cut corners. I didn't want to, just ramble about nothing for an hour and talk about, what are the headlines today? I wanted to get right to the chase. I've been dying to ask you about that tweet, dying to bring it up, and I just did it. I just went for it. I'm the type of person that if there's an issue in my life, there's a problem, if there's something I need to know, like I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm just going to get to it. Like if I'm having an issue with someone else, which I obviously wasn't having an issue with it, I was just bringing up a tweet you had. Like if it was like a real issue, right, a real life problem, I just want to get to the solution as quick as possible so we can move on. So I just want to move on.
The problem solver we all deserve. What's your middle name?
Paul. Legacy Lock. These sim games sucked. Chat rocked. Kenny
Paul Ducey.
The third.
CPD. I mean, no, KPD. K, Kenny. Not
you think my name started with a C?
It took me a second.
Wow.
Hey, fourth quarter's finally here. Carry on Johnson for a first down. Madison and Andrew putting up with us today. Joe and Kyle updating the scores.
I just got called an entitled brat. I don't even know if I can address that. How would I be entitled? Did you just hear me talk about how grateful I am for life? How much I appreciate what I do? How much I appreciate sports for being there for us, for giving us a reason to care, that just letting us turn our brains off. I am so happy. I love life. I'm so happy for sports. I'm so grateful for sports, and I love working in sports. How does that make me entitled?
Well, the devil's advocate answer is...
Because of my sweater that my mother got me like 5 years ago that stretched out, still fits. I put it on for these Sims.
All right, see, now you're starting to sound ungrateful for your mother buying you that quarter sim.
I'm just trying to say, like, it's not like, I whatever. I'm rich and dress fancy. Like, well, I was just sitting here eating, deli meats for lunch. Just straight up deli meats.
Hey, inside the 5, nice pickup. That is Marvin Jones, 5 catches, up over 60 yards. Look, the devil's advocate answer to that is the more and more you have to tell people that you're grateful for sports, kind of questions like, why do you have to keep saying it? I think just let it come out through your voice that you are grateful for sports.
The freak of nature. What sports did you play, Ducey? I played baseball. I played a lot of golf, although they were the same season, so I couldn't play them in high school. I had to play them competitively elsewhere. Played a lot of golf, played a ton of golf, and a lot of baseball. I was on JV basketball for 3 years, then varsity senior year was not very good. I was a bench celebrator, and got much better in college when I got to play a lot, like in my free time. And then I played soccer when I was growing up. Tennis while I was growing up. I dropped soccer because my parents, also hockey. I dropped soccer and hockey because my parents were like, didn't think I was very good. Hockey because it was kind of dangerous. But I picked soccer back up my senior year of high school. I tried to play soccer. I didn't even make varsity. I played on JV. And then we had four goalies get hurt. And we needed a goalie for our biggest rival. And so they were like, can you play goalie? But the baseball coach was also the soccer coach. He was like, well, you play shortstop. You can play goalie. So I learned how to play goalie in one day. And I let up one goal. But, I mean, it was, it wasn't my fault. It was pretty good. So, anyway, yeah. Also, let's just read in the comments. Matt P. said, Ducey heel turn. I thought I was all ready to heal. So what am I didn't really understand that. Peace of mind, Ducey, charges dropped. You are free to go. Jason, Ducey, in all honesty, you just say what you mean. Some people take it as bad, but those are the same people that do not speak their minds.
Wes on Twitch, this definitely feels like an OT situation. Hey, carry
Don't say that! Don't say that! Oh, man. Ducey, don't sweat these sim fizzlers, Obi-Wan said.
Alabama Jones, I had Robinson and Cup. Might need Galladay. Man, WTH. What's up,
This definitely
Twitch?
feels like an OT situation.
Chris B, it's like Madden knows that Ducey is here.
Someone wanted to know if I was a 5-star athlete. I was at my peak. I was a 7 handicap in golf, and I played a lot of travel baseball. Like I really thought I would play in college, and then or golf. But then I'm small. Like I'm 5'11", 5'10", and like it's just like a singles hitter. I don't know about that. Gyro asked how many participation trophies I have. I have an MVP award and an all-conference award. Actually, 2 all-conference awards for baseball.
Donnie says, I bet Ducey is a great bunter.
Actually, great. I am a great bunter. I hit 1 home run in my high school career. Hit 480 my junior year. I just made so much contact. I hit towards the gaps. I was a doubles machine. Like I was the 3-hitter, but it wasn't because I could hit the ball out of the park. It was because I just hit to the gaps every time. Line drive to the gap. Ducey is an all-glove, no-bat second baseman, says Mr. Ford. Actually, very accurate. I was a tremendous infielder. Great infielder, great quick hands. I hustled, and I did make a lot of contact, but yeah, like I wasn't really ever gonna like wow someone with my bat. I was Brendan Ryan, basically. Like 1 good year hitting, the rest like very but stuck around because of his glove. I was Brendan Ryan for sure. I did actually
It's
hit
disrespectful to
480
Brendan
my
Ryan.
junior year. Brendan Ryan, I've always said there's one athlete that I could work with in the future, it would be Brendan Ryan. That guy has an amazing personality. He's played with like 5 different teams. I used to talk to him when I covered the Yankees and he was on the Yankees. Great guy. Funny guy. Think he'd be tremendous on TV if he ever wanted to do it. Derek says, we are really crapping on these guys.
Yeah, he's talking about the Lions and the Cardinals.
Of course.
Larry Fitzgerald with the catch there, as you can see on your screen. What do we got? How many entries in the free roll? 135. Yours truly feels like 2 months ago. Forgot to put a lineup in. Didn't hit enter. 13,871 entries in the free showdown. Flip specials in first, and down goes Kyler. Did Brendan Ryan have facial hair?
He had a mustache.
No. Johnny H says you wish you had his facial hair.
Dean Murray, is Leicester City really winning 3-0? I was going to watch it at 3 p.m. I don't think that Leicester City's going to gonna win. I think that this is day for. Did you see Christian Pulisic on GQ? He's actually gonna be. That definitely dooms him. He's gonna be terrible now.
2nd and 16. There's a catch close to the 30. Kyler up to 143. He's only had one incompletion, if you can believe it. It's Max Williams, 7 for 47. Derek, we knew you meant us. Oh, man. Hey, guys, we're almost at 400 likes. Thanks for sticking with us in our therapy session, for the most part. You guys are all great. And dumb, I guess.
Okay. All right. You got it all out, Clash. You got it. You got it out. You said it again for like the 4th time.
I am addressing the people. 3rd and 9.
I am addressing the people.
Yeah.
That's you.
4th
It's
and
actually
6.
really hard for me to do an impersonation of you.
Alec Clark.
Is today the game that Christian Pulisic finally scores again? He hasn't scored in a long time.
Murray. Oh, what a catch to the 1.
Wow, we might get OT.
Yep, I said it earlier, so I guess I'll take responsibility. Brother Phil, did the Rams D somehow sneak into Detroit's sim locker room and slip in their uniforms? 1st and goal. Feed the Drake. Feels like he's going to pass. Kyler. Up. There's the Drake. Not great. 5 for 4. And yeah, thank you guys earlier for wishing Sarah a happy birthday. I'll be with Zach Thompson after this. Do you have another sim today, Ducey?
No, and this is it. Oh, we got OT.
This is it. Kyler.
Think we got OT, Glash.
Zane Gonzalez, can he deliver? Can he do it? I really want to see him.
Where is Zane?
There he is. 10-10. Both teams have reached double digits. What do you know?
What do you know, Mocha Joe?
What do you know? Hey, Mocha Joe. It's a nice place. Stone's a little dry, though. I'm going to rewatch season 10. I love how he calls him like by his full name too. He doesn't call him Joe. He doesn't call him Mocha. It's always Mocha Joe. Dean Murray says, congratulations to Sarah Thomas, the first female referee to ever work a Super Bowl. I didn't know that. They already announced the crew for the Super Bowl?
They did.
I didn't realize they did that so early. Bry guy, Brian, who works behind the scenes with us, he just tweeted out a photo of that news about Sarah Thomas, but it's Sports Center and Bleacher Report literally. Oh, not close. I mean, they kind of like basically copied each other on the tweet. Like it's almost word for word. Can I copy your homework? That was good. Congo Cab, that's right. The sim is heating up. First down. Can Stafford do it?
Congo.
Jim Volkmer, oh boy, extra time with you guys.
Hey, don't be so excited, Jim. Said it about 8 times.
Yeah, close.
Oh boy,
Stafford out
extra
of the
time
gun
with you
here.
guys.
It's got Galladay at the top of the screen. And, oh, way to fight for the yards. Might be just shy of the first. Oh, they'll give it to him.
Chelsea in 15 minutes. What a great day. What a great day. You transition out from Lions, Cardinals, potential overtime game. You go right into Chelsea, Leicester City. All right, let's see a winner here, Glash. Come on. Prater for the win. Let's go.
Shakina, what's up? And Shakina, we get a first down to the 31. One timeout. This is Prater range.
I was going to ask you, where's your excitement for this big play?
Amendola. Ryan says Amendola.
You weren't getting up. There is no way that I can win.
But now, when you watch soccer, you're not going to move. You sit down. Game begins. You don't move, or like are you casually watching?
Depends. I actually do watch it pretty intense. Now, here's the funny thing is I'm not like a big soccer guy. I just recently got into it. I should start a cameo, I think.
Didn't I tell you that a couple sims ago?
Because someone just said, how can I get a live debate with Kenny on stream?
How much would you charge?
For cameo? Probably like $10. And then maybe if I get enough volume, I charge a little bit more.
People want it, but people want to talk to you. So
right, that's true.
You could do reverse cameo.
All right, let's go. Come on, it's got leg. It's got leg, Glash.
There we go. That's game.
We did it.
Way to be, Lions. Way to fight.
We did it.
Looks like Lewis 67 is going to hold on for first going into the 4 p.m. sim. Looking at the $500 early classic. Savannah, first place in the $500 free. Who knows, though? This field goal might change some things up.
Got it.
The pride of UCF, Matt Prater. And Dugon, who is in the chat throughout the sim, is going to win our free roll pretty convincingly. The fact that the high score in our free roll was 78.27 just shows that this sim was stanky.
Yeah, I had 37 points.
Peace of mind, playing some air hockey. Nice. Carry on Johnson, Murray with touchdowns. Murray fumbled as well, 51 yards. Kenyon Drake's got to be the Krusty Cough. I mean, not the Krusty Cough, the Not My Kid Award.
Yeah, I would say so. 5 carries for 4 yards. Didn't really make a dent in the receiving game. He's definitely not my kid today.
Max Williams, big day. 8 for 50. Marvin Jones, 7 for 83. Amendola, 5 for 58. Hawkinson, 3 for 24.
Not great. I'm going to go with Marvin Jones Jr. as my player of the game. 83 yards, 7 catches. I don't understand why this guy continues to get slept on in sims. But he's cheap, and he's always getting volume. He's always getting targets. One of Matt Stafford's favorites in Madden. Just, again, around, 23.7 in our free roll. Probably around 25% in general. Owned in all contests. Marvin Jones Jr., 15 points. 7 catch day. In this economy, pretty good.
Shark over on Twitch. Hey, Shark, everyone plays the same amount of games. All right, man? So, sorry the Lions and the Cardinals didn't deliver what you wanted today. But there's always next time. We have the Rams and the Bears coming up at 4. Zach Thompson will slide on in, and I'll be with him to wrap up my day. All right, Ducey.
Mac wants player of the game to be a kicker.
Prater
know.
did in not talking contest. He delivered there at the end.
Yeah, he was in the second place lineup in our free roll. 8 points. Pretty good.
Where'd you end up finishing?
126.
Dumb. Yeah, I mean, I was in 135 because I'm a silly goose and my lineup.
That's right. At least I beat you.
Yeah, it's true, man. The fact that
you would have had Drake in the captain spots. I probably would have won anyway.
Yeah, I would have been down there for sure. Drake as the captain was not a good call. So, all right, buddy. Good stuff. We got through. Are we together again tomorrow? What's the deal? Let's look at the schedule here.
I'm not on a schedule for tomorrow, but I believe we might have another sim coming up later on.
Looks like I don't know. Well, you never know. Stuff changes. So, all righty, guys.
Just me and Cough on Thursday.
Ducey will be here Thursday. Cardinals at the Chargers. You'll get the Cardinals again to start the day at noon on Thursday.
Can't wait to fade Kenyon Drake again.
I don't like doing that. I like to anti-jinx hate the Drake, but
hate the Drake.
Didn't work. Didn't work today. Thanks to producer Madison, Andrew on the ones and twos, Joe and Kyle on the game op side. We got to 400 likes. That's great stuff. Kaufman chimes in. Smash that like button. There you go. All right. I'll be back here in 45, 50 minutes with Zach Thompson. We'll have, oh boy, Jared Goff and young Mitchell Trubisky. Whew. That should be fun. I haven't worked with ZT in a while, though, so it'll be good to catch up. Ducey, enjoy the soccer.
I will. 10 minutes, man. And to all the people out there in the chat, thank you for your love and support. It's love this way towards you guys. Appreciate you.
And there you go. The great circle of sim. Okay. Everybody, see you in a bit. Ducey, bye-bye.
Adios.
Okay, hello. The 4 p.m. Madden Sim, the Madden Matinee, if I remember correctly. Zach Thompson is here for Jared Goff and Mitchell Trubisky. That should be fun.
Can't miss Mitch and Jared Goff, man. I mean, how could I pass that matchup?
Strap yourselves in, folks. All right, ZT.
Yeah.
Before we we can't reveal all of our thoughts here, but I know you're continuing to look. What are your thoughts, generally speaking, on the matchup here?
Yeah, so I unfortunately, or fair warning, or whatever, they've been low-scoring games when these two teams have played before. The Bears beat the Rams 9-0 in a field goal kicking contest, and then the Rams responded with a 17-11 win in their two previous matchups. So that's the first thing I always look at. Low-scoring games, you could play one defense, you could play both defenses if you wanted to do that. I would also consider them in your captain spot. That is not the way I went, though. I went a little more traditional maybe, and went with Trebusiness in the captain spot. So that's where I went. But I do think we're going to have a lower scoring game. Both these defenses can create turnovers and do a fairly good job at limiting their opponents. We get Khalil Mack versus Aaron Donald, so some defensive playmakers to keep an eye on there.
Good thought there, because Jake is in the chat introducing himself. He's
What's up, Jake?
Participating in Sims for the first time. He's new to DraftKings altogether, and he was actually asking about defenses, and it's a great point. Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack involved in the matchup, so maybe it ain't such a bad idea, because these quarterbacks sometimes can be very incapable of doing their job.
Yes, they can. And Trubisky especially, because he does have that paranoid pocket presence, will take off and run. And when he takes off and runs, he does have some fumbling issues. We've seen that in both Madden 2020 and also in Madden 21. In his 34 Sims that he's been a part of, so basically 2 seasons worth of Sims, he has 17 lost fumbles. So he loses about half a fumble a game, or 1 fumble every other game, if you want to break it down that way. So definitely some turnover potential there. And we've seen the Rams defense take some turnovers and go the other way for defensive touchdowns. So I'm not saying it will happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's definitely in the realm of potential outcomes here. They have very few defensive touchdowns, only 1 actually in their Sims, but they are a difference-making defense. They do get to the quarterback. They do pile up those sacks with Aaron Donald, as you mentioned, one of the 99 overall players here in Madden 21.
Donald has the X Factor blitz, the only player to have that X Factor in Madden 21, and Khalil Mack is the unstoppable force. So lineups have locked. Did you toss a lineup into the free roll?
I did. I have Trubisky, and then on the Bears side, I went with Cohen and Jimmy Graham, so the third down back and the tight end. And then on the other side, I went with Woods, Higbee, and that Rams DST.
Okay. We've got something a little similar. I've got Cohen. I've got Trubisky in the captain spot. I'm with you on that. Robinson, Cohen, Woods, Miller, and Montgomery.
Okay. So you went with Montgomery. I went with Cohen. And then you said Miller. Okay. So you're just getting some value there. I like it.
Yeah. I had a little chunk of change left over, but sometimes that's the sacrifice you have to make.
Hey, sometimes it's the right strategy to go with if you like the players you've got there. And Miller has been a guy who does get those catches out of the slot for the Bears a lot of times. That's where he lines up and can be a PPR factor. Looks like we have the bright yellow going on here for the Rams. So get ready for that on this alternate uniform Tuesday.
Your eyes will be beaming looking at your screen, everybody. We have the Bears. We have the Rams. ZT, Brendan Glasheen, producer Madison, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Joe and Kyle updating scores. Is this your first sim of the week, like the beginning of the week?
Yes. First sim that I've been on the call. Been writing about him, as you mentioned, on Playbook and following along. But yeah, first one on the call this week. I'll be back for tomorrow. I believe it's with you again in the afternoon.
Very good.
I said when we first saw each other today, so welcome to the daylight hours. Way to get some glash in the day. I like it.
Yeah, 4 o'clock is actually like a rare spot for me. Sometimes I'll hop on and do the noon, then come back at late night. So yeah, this is different. A little change of pace, but we have to find a way to bring the energy.
Yeah.
Is there something on your mind from the football on Saturday and Sunday that you just want to get off your chest? What'd you make of the weekend?
Well, I mean, I really don't normally back underdogs, but decided I was backing the Browns. And so I had that roller coaster going on in my life. And the fumble that should have been a touchdown, but ends up costing the Browns their season. And as we see a nice big run early on by Tariq Cohen, third down back, 12 yards there, picking up the first down. So that hurt, although obviously depending on where and how you played the Browns, they were made the game close enough that they still outperformed expectations. Best game of the weekend. So it was good. And I think what the matchups we're left with are great, right? We couldn't have asked for better matchups, better storylines. I am hyped for this weekend. I get to write about Bills and Chiefs over on Playbook, so already diving into those numbers. I think the Bills have a great shot. Even if Mahomes plays, I think the Bills have a great shot at getting the win here. They should be very excited to avenge their early season loss where they didn't feel like they played well. That was in the middle of remember the Titans and the COVID concerns, and their game got moved, and then the Bills game got moved, and it ended up being like a weird time, and it was weird weather. And so I think the Bills are going to be, I mean, obviously they're always going to be excited, but I think they're going to be really excited to avenge that defeat, show they're a lot better than they showed in that game. And Josh Allen's been impressive, man. That team has been impressive, and their defense really showed up well against the Ravens. I was impressed with their defense, and that is kind of what gives me hope that they could even slow down a Mahomes offense. At least slow down. Again, you're never going to fully stop Mahomes because he continues to be the best thing going out there for sure.
Yeah, of course, initial diagnosis on Mahomes we all thought was going to be a concussion. As it turns out, it was more of a neck injury, and adhered certain steps, some big steps, but remains in concussion. Considered to be a concussion, and too early to say, and Mitchell Trubisky, maybe not too early to say that he was the right call and captain. 20-yard game.
20-yard game, yeah. I wouldn't count on it quite yet, but yeah, it's a good start.
Too early to say that he definitely will play in Sunday's conference championship game. Then Schefter adds, Mahomes is also dealing with a foot issue. He must go through certain steps to clear protocol in the coming days. There is hope and optimism, considering this. He kind of threw this in at the end, considering he is expected to practice tomorrow.
Right, exactly.
Interesting.
Yep. Which actually, if you lead with that, I think the tweet could have been the way to bury the lead there, buddy. He's expected to practice it tomorrow and then add the other things. But, yeah, we'll see. Obviously not a given that he plays at this point, but good news at least on the concussion front. Remember, he was hobbled early in that game, and then, which is why, for me anyway, a very questionable play call there to actually run the option with the quarterback who is moving at less than 100%. Now, did that lead to him getting hurt? Probably not. Big hits like that are going to happen whenever you run your quarterback. But, yeah, a questionable call there to have him keep, and a big hit that he took. And glad that the independent neurologists are there to help keep the player safety at the forefront, and we're able to get him in and get all the tests done that he needed. And, hey, Chad Henne got his moment to shine. He will probably never buy drinks in Kansas City again.
Yeah, right? Excellent execution to Tyreek Hill. 3rd and 5 here for the Bears.
Man, where they lined up and everybody just thought it was to draw the offsides. They're going to either call timeout or take the penalty, and then they run that play. That was well executed for sure.
Yeah, not Mahomes. Tony Romo was blown away by the execution.
Yes. I felt like we got the full Tony Romo experience right on Sunday. He was pretty good most of the game. I enjoyed listening to him, but then he kind of tries to give the game away early. He's moving on, and it's like, okay, but not yet. They've still got a few things to do first.
Right.
It's not over yet, Tony.
Well, that's Nance's job, and that's where Romo kind of just starts to talk too much. Right.
Yep. Well, so you get that, but then you also get really good insight from him as far as what the quarterbacks are looking at and what they're seeing. And I've learned a lot from him just in the pre-snap motion and some of the things that they're trying to identify with that, which I think especially when he does games that involve the Bucs. And I know that's not very often because he's on CBS now. He's on the AFC side of things. But earlier, his insight into what Tom Brady was looking for and seeing or not seeing was really, really helpful. To understand why the Bucs were struggling when they were, and why it is a very different offense. It is Tom Brady's offense now, not so much Bruce Arians' offense that the Bucs are running successfully.
Yep.
Do you think they have a shot to knock off the Pack this week?
I do, if they continue to stay to what the quarterback's offense is. As Montgomery is in for a touchdown.
There we go.
David Montgomery was cheap to own in Showdown, and he comes through. $2,400. Scores a touchdown.
Super cheap, yeah, and it doesn't usually catch many passes out of the backfield, so you're missing out on that PPR production. That's Tariq Cohen's job. But Montgomery in for the score there. He does get the power back work, and there he is scoring on the goal line and celebrating with Jimmy Graham. Montgomery actually had a pretty monster season. If you look at his fantasy numbers, big breakout year for him after the injury to Cohen. So a very good option in DFS as the weeks went on, and in season long as well, obviously. Somebody to keep an eye on headed into next year, depending on what the Bears do at quarterback. But Montgomery kind of played well with Trubisky after Trubisky re-entered the lineup.
Frank White, Fantasy Hawk. Travis, loving it. And I think you make a great point, because, look, the Bears were so painful to watch offensively, but you had to pay attention because they were in it, right? They made the playoffs, obviously, but Montgomery kind of got lost from a national perspective, a national landscape. Much was made of what he did last year and not this past season. So I think a lot of folks already just said, all right, this guy's done. And if you were paying attention, like you just said, he had a pretty good season, no question.
Yeah, especially after Trubisky came back in. I mean, Cohen had the knee injury, right? I think it was on a punt return, actually. He got rolled into, lost for the season. And right away, Nick Foles was in there, and Montgomery wasn't doing anything. He's never been a guy that has good yards per carry average. But when they do give him a huge workload, which they did once they brought Trubisky back in, his totals were really good. And he finished the season pretty strong. Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see where his ADP is going into next year as we look at season-long leagues, just to see if people react to that end of the season, or if they do write him off because of that low yards per carry. And Cohen's expected to be back, so is he going to be in a larger role? And honestly, obviously, who the quarterback is, right? If Trubisky's back there, the Bears definitely did not seem to trust him at all. I would not expect him to come back as quarterback, so that puts them in the market, and that would definitely impact how good that offense is expected to be. I don't think you can roll with Foles as the starter going into next year after what we saw from him this year, but we'll see what they decide to do.
Tyler Higbee with back-to-back catches from Jared Goff.
He is in my lineup, but is he in your lineup? I don't remember everybody who's in your lineup.
So unintentionally,
I know you had Montgomery.
Unintentionally, right? I guess I stacked the Bears. My only Ram is Robert Woods.
All right. I have Woods. I don't have Montgomery, though, so you got that touchdown on me. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. 155 entries in the strap-on-in Goff versus Mitchell free roll. Love to see it. In the $500 free contest, 14,188 entries. Producer Madison has informed us Montgomery 24% in the flex. Scored the touchdown for the Bears. Trubisky is the highest owned at 74% in the flex.
Pretty high ownership there for Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, Mitchell. Mother wants him to be called Mitchell, not Mitch.
That's true. It's true. I feel like he's got to play a little better before I call him Mitchell, though.
Yeah, you got to be really mature.
He's got to be Mitch. Yeah. Turning the ball over that often, it's Mitch.
Oh, Jared Goff. You continue to make my day.
Big sack there. 23. Yeah, loss of 13 yards on that big sack. How about Sean McVay not really committing to Goff as starter next year when he was asked about it after the loss? It was
what was the quote?
We're going to evaluate everything, including the quarterback position.
Yeah. It sounds very much like John Lynch about San Francisco. He said the same thing when asked about Garoppolo.
Yep.
That division, man, with Kyler Murray and Russell Wilson, especially for San Francisco and the Rams, they've got to get that position right to compete. It is a tough division.
Because the rest of their team, I mean, the Rams defense, great. 49ers defense, when healthy, I know this year they got destroyed by injuries and illnesses, but can be great.
Yeah.
Both defenses are there, but the quarterback position is really...
maximize the window with those two teams, for sure. For sure. And you've got to get that quarterback position right. There's going to be so much... it's going to be a lot of fun to track all the player movement this offseason, and already we're starting to see players starting to be on the move, and some of those early discussions. I mean, we saw Mark Ingram get cut
or be informed that he's going to get cut by the Ravens. Not that that's a huge player movement piece, but you're going to see all the teams starting to kind of rebuild this offseason, and especially this offseason, there's a lot of quarterback musical chairs that are going to be open. And I think both the Rams and the 49ers are going to be a big part of that. The Bears, obviously, the other team we're watching here, going to be a big part of that.
Yeah.
I don't think they bring Trubisky back. He's a free agent. Is he somebody who, Shanahan or McVay looks at some tape and goes, hey, we can fix what's wrong with Mitch or Mitchell, whichever one they want to call him? It could be, right? Like, those guys are both very smart offensive-minded coaches, Shanahan and McVay. And are they going to find somebody like a Trubisky, a retool, Carson Wentz, maybe if he leaves the Eagles? Are they going to find somebody who needs to kind of rehab it and turn their career around? Or are they going to go with a more proven option? Maybe Phillip Rivers, and I'm just throwing him out there as a more proven option who might be available. He's a free agent, obviously, but we'll see if he goes back to Indy. There's just so many possible
Kids, let's
solutions. Go. Right, yeah. Hey, he's been in LA before.
It's true.
Other team.
Let's see.
It'll be fun to watch all that go down.
Isn't it incredible? Like, I think at mid-season, just being here in New England,
Yep.
it's like, Belichick realizes that outside of like the Jaguars and maybe even the Jets, there are like 3 teams at mid-season you could say with certainty. Is Miller's got 3 for 19, Higbee 3 for 23, A-Rob 2 for 21, David Montgomery has the touchdown. I feel like we say it every year with coaches and quarterbacks. At mid-season, you might only be able to name on one hand what team needs a new coach or what team needs a new quarterback. And then all of a sudden by week 17, you're like, oh, like of the top 15 teams with a top 15 draft pick, you could make the case that like 12 could take a quarterback. And then,
Easily.
what do you know? There's 7 head coaching openings. It's incredible.
And teams wanting to move up, right? Teams wanting to move up for sure.
Yeah.
And if the Jets do feel like Sam Darnold is an option that they want to stick with, or at least try, I mean, that's the word that is being leaked, whether intentionally or unintentionally, right? Because you got to at least consider the fact that it's to their advantage that people think they want Sam Darnold to be their quarterback. But they've got the number 2 pick, and that can be any one of the quarterbacks, whether that's Justin Fields or Zach Wilson, like whoever you think is the next best option, you can go get him if you give the Jets enough of what they want. So there's a lot of intrigue around that as well, obviously. So we will see solo leaders in both free contests as we come to the end of the first quarter. So exciting to see that. We'll see if that continues. Low scoring game as expected. Hopefully we get some more points here as well.
Yep. Lewis 67 is in first place in the $500 early classic by 13 points. So they're in good shape.
Significant lead, yeah.
And Texas _916 with the Bears DST in the captain spot. First place in that $500 free contest. It's batted down. Trubisky.
Oh, mess.
Is Trubisky's numbers passing? It's got 3rd and 8 here coming up. Want to say hello to Hugh Banks, Gordon Hewitt. Gordon says salary will be the problem for the Rams.
Yeah, that is going to be the challenge for sure. So do they go young at quarterback? And if they do they draft a quarterback? Could they move up? I mean, might they be trying to move up? We will see.
Because I think what we all forget, Jared Goff is not Sean McVay's guy.
Right,
He was not in the draft room and said, we should take this guy first overall. Not to say Jared Goff can't be a decent quarterback from time to time. Sean McVay is elevating Jared Goff. That is not his guy. He was not in the room saying we should draft Jared Goff. Sean McVay went to the Rams after that was already a thing. So,
however, the backup there, Wolf,
I have to remind myself.
Right. The Wolf is his guy. Like, he brought Wolford there. So could they try to roll with the Wolf as quarterback? I mean, I don't think that's the plan, but they could.
Hungry like a wolf. Jake S. says, in reference to that salary talk with the Rams, Goff will be huge expensive for a few more years. Exactly, buddy.
Right. Yep.
True.
But definitely not. If you are a Jared Goff is the answer backer, right? Like if you think that's where they're gonna, that was not what you want to hear from the head coach after this season. You do not want to hear, no, we're gonna evaluate everything, including quarterback. But hey, maybe they do. They keep Goff as the backup. Go to Wolf.
7-0 Chicago. If you're just joining us, David Montgomery scored the touchdown. Smash that like button if you are so willing. Change your dislike to a like on the YouTube stream. And we see you guys on Twitch. Germ, who needs Josh Reynolds to fulfill his hopes and dreams. 3rd and 16 for Mitchell Trubisky. Oh, let's throw in the flag. Okay.
Yeah, he caught it, maybe. I think he did catch it. Yep. Cohen.
PGZ Man says Goff would be good in New England.
Oh, boy.
I don't know about that. I think if Sean McVay can't get much out of him, then it's a lost cause. That's how good McVay is.
Yeah. I would think there'd be other fits that would be preferable to Goff in New England. But, I mean, that's another very interesting quarterback situation. Both in Cam Newton, does somebody think they can get more out of Cam? Or is he done as a starter?
I will say Jared Goff would be an upgrade over Cam Newton.
Yeah, some of the passes and just the accuracy issues that he showed. I thought his decision making was not awful, but just the accuracy on the throws, and you could just tell that the Patriots were running a very specific offense that was designed for him not to be able to throw deep passes, and maybe that's some of the receivers, some of the pass catchers, right? They're playing to those guys, but yeah, it was not pretty. Some of those games it was pretty ugly. The fumble issues too with Cam, where he fumbled on some very important plays.
Yeah,
which is not a Belichick thing.
Nope.
You can do a lot of things and not end up in his doghouse. Fumbling is not one of them. Speaking of doghouses, Robert Woods. Anybody seen Robert Woods?
Yeah, good question. He's the only Ram I rostered. I know you have him with Higbee.
Yeah, I do. I have him and Higbee and the Rams DST. And right now, Mr. Woods lost in the forest.
Looking for his grandmother's house through the woods. Let's see. Beast of Bourbon. What's up? Over on Twitch. Good to see you. Richie. Richie in the chat earlier. Richie Legs. Is Trubisky a Wildcat QB?
I will say, in Madden, he kind of feels like it sometimes. In Madden 2020, for those of you that have been here since the beginning, you know that Trubisky was almost unstoppable as a rusher. He was incredible. He was really, really good. And he has that paranoid pocket presence, so he would take off and run all the time. He ran more than quarterbacks that should have run a lot more than him. Did he get it?
Nope.
No.
Close.
But he was really, really good and really cheap. He was almost a must-play in Madden 2020. Madden 21 still takes off and runs not quite as effectively, though, and does have, as we mentioned, those fumbling issues. And throws some interceptions, too. So he's got the Bears on top here, though.
Yeah, Runner Travis brings up someone, and you know this with your write-ups and whatnot, and just calling these sims. It's Jimmy Graham, nice play to the 46. Ted Ginn Jr. was phenomenal with the Saints, but with the Bears, he is the wideout 3. He does, when we see him, it's special.
Yeah, he does touchdowns. Play. That's about it, yeah.
Yeah, but it's rare.
Right. The big thing in Madden 2020, when such a high elusiveness. So if you could get him in space, he could go the distance. I mean, which I guess when you think about Ginn's skill set as kind of a punt returner, kick returner guy, that kind of makes sense. Back in his heyday with Ohio State and then with the Saints. So that elusiveness rating is no longer a rating in Madden 21. They took that off. It doesn't exist. They have change of direction rating, which includes some of that, but it isn't a specific stat. They actually kind of spread it around to different ratings. So maybe that's why. And
he's making us look good.
There we go. There he is on the catch. We'll speak him into existence.
There you go. Ted Ginn, 19 in the blue jersey for the Bears. Way to be, Ted Ginn. Way to be.
Thanks for showing up at the right time.
25.64% in the flex. Bears back to the ground. They are in the red zone. Tariq Cohen.
Bears, nice little drive here before halftime, trying to go up by multiple scores. Rams offense really struggled.
Speaking of Wildcat, how about the Rams using the Wildcat with their quarterback struggles? They used the Wildcat against the Packers on Saturday. Gordon points this out. Cam Akers I think is going to be fantastic. That was a great.
I like Cam Akers. Oh yeah, Cam Akers. I mean, we saw it here in New England. We saw it a little too up close and personal when he ran all over the Patriots. Which, I mean, multiple running backs did that, but
that was like his coming out party. That
right.
game.
Yep, and then he had the ankle injury and performed well in the playoffs too. So I think he is going to be a huge part of their picture going forward. They do still like Darrell Henderson, who is the third down back here in these sims, and also a big part of what they were doing before he got hurt as well. So I think it'll be Akers and Henderson moving forward in that backfield, and I think that Akers has a very, very high ceiling. Running backs don't last very long in the NFL, but definitely somebody you can look at as you think about the Rams for next year.
Mo asks, is Akers a top 5 fantasy pick next season? That's wow.
That's, yeah, I don't know if I'd have him quite that high. I do want to know what their offense looks like, right? If nothing else changes, then he's definitely I would say he's RB1 borderline, but I don't think he's top 5 overall.
Interesting. Random Vids 286. What's good? Thanks for tuning in. You need Cohen. Tell us, guys, who you need here.
That was another catch by Ginn.
13-yard line, first down.
We do see that where sometimes the quarterback will lock in on one receiver, one matchup for a drive. And this has been the Ginn drive. Wow, Robinson got a clean break. And there's the fumble.
There it is.
There it is. As he has been known to do. And we talked about it earlier. He puts the ball on the deck sometimes. That time, yeah, there's nothing to review there. That's not coming back. There's your Trubisky fumble. Killed that drive. So it's still a one-score game. Let's see what the Rams can do. Maybe having it in this under 2-minute situation will get their offense going. You can see Cooper Kupp. He's the one with the superstar traits towards the bottom of the screen. Right there, actually.
Goff is now 5 for 5. We have 80 seconds to go in the half. Smash that like button. Hit subscribe on YouTube. This sim wraps up the early classic slate. We have the $500 free showdown as well. Wendell Smith says anything but that. Yes, Mitchell can do that. That's why I said strap yourselves in. That was the title of the free roll. And this guy just keeps taking sacks.
Yeah, Goff, you mentioned he's 5 for 5. He hasn't thrown an incomplete pass, but if you backed him or if you wanted the Rams offense to go anywhere, you wish he would have thrown a few more incomplete passes instead of taking these brutal sacks that put him just so far behind the chains. 3rd and 14 now. Kind of got to pick this up or you're giving it right back to Mitchell with time for him to drive down the field again.
Truly. Still 3 timeouts for the Bears, 2 for the Rams, running the football, so they'll just settle to punt the football.
Yep. Force the Bears to burn another one of those timeouts. But, yeah, not much going the Rams' way on offense. Did get that huge turnover, though, and it's only a 1-score game.
Runner Travis, yes, we call him Mitchell because Mama Trubisky prefers Mitchell over Mitch.
It's true.
Gibbs, the galloping chicken. Yep, Goff acting like the galloping chicken, the name he deserves in Simland.
Nice punt, though. Flipped the field there all the way inside the 20. Or just outside the 20. Cordero Patterson able to move it just over the 20. And they'll start at the 21-yard line. Still, though, with 2 timeouts, you've got a chance to take a shot here. Shot or 2. Maybe get Allen Robinson. He's the one with superstar traits to the top of the screen. Looks like Miller outside of him up there. Coming the other direction, though.
Might have been Ginn again or Miller. We'll check at the ticker up top when we come back here. It was
the Rams defense. Just in case you're wondering how many passing yards they've given up.
That was Miller. Fourth catch.
Yep. Jared puts the off in Goff.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Travis is right, too, about Trubisky. Like, when you roster Trubisky, you just have to be prepared for a fumbly game.
Yep, you do. And we talked about it off the top. 17 fumbles and 34 sims coming into this one. So about every other one he fumbles, and there it was. He also has fumbled multiple times in games, too. So don't think that just because you got it out the way, you're in the clear now either. This Rams defense can definitely – they've got some big hitters. So, but this is the upside of going with Trubisky. You do get the nice little runs there as he picks up the first and takes a nice hit there at the end of that one.
Oh, young Mitchell, please slide next time. You scared me there. Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's actually he's had multiple fumbles in 5 games.
We don't talk about that.
Okay, all right.
Unless, of course, it happens.
We'll keep that quiet, at least for now.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not Wild Weather Wednesday. Not yet.
Yeah, that's true. That's tomorrow. Look forward to all the extra mayhem brought on by the weather.
Barry Walling needs Reynolds. I don't know if the Rams are going to get the ball again, pal, here in this first half. The real pineapple, what's up?
Nice matchup at the top of the screen now. Allen Robinson in his superstar traits. Jalen Ramsey in his X Factor up there at the top of the screen.
Oh, my God. Across his body. A-Rob's got it! He got it! Oh, Mitchell, sir!
And they don't have any more timeouts. So that's going to be it. But, hey, Allen Robinson owners, there's a nice, juicy catch for you. Up to 83 yards, I believe that was for him, headed into halftime. So, yeah, it doesn't matter for the score in the game, but it does matter for your fantasy scores because that's a hefty chunk of yardage right there for Mr. Robinson.
Trubisky threw that like a Frisbee, just like...
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Across his body, across the field, ill-advised. But the yardage totals, 240 yards for the Bears, 22 yards of offense for your Rams. 22.
Man, Montgomery has the lone touchdown.
Yes, he does.
Goal line score.
Cohen's actually outrushed him, and Trubisky's outrushed both of them. 37 yards on the ground for him. Also does have that lost fumble. Malcolm Brown, the RB1 for the Rams, 3 carries, -4 yards. So going the wrong direction. Robinson does have those 4 catches for 83 yards. Definitely can watch him for the bonus after that big pickup right before halftime. Your boy, Miller, 4 catches, 29 yards. So PPR production out of him. Higbee, 3 for 23. Ginn, 2 for 38. We talked about him quite a bit. And Jimmy Graham, the tight end, 1 for the Bears, 2 for 30 as well.
All right. Hopefully we can get some more points on the board. Fantasy-wise, it hasn't been terrible, except if you rostered some of the Rams here. But Robinson, as you mentioned, 17 yards from the bonus. Trubisky is, when he's not fumbling, which was only once, he's getting mobile. As Tim Lazard said it best, the Rams stack not looking good.
Yeah, not at this point. No, Robert Woods still catchless. Cooper Kupp has just 1 catch. So the top 2 receivers there for the Rams, and I don't think we've seen Josh Reynolds either. So you can throw him in there and say the top 3 receivers for the Rams have just 1 catch at this point. Just 22 yards of total offense, partly because they've lost a lot of yards on those sacks. Goff got to get the ball out quicker. We'll see what adjustments virtual Sean McVay makes at halftime.
I want to say what's up to Chris B. Appreciate you being here. Earl Sparks says, Zach is a top-notch host. Love the Zach Sims.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. It is always fun to hang out here in Simland with you. I'll be back with Glash tomorrow. Will get us back-to-back days.
We will have Dolphins at the Patriots.
Yeah. Brian Flores bringing his team, I think it's back to Foxborough, right?
Yes, that is right. Patriots are home, and we don't know the weather yet. Unless we do, I can rattle that off quick. But I have not been told what the weather is.
Not that I know.
Yeah, really, you would know. I mean, this guy writing up the articles and whatnot. He'll break down the weather for you. You can put on the meteorologist cap as well as the Madden hat.
I can do that. Let me check on weather right now.
Rams back to the ground. It's Malcolm Brown. 4 carries for -4 yards. I saw a comment in here from Matt. I don't know how to say his last name, but Matt, this is a simulation. Computer against computer. Exhibition event type. All Madden difficulty. Injuries can happen, but it's very rare. It's never happened for us. Like someone actually getting hurt while the sim is taking place. And if you need any of that information, again, Madden Streams info page on the playbook.
At the very, very beginning, we did have some injuries before we switched from simulation to arcade mode.
There it is.
So we did simulation and we did 6-minute quarters when we first started these sims. Then we switched to arcade mode. Then we switched to 8-minute quarters, all in an attempt to get more fantasy points and more fantasy excitement, to make these more fun. Arcade mode results in bigger plays more often, fewer incompletions because who wants to watch a bunch of simulated incomplete passes, and big plays, both for offense and defense. So that's why we switched to arcade mode. The other way that arcade mode does help is it does keep injuries from happening because the better players playing more results in more points. So even though injuries are technically on, they do not happen in arcade mode.
There you go. When the man himself.
Higby again. So Goff continues to leave his wide receivers uninvolved. Because, I mean, Woods was expensive. He was over $7K in the showdown. Kupp was expensive. Josh Reynolds isn't cheap. But Goff not using any of them. Throwing a Henderson and Higby quite a bit.
Back to Brown, who now has 6 carries for an even 0 yards.
At least he is not helping the other team anymore.
Luke Murphy in the chat says, hey, something has been on my mind lately, and the Sim fam are the only people who will understand. I just need to let this out. The more I think about it, Emerson is weird. Wow. That is coming right from the heart.
Hey, look who it is.
Robert Woods. To
Bobby Trees!
Into the 38. Luke, if you would like to expand, you're welcome to. But that's a great...
Or not. Like,
or not. That's great analysis.
Right yeah. I love the way that there's about 50 words to set up 3. Kind of feels like the Adam Schefter tweet where it's all this explanation, very long. We're not sure, but he's going to practice.
Oh, yeah. Mahomes is expected to practice on Wednesday. Hey, that is caught by... Who was that? Goff's 10 for 10. Hey, it was Reynolds, his second catch.
Yeah, so actually throwing to some wide receivers here, and it is working, sort of. I guess it's 2nd and 1. It's been their best drive of the day to open the third quarter here. Definitely chewing up a lot of the clock. It's not a quick drive.
Trips to the left on play action. Goff goes right, finds an open man.
Touchdown!
Bob Woods, touchdown!
They just needed to get him involved. Look at that touchdown. Robert Woods.
Robert Woods, baby!
You got the touchdown from both teams there. Good work out of you. I don't have Montgomery. I do have Bobby Trees. And there he is scoring the touchdown.
Let's go. Cupcake 901
let's see.
is in first in our free roll. I'm in 20th at the moment. Joe and Kyle updating scores.
Robert Woods owned in 53% of lineups in the free showdown. Not sure about his captaincy, but we can get that for you. When I say we, I mean producer Madison can get that. There she is. 10.2% captain. Thank you.
Chase Johnston says, playing these sims, it's about 10% strategy, 90% luck. There's some truth to that, I think.
I disagree with his percentages. I think there's definitely a percentage of each, but I would disagree with his percentages.
Coming from someone who spends time on the articles, I totally understand that. I agree. I think you're right. 10's a little low because you have to witness so many of these to maybe pick up on trends.
Yeah.
You got to do your homework.
And I mean, if you just total luck too, you'd end up with a lot of weird lineups. If you just randomly picked 8 players, you'd end up with some weird lineups.
It's fair. Good point. Congo Cab, Uncalled, Odd Rob, they love to see the Bob Woods touchdown. Luke Murphy says, I thought I had some good analysis in that paragraph. I think that's a solid point. Chris B, I think Chris B hit the nail on the head. I think all of my favorite commentators are a little weird. I like it that way.
There you go. Whoa, Trubisky. Did you see that move? The Rams guy who was trying to tackle him did not see it. He dove the wrong direction.
It gets to a certain point where we've pretty much, Emerson, myself, and Koff, and you too, you've been here since the very beginning. It's gotten to a point where we've revealed so much about ourselves in ways we never imagined since March 28th of 2020. We're coming up on a year knowing all of you. So it's going to get weird from time to time.
True. You spend that much time with anybody, you're going to find weird things about them. And
it's true.
We've spent a lot of...
Mitchell!
No. That Rams DST with another turnover, their second forced turnover of the day. A nice interception there. Going up top looking for Miller, but instead it's David Long Jr. who snags that.
The most ironic part about it is having worked with Emerson and Koff in the DraftKings studio in Boston. Yes. I talked to you, the people in the chat, more than I've ever talked to them, probably in words to their faces ever. Like, we weren't all like we worked together, we were friendly, but we weren't like best pals. I've probably gotten to know them more through this than in person.
I hardly ever worked in studio with any of you guys. I definitely spent more time here in the sim booth with you than I ever did before this. So it's been great.
See,
good times to get to know everybody.
To give you an example, like I would work before the pandemic. I would go in the morning at like 9 a.m. and stay till like 2. And then when I'm leaving, Koff would come in at like 12:30 because he has radio in the morning. So he would do like the afternoon shift. And the same goes for your team, the DK Live writers.
Yeah.
Some guys would come in and do their writing, like Steve Buchanan and Edlow. They'll come in, do their stuff in the morning, and they might stay till 3, or one might leave at noon. So we're just constantly in and out. So it would never really match up right, it makes it kind of funny. We're here, and we can all unite on this one stream.
It's true. It's true.
It would be nice, though, ZT, if we get to that point where we can get back in the studio on a regular basis, maybe in 10 years. That's what it feels like.
It does.
That we all come together more often in the studio.
Yeah. It would be. It would be. I am for that. Once we are able to do so safely, that'd be a lot of fun.
Mars Brightburn loves the uniforms. The Bad Boys of Pop says it's 10% luck and 90% Lamar Jackson.
Well, I might agree more with that percentage than the previous one. It's always fun when you get Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes on the same slate, because it's like, wait a minute. Okay. Got to figure out which one you're going to go with, because those two are both so good. Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson probably in that next tier below them. Tonight you've got another sim matchup we've seen recently with the Chiefs and Steelers. while the Jets face Deshaun Watson. So a lot of Deshaun Watson and Jets talk out there in the universe lately. They face off tonight in the Sims. Lots of Deshaun Watson rumors, which, I mean, hey, if there's any chance they're moving him, there should be a bunch of rumors, because that is a quarterback in his prime that could potentially be on the move. That would shake things up quite a bit. We were talking about quarterback movement earlier. How about that as a solution for some team? There is about maybe 3 teams that shouldn't be interested in Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Pretty good player. Fork up whatever you got to get, or whatever you got to give up to get him.
They should be able to get a ton if they do move him. I mean, definitely if you're talking Jets, they should get that number 2 overall pick and maybe the rest of the Jets picks this year. And if you're Nick Caserio and you walk in there, it's got to be at least something you consider doing, just because you want to build that franchise with all your people. Now you could do it. You could do it.
Runner Travis over on YouTube. We just sent you an invite to the DK SimFam Friends League. Koff is the commissioner. We have 1,240 members. Whenever we reference that free roll, if we made a lineup, it's just this private league that was an excellent idea that was created for us to kind of compete. And really, it's for bragging rights. You can play against us. So right now, I am in 20th place.
All right, I am in 37th. So I'm just behind you. That Rams interception helped me out a little bit because I do have the Rams DST. I need a Trubisky touchdown, to be very honest. He's my captain. He's your captain. He's 20% owned. And he does not have, or 20% captain, 87% owned in our free roll. And he does not have a score yet. He has the rushing touchdown is the Bears' only touchdown, and that is from David Montgomery. The 1 touchdown in that quarter came from Robert Woods, 3 catches, 42 yards. All of them coming in that quarter since he had nothing at halftime.
Captain Blood, who is in the chat right now in first place in our free roll, 155 entries. Good stuff. Early Classic wraps up after this one.
Yep.
We have, let's see, Lewis 67 still in front by about 9 points. And then Kennan_1 is in first in the $500 free prize pool contest.
Very cool. Congrats to all of them, and hopefully they can hold on for one more quarter.
7-7.
Yeah, at least we should get another score here. Goff still hasn't thrown an incomplete pass. He just takes a sack whenever he should throw an incomplete pass. But 173 yards to go with his 1 touchdown pass, and he is at the 10, so we should get some more points here as long as we don't get a turnover. There have been 2 turnovers in the game. It's a touchdown. Robert Woods again over the river and through the woods to the end zone will go. It's official. It's a Bobby Trees day. 2 touchdown catches for Robert Woods. Had nothing at halftime, but he and the Rams coming back here in the second half, charging past the Bears. See if Mitchell can answer. He's got the 2 turnovers, 1 interception, 1 fumble. He does have 46 rushing yards to go with about 185 passing yards. See if he can answer that score from the Rams to start the 4th quarter. First play of the 4th quarter. Still plenty of time, obviously, here. But the Bears have only scored 7 points all day. So let's see. They've had the drive. I mean, they were down pretty close both times they turned the ball over. They've had the yardage to score more points, but have not been able to capitalize on those opportunities.
Joe and Kyle will get that updated very soon in the game center.
Always do.
Luke Murphy, I threw your name into the free roll. If you want to put your DK username in the chat, I'll be happy to grab it. Like Chris Scott is asking, how do you get an invite? Anyone that's in the league can invite anyone into it. It's really marvelous when you think of it that way. But if you toss your username into the chat, I have no issue copying and pasting your username. We'll toss it in the league. So we've got 550 plus on YouTube. What was that, Zach? Sorry.
I was just saying, then you get the invite to the league. You can accept that, and you'll see all the contests that are created in that league. And it can be anything. It can be Madden Sims. You can create contests in there for real football if you want to play the championship slate or showdowns this weekend. They can be free contests, pay contests. It's just a way of connecting all your DK Sim fam friends together. And that's exactly why it's called what it's called. Trips to the top of the screen. Allen Robinson hasn't hit that bonus yet. Let's see if we can get him there. Still just a little bit short, but that was him on the catch. That'll get him to 94. 94.
Attaboy. Uncalled, the gray 2700, Mars Bright Burn. Even Andrew on the ones and twos. I just tried, Andrew, and your name actually didn't work.
Oh boy.
Chris Scott, Smokey Mick. I can't say your whole name. It's pretty good though. Well, Smokey, you're in. All right, Chris.
Thanks, Smokey. Just a quick note: Joe and Kyle are having some issues updating the score, so it may be a little bit more delayed, but it will get done. So just thank you for your patience there. It is manual scoring, and the ops team always does a great job getting that done and getting that done quickly. We appreciate their hard work. So just bear with us. It will be updated as soon as possible.
James
Trubisky goes over 200 yards passing on that. Jimmy Graham with another catch.
James and Aaron, you guys are in. Kristen, you're in. So yeah, and I know Jake's in here. Jake's in the chat asking exactly what you just talked about. So the ops team just informed us they're working on this, guys. So,
yep, having a little technical issue on their end, but they'll get that resolved. Also resolved whatever problems Mitchell Trubisky was having passing, because all of a sudden he's come back out and looked sharp again. Miller with the catch there. He's got 5 catches on the day. A lot of these yardage totals for the Bears pretty solid. But yet they've only got the 1 touchdown because they keep turning the ball over.
Mitchell fires. Robinson spin move.
Oh,
he's
yes!
gonna break free. Allen Robinson, the bonus and a score.
Hey.
What a play!
41 yards, and almost all of it after contact. Threw people out the way. That's a highlight reel touchdown from Robinson. Had the spin move. He threw a couple people down. Here it is again. Little juke, throwing that guy out the way, and he's gone. Touchdown. Gotta love it.
Unreal.
And yeah, puts him in the bonus. Gets him his first touchdown of the day. Puts him right in the conversation for Krusty Koff player of the game. It's him or Robert Woods with still a ways to go. 5 minutes. Got a tie game. Both offenses have now scored here in the fourth quarter after a slow start for each team. Putting some points on the board, moving the ball effectively. That's what we like to see. More fantasy points is more fun. Unless I guess you got both defenses, then maybe that's not what you want to see. But
Getting caught up here. John Markowitz, Greg Breeze, L, Ray Dunk, Keith, Carl. You guys are all in the band. Nate.
welcome aboard.
Dominique, your username is not working for me. If you could try that again, that'd be very appreciated. Who else? Someone else.
Do we get Andrew in there? Did we figure out what the issue is there? He should be in there.
Andrew from our team. Andrew on the ones
Yes.
and twos. His username didn't work. He's got the DK in front of him. It didn't work. So yeah, Jake, if you're still there, Jake, not Jake from State Farm. Bad boys. That was good. Jake, yeah, we have a private league going on. It's really just a chance for the commentators to play against the Sim Fam. So let me hit send on this. Got 12 in the queue. Send invites. So check your inboxes. They're on the way. Chris B is 11th in the Sim Family Friends free roll. Where am I at? I have Allen Robinson too. I should be doing pretty decent. I'm in 20th. But as we talked about,
yeah,
score's got to be up.
Scores are a little delayed, but they will be updated. Everybody can just take a deep breath. Say thank you to the team that's always out here manually updating things. We'll get there.
Yeah, Jason, manual scoring. Ops team is having an issue through their system.
A tech issue. Yep.
Just a tech issue. Andy Owens, you're in the band.
But don't worry. We're still keeping track of everything. We'll get those final numbers over to them at the end of the game if they're not able to get it resolved by then, and then we'll have one giant update at the end. Or if it's quicker, then we'll get it updated quicker.
If you guys want to throw your DK username into the chat, YouTube or Twitch, we'll throw you into the league. So like Hugh, Havy, you're in. How's the Twitch machine doing? Let's go over here to Twitch. What's up, Twitch? 61 on Twitch.
Nice.
First time playing Fortnite. Good question. Producer Madison, is there NBA pre-lock coming up after this sim, or is that not happening tonight?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Oh! There you go. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So tomorrow.
Also, only 2 games tonight in the NBA, both starting at 9 o'clock. So it's a weird 9 o'clock lock tonight. If you do need some coverage for that, though, even though there's only 2 games, there is way more than 2 articles over on Playbook. So go over to playbook.draftkings.com. You can find my write-up for the late slate on Madden. And then while you're watching Madden at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock, getting ready for the 9 o'clock basketball game, you can check out all the content that's over there. Some great stuff on the 2 games tonight as you put together your lineups. A very short slate. We've had a lot of big slates lately. NBA kind of a compressed season for them, trying to get all their games in. And as a result, there's been a lot of games. It's the first short slate we've had like this in a while. Anthony Miller, another catch there. He's not having a short game. 7 catches, 74 yards. Very involved in this one.
Glash is half full. John, you are in. Dante, however you pronounce it, you're in. Snowman, you're in. Brian Griffin. By the way, Blake is asking who scored the last 2 touchdowns, Allen Robinson and Robert Woods.
Correct. Robert Woods has both of them for the Rams. Robinson and David Montgomery, who is going nowhere on that one, now has 4 carries, 2 yards, and his touchdown.
Hey, Nate, not a problem, man. Nate says, watch him play all the time. First time in the chat for some reason, but appreciate you guys. Love it. Joey Riley, you're in. Javi, you're in. Love that folks want to be in the league. It's great.
Come on in.
Greg says his last name is pronounced like the country Brazil. Greg Brazil. There you go. What's up, Greg?
Good to know.
Gary,
Appreciate the phonics lesson.
Yeah.
Hey, breaking news. Sound the breaking news sounder. We have weather update for tomorrow, and as soon as we are done with this sim, I will go put it on the official Madden Stream info page. But it looks like we will have wind in the noon. That's Eagles 49ers. You and I will have snow, predictably, in our Miami New England game at 2 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, it's Seahawks and Vikings. They're indoors, so no weather in that game. Plan your strategy accordingly. 6 o'clock, Colts and Titans is in the rain. 8 o'clock, Packers and Jets in the snow. 10 o'clock, Chiefs and Giants also in the snow. So 3 snow games, a rain game, a wind game, and an indoor game.
There you go.
So you can come watch the game in the snow at 2 o'clock, and then at 4 o'clock, go inside, drink your hot chocolate, and watch Seahawks and Vikings.
Jason on YouTube says, sent a couple of invites. Thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. Snowman0312 started watching this yesterday and loved the streams.
Thanks for watching, Snowman. Make sure you join us tomorrow for 3 snow games.
Guys, right now, we're in a situation where this week we'll have Sims 6 a day, 6 days a week, nothing on Sunday with championship football. But then the following week, with no Pro Bowl, we'll have 7 days of Sims. We'll probably go on a 13-day streak of 6 Sims in a day. And then, of course, we'll have the Super Bowl.
Gotta love it.
Which, more to be revealed about what we're going to do for the Super Bowl.
It'll be great, though.
It'll be great.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Very excited.
Smash that like button. We got to get to work on that like button. If you guys are pumped about the streams, having more Sims, smash that like. If you disliked earlier, change it to a like. You'll feel better about yourself. ZT, Glash, producer Madison, Andrew, Joe, and Kyle with you. Oh, Mitchell. Way to hold on to the rock.
Does hold on to the rock. The 2-minute warning graphic there at the top, I thought he fumbled it again because it comes down in that same spot under the scores, but no, just the 2-minute warning. Don't freak out, everybody. Trubisky does have the fumble and the interception earlier in this one.
Golgi, you've been added to the league. Bud, you got to put your username in the chat, pal. Then we can add you. Montgomery weaving his way to the 10.
Smart, keeping the ball on the ground, burning the clock, but it's 3rd and inches. I would think we'll probably get another running play here at the end of the play clock, trying not to leave enough time for the Rams. Rams not taking a timeout here, which is a little interesting. Got the first down just barely. And there's the timeout.
Bud, I've come to find out that your username is your actual name. So invite has sent. You're in.
There you go. 1st and goal from the 9. Rams did take a timeout after that first down. Probably going to see some conservative play calling here from the Bears. That being said, they come out in the shotgun. So you never know what they'll do. They're going to keep it on the ground. That's Tariq Cohen trying to spin free, but taken down. This is that interesting position where it's almost better if you want the Rams to win to just let the Bears score, right? This is the Todd Gurley situation where the Lions are cheering when he scores.
Yeah, it's a good point. Might as well just squeeze on in there. Let him score.
Kind of. I mean, at this point, you're going to give up a field goal, you would think, unless Eddie Pinheiro, or you can rip the ball free like they were trying to do there. But it burns all those timeouts. And as we've seen in these Sims, they're not super quick at getting plays off back-to-back. So without timeouts, that's going to be a challenging situation for the Rams. Obviously, they could get a big kick return or complete a big pass early if they get, but they're already out of timeouts, so it's not looking good if you want the Rams to win this one.
Montgomery is in.
Got it.
Touchdown. Number 2 for David Montgomery.
So 2 touchdowns for Montgomery, not much yardage, but he was very affordable, as you mentioned. He's in your lineup, not in my lineup, so good call on your part there. But yeah, he was like really cheap, 2.4, only 2,400, and now has the 2 rushing scores. So a very nice return on your investment there. He's a short yardage back, so that can happen if you have multiple chances from down inside the 1 like they have today. Both short rushing touchdowns for the Bears, and then obviously the long touchdown to Allen Robinson. Jimmy B's pumped up.
Mike Sunken says, that's my captain. Nice work.
Very nice.
Jim Powers. Easton also says Montgomery was in the captain spot. Who else? Jim Powers. Jim, you want to drop your username in here? We can add you into the league. Jay Benedict, you've been added. Nick, you've been added. Who else? Golden Key. Cards Fan 13, John Cohen. You guys are in the band.
And is ever growing.
Now hold up now. Just because you're not in the band doesn't mean you're not in the band. We need backup singers who can sing. Blake Rubin, it's a good idea, but not our job, not our role. We'll find out, though. Jennifer, you're in. Jennifer is in. Jennifer is going to be a great addition. Jared Goff, you are not allowed in the league. Hey!
Good news from the Apps team.
Yes, reveal it, please.
I was just going to say the site that they use for the scorekeeping is back up. They are catching up and will get caught up as soon as possible. So watch for your scores to start to update. I would expect your entry there to jump up towards the top there. You've got to be pretty close. You've got all the touchdowns for sure. You've got all the touchdowns. Higbee with another catch there. He's had a nice game. They got to move, and they're not really doing that. They're out to about midfield. How far can Goff throw it?
Well, what's his throw power? His throw power is 89.
Okay.
Jennifer says, yes, I need to be in the band. I'm a flute player.
Hey, welcome. Now we've got a flautist.
Jim Powers, you're in the band, Jim. Invite on the way. Wow, look at our family just growing. You love to see it. We're almost at 1,300 members.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. That's very, very cool.
15 seconds here for Goff. 53 yards to tie
Gonna
it.
heat
Jared
it.
Goff, make my day. It is caught.
Oh, it's caught.
At the 1 yard line by Robert Woods. On the deflection, Robert Woods in his mustard jersey through the woods. He caught it. He caught it.
That would have been his third touchdown if he would have fallen the other direction.
Oh, my God.
But he's brought down at the 1. We would have been in overtime.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And remember, Robert, remember he had nothing. You okay?
Whoa.
That got exciting.
Whoa.
That was a very fun game. Very fun game. There's a little, not a ton of points, still only 21-14, but that was a fun one. That got exciting at the end. Robert Woods almost hit the bonus. Trubisky did hit the bonus. 322.
Noises. That was crazy. Sorry.
322 yards for Trubisky. He did throw the 1 touchdown to Allen Robinson. Jared Goff had 2 touchdown passes to go with his 260. Trubisky with the fumble and 50 yards on the ground. David Montgomery only 7 yards, but he did have the 2 rushing touchdowns. So a solid day for him. Receiving, Woods hit the bonus. Robinson hit the bonus with that nice long touchdown catch. Miller 7 catches, 74 yards. My player of the game is going to go to Robert Woods. 6 catches, 108 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns. And remember, at halftime, he had, see that? He had nothing. He hadn't even caught a pass. So he showed up late, but he made up for lost time and came 1 yard short of sending us to overtime. It was very Super Bowl, and maybe it's, the Rams involved in that play on the other end, where they tackled Kevin Dyson at the 1 yard line to win the Super Bowl. This time it was them getting tackled at the 1 yard line of, a game that probably means a lot less.
Jake, yep, a lot of adding needs to be done here, a lot of updating to the scores. Wendell Smith, you're in the league. I invited you, buddy.
Yep, Ops will get caught up. Just give them some time. The site was down. They are updating right now, and you'll see those scores go to their final stats. The stats I just read off are final, and they will get added to the contest as we continue here. But looks like, and still with obviously some things still to be added, you are up near the top. You're in 12th place. So
I know. I kind of want to hold on for a hot sec, but who knows how long this might take. Really curious. Really curious. Jake S., not a problem. Glad you're enjoying the Sims and taking them in.
Out.
Let's see. Who else is here? Twitch fam.
Here we can talk about the rest of the slate for today. 6 o'clock, we've got Giants at the Colts. That's Rossi and Christian at 6 o'clock. 8 o'clock, Steelers and Chiefs. I mentioned that one. We just saw that one. Koff and Brandon back for the rematch. It is actually the 5th time the Steelers and Chiefs have met in Madden 21 Sims. And then at 10 o'clock, it is the Texans at the Jets. Brandon and Christian there. Deshaun Watson playing against his future team, maybe, potentially.
Great question.
Intrigue. Probably will be discussed, I would say. Brandon and Christian will give you their insight at 10 o'clock.
There you go. There's the schedule. Bud, no problem, man. Thanks for being here. Earl Sparks has a quick question about: are you posting stats from the non-holiday season?
No, we are not keeping live stats from the non-holiday season. That was just for the holiday season. We kept the results and a separate stats page for that. We will, if we do another, or when we do another season or tournament or something like that, we will bring that back again. If you guys enjoyed that, I do think it was a lot of fun to keep up with that. And we will bring that back when we roll out our next season, which will probably be before the holidays.
Okay, there you go.
Producer
Jason,
Madison
yeah.
asking player of the game. Yes, player of the game was Robert Woods. I don't know if we gave out Not My Kid award.
I don't think we did. What do you
I
think?
don't think we did. It's a good question. Robert Woods would have been in the lead for that category at halftime, but then came back and had a pretty solid second half. I think I would go with Malcolm Brown. Here's why. Malcolm Brown, RB1, 6 carries. He literally did nothing. He did not go forward. He did not go backwards. 0 yards for Malcolm Brown.
Right. If
That
anything, he
is
wasted
your-
our time with 6 carries.
There you go. If we burn the clock, maybe. I don't know. 6 carries, no yards at all. He did break a tackle, for whatever that's worth. But that was it's worth nothing, in case you were wondering. 0 for Malcolm Brown.
Oh, man. Can we quickly go to the receivers here? Because Crown Sports has a question about Robert Woods, the final tally on Woods.
Yeah, so he ended up with 108, 6 catches, 108. So he hit the bonus, and then 2 touchdowns. Stopped on the 1 yard line on the last play of the game on a Hail Mary. I asked how far Jared Goff could throw it. Apparently not quite far enough.
Oh, so close.
1 yard line. 1 yard line. We were 1 yard away from overtime. Robert Woods, 6 catches, 108. And all of that coming in the second half because he had a bagel at halftime.
Well, looks like updating's being done. I'm up to 4th. Oh, up to 4th.
It's like watching a live sweat right now, watching Glash as they update this. He's a little excited. So that's with who on your roster has not been updated yet?
Let's see. Woods has been updated.
Yeah.
Montgomery's
Trubisky
updated.
looks right. Oh,
Now I'm down to 5th.
yeah, they're fixing Mitchell.
Okay, I'm up to 3rd. Oh, oh.
This
Am
is
I-
great. You get to watch Glash's live sweat.
Is
Literally.
criminal Bob's in 2nd, Stevens in 1st. I'm sitting in 3rd. Are we updated? Oh, wait a minute.
No,
Hold
no.
on.
Still, things are still shaking. I'm in 52nd. Not that anyone cares.
I need to know.
What is your best finish in one of these?
I've come in 1st twice, actually.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Going for the 3-peat.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, not in a row, but
Wait a minute.
3rd win.
Every time it moves, I think. Wait.
Oh,
Oh, no! I'm down
no!
to 5th. Come on! All right. Criminal Bob sitting in 1st place.
Yeah, there we go.
That might be it.
Nope.
Nope. Now I'm down to
Steven
7th.
in first now. Steven in first with Robert Woods in the captain spot. So there you go.
This is leaderboard.
Oh, you're
wait,
back to
back
third.
Back up to 3rd.
It's like a yo-yo.
This is the leaderboard live we need.
If Kyle and Joe are still here, they could just totally mess with you because they could just tweak it. Put your 1st, put your 3rd, put your 5th. They could play. They could play with you. Play with your emotions.
Kyle, I'm tempted. He's messaging us in Zoom right now. Jason is in
There you
8th.
go.
See you, Jason. There's a tie for 8th place, 3-way tie. All right. Well, in this case, though, folks do need to go on with their lives, meaning
It
our
is
production
true.
crew. So we will.
It is true.
We will wrap this up. Thank you all so much. It is Sarah's
Been a lot of
birthday
fun.
today, so I'm going to go enjoy the rest of the day with Sarah.
Happy birthday, Sarah!
It's the Priv's birthday, so, duty calls. The $500 free early classic. Right now we have a solo leader, so we'll see if that ends up being any different. And then
Cool.
Gron instead of Gronk. Oh, Gronk. Crazy. Gron crazy. That's pretty good. 4-way tie for first, including Gron crazy with Woods and the captain. So, and as of right now, I finished 3rd in the free roll. Not bad.
There you go. Very, very cool. Congratulations. Good work.
All right, everybody. Coming up after this at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, you'll get Rossi and Christian. Giants are at the Colts. I am back with ZT tomorrow at 2. We will have Dolphins and Patriots, weather to be announced.
Or it could be in the snow. We announced it earlier in the
That's right. We did do that earlier. Snow in Foxborough at 2.
Appropriate.
So dress warm. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of the day. And me and ZT will see you tomorrow at 2. Bye-bye.
What I do, DK Sim fam, it's the Tuesday after a 3-day weekend, so that sucks. But it's time for another edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream, and that does not suck. In fact, that rocks. I'm Jesse Cofield, here to take you through our late slate of Madden Sims. We got another 3-game Madden slate, plenty of contests, both free and paid. We got our featured Madden Stream 6K Tuesday night special. Classic contest is $10 to enter, features $6K in prizes, including $2,000 to first place. So we got a schedule going on tonight, but we're really getting close to kickoff. So I'm just going to go ahead and toss it over to Giants and Colts, getting us started with Jason Rossi and Christian DeAndrea. Gentlemen, closing in on 6 p.m. here. Have a blast.
Thanks, Jesse. You have a blast as well. Nice hat, by the way. Christian.
Ross, do you happen to notice that Jesse's outfit completely matched her background? Like, she was not just coordinated hat to shirt. She was hat to shirt to entire room behind her. And that's why Jesse Cofield, TV's Jesse Cofield, is on such a different level than schmucks like you and I. Look, I can't even compete.
No, Christian, go change. Go change. And I want you to get in a striped shirt with like some green attire above your head.
I can't. Why am I even here? I'm just going to get outclassed from minute one.
Well, that's what we do here on DraftKings. We just outclass each other like that. Well, speaking about class, we have a sim to get to. We got the Giants. We got the Colts. I want to hear about that. But first, actually, Christian, just a question. Bobbleheads behind it. What do we got?
Oh, we upgraded. It used to be the old 2005 Pittsburgh Penguins, Alexei Kovalev. But I recently decided to add to the group, headlined by this strapping young lad here. That is the sub 200 hitter himself, Bob Uecker.
Oh, Uke.
So a classic. And then up at the top, we got a little Carlos Gomez for the Cerros. And next to it, a glass of the finest lager I could find in Scotland, the Innocent Gun, which is a funny story because they only really brewed their beer in order to age whiskey in it. And they're like, what are we going to do with all this beer? I guess we'll sell it. Thus, Innocent Gun was born. In Scotland, few good craft breweries, not a lot of big macro producers up there that make anything really to my taste, but Innocent Gun by far the best. So that's the lineup behind me that you see there.
Love it. We'll go through my son's Christmas gifts later. But Christian, here we go. Colts, Giants, kind of a tough one to put together. Lineups are locked. We're getting into the game here. When you put your lineup together, where did you go here? How did you maneuver with that big old brain of yours?
I had to find a few bargains because there were a lot of guys I wanted to throw in here. And for this one, my bargains were on the Colts side. Colts defense, great. Yes. Giants defense, not so much. So it was Paris Campbell and Marlon Mack who went in at relative bargain prices. Paris Campbell under 5K, Marlon Mack under 3K. So stack those two guys up. You got enough room. Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley as token Giants players there. Also threw Trey Burton in, all behind my captain, Nyheim Hines. Hines, speed kills. We know he can turn a small hole into an 80-yard touchdown run. And he's coming off a 35-point game, 13 before that. So pretty high upside guy. Maybe not Saquon Barkley high upside. I was on the call with Kenny Ducey when Ducey went out of his way to disparage Saquon Barkley at halftime, and Barkley decided to rip off the rare double bonus 100 yards on the ground, 100 yards through the air in an overtime win. So I'm not going to poke that bear like Kenny Ducey. I am going to rock Saquon, but I'm just going to captain Nyheim Hines instead.
So we're on the
are you?
Good question. We're in the same thought process a little bit, Christian. We got Hines and the captain as well. You know, same situation you're rocking with. The numbers are there. The guy seems to touch the ball. I also put Marlon Mack in there just because, again, for that low, I'm all about the cheap plays. I threw in Saquon Barkley, Jack Doyle. I put both quarterbacks, Daniel Jones and Phillip Rivers. So I didn't go with the cheap receivers, but I did go with everything, you know, kind of like going quarterback. So we'll see here. We do have the Color Rush Tuesday, right? Like I can't remember. I think somebody tweeted this earlier. It's a Monday or a Tuesday, and like Monday's closed today because it's just coming off that long weekend.
Yeah. And again, the Rivers play just because everyone think they're going to have a big game. They can have a big game. They have the high ceiling. Phil's ceiling is like 22 points. He's always going to get you something. Money that you're getting out for him, you'd expect him to be able to give you 25 plus. And he just rarely does that. Down on my end, of course.
It's okay. Don't worry about a thing. I got you here. One thing, Bad Boys have popped to ask a question. We see you all in the chat, by the way. Smash that like on your way in. Steven, Bad Boys, Luke, Pete, Sean, El Paso #1. Nice play there. Getting it to the big man, Evan Ingram. No, that was Shepard. I'm sorry. Sean Preston. Who else we got? We got a whole crew. Mo, we see you there. Obi-Wan, what's up? Sarah's Craft Corner says Jersey Mike's for dinner. Good to hear. I was just asking people what they have. I'm always intrigued. Yeah. Here's Saquon getting his first carry.
I like Jersey Mike's a little more expensive. Jersey Mike's a huge variety of things that I appreciate. Like, it's one of those where, like, I kind of like, this is gonna sound a bit good. So I thought they like said, justify that kind of door, and then we spend our money on.
There you go. And then what do we got here? We have ourselves a 3rd and 7, Christian, as we talk a little meats, we talk a little subs. So let's see here. Daniel Jones drops back, has the pass, has the receiver wide open on a 3rd and 7, connects.
I'm currently running.
Don't worry about it. So then we
download
have
speed clocking in at a
Listen, Christian, all you have to say is this is the best.
Second.
Yeah, this is the funniest thing I've read. Jonathan says Ducey needs Christian internet. That is for sure could be funny. Don't worry. Listen, we got you. It happens. We'll keep the drive going here as Christian comes in and out. There's another run there from Saquon. Second rush here, starting off a little slow. So we get a this first quarter yesterday. So I come on Twitter, I see our guy Tommy Freeze Pops had a nice time with Glash talking about sandwiches. I had a sim yesterday with Kenny where we're just literally screaming at each other about the Browns, and I don't even care all that much. It was just he has these the thing I like about Kenny is that he's so strong-willed in his takes. The thing I don't like about Kenny is that he tries to pretend that he's open to being wrong, but I don't actually believe him.
No, he will never admit that. The man lives the gimmick. He's not out here spewing hot takes just to get noticed. He honestly and truly believes these things. and will not let go. He is like a pit bull when it comes to his bad takes. He's going to clamp on, and until you spray him with the hose, he's not going to let go.
Yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be your Kenny Ducey moment for the day. I don't really feel like talking about him. But just to mention, because I did yesterday, they were talking about like all this fun stuff and literally just screaming at each other. But here we go. We got ourselves a heck of a potential of a game here. I just love these old Giants red unis. I think Daniel Jones looks good in them. Even though I don't know if you saw this, Christian, the odds, or it was somebody from Pro Football Talk is we're going to get
terrible
accepted. I don't know what was going on there, but get the catch for Golden Tate. The Pro Football Talk put out there like where they believe Deshaun Watson's going to go. Jets have now become the number 1. Number 2 was the Dolphins, I believe. I'll pull up the exact graphic, but like the Giants were up there right next to the New England Patriots in like the top 5 or 6. And I said, really? Like, I don't know. Is it one of those things that they put that there because you just think, of course, he's one of the most talented quarterbacks. If you can get him, you get him kind of deal?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. You're not gonna pass on that. But Daniel Jones did take a step backward this year.
Mm-hmm.
Last year you were willing to take the good with the bad because the good was great. He had 3 different games with 4+ passing touchdowns. This year, he had fewer touchdowns all season than he had in those 3 games. 11 passing touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So his touchdown rate dropped by a lot. His interception rate only dropped by a little. He still turned the ball over way too much. His efficiency numbers went down. He just looked bad out there. And yes, there were a lot of contributing factors there. The blocking was awful. The running game was non-existent, even when Saquon Barkley was healthy. And his receiving core was very much hit or miss. Poor Darius Slayton couldn't get jump-started, and Golden Tate, they had him running scout team reps in practice, and everything was a bit of a mess. And Evan Ingram was somehow a Pro Bowl selection because the Pro Bowl is a joke. But I think you can make the case that if you get him a better supporting cast, better talent, he can get back on board, be a league average quarterback, maybe better. But obviously, you don't want to take that risk when you can go out and get yourself a Deshaun Watson. The problem isn't the same problem the Jets have. Deshaun Watson by himself is not good enough to lift up a bad team. We saw it firsthand with this Texans team. They only won 4 games, and they wins playing his best football. They got a full healthy season from J.J. Watt. Zach Cunningham led the league in tackles, and despite that, the depth was terrible. The blocking was bad. The receiving help was not really there. Just everything was kind of the same low level of awfulness that you would get with the Jets or you would get with the Giants. So as much as I think the Jets would be well served to go out there and find a way to get Deshaun Watson, just bringing him to town isn't going to be nearly enough to lift that team out of the AFC East basement.
Yeah, but they have some weapons. I don't know. It is interesting. I think the other thing is there's a lot of rumors now coming out that Deshaun Watson said he wants to have some patience. So maybe maybe it's because he heard the Jets and he's like, Houston doesn't sound so bad anymore. As we're getting our first drive here from the Colts, Marlon Mack will be your lead back. Very cheap. A lot of probably highly owned in this one. Naheem Hines, captained by both Christian and myself in our 132 entries in our 200-person contest. Pretty good numbers there. Hines, 25% the captain, 66% owned. Rivers, 41% owned, 6th in the captain. Hilton is 36%, 5 in the captain. There is another run there. Marlon Mack getting the ball. Just to mention, if you did go with the hashtag stack them kickers, like all the geniuses, I didn't even draft a kicker tonight, but Graham Gano at 14% owned in this one as he got the field goal. 3-0 Giants, 2:45 left. We're talking a little Deshaun Watson, his future. I really do believe like that comment, like I'm going to have patience. There's a big catch. T.Y. to the house. 58 yards, Christian. Eat him up. Unreal. Thank you, Hilton. That's what I call him. I know that's not his real name, but anytime T.Y. wants to... He had himself a day right there. What a score.
Yeah, I got... Looked washed at the beginning of the season. He built that development. He came on the same page, and then had a very nice response, very nice glow up there. whatever. As long as the happy hour stream. Maybe everyone in my neighborhood is using the internet at once to look at this.
Must be. 13th touchdown for Hilton, 46 for Rivers here in Madden 21. Again, owned in 36%. That was a heck of a stab if you threw him in your lineup. Trying to find the exact things here. For obviously Bad Boys, he asked a question earlier about contest entries. People will get notified, Bad Boys, so that's how you know to enter in last second. So like, yeah, it doesn't look like they're in, then they'll pop their lineup in. Uncalid IV, if that's I'm saying that right, says Watson is going to go to a team we never knew he was going to go to. Watch. 49ers were the third highest team on that. I have a feeling now, like, obviously it's just there's a lot of hype. We're in the end of the 3 football games left. It's that sad, dwindling down time of the season. And obviously these storylines are what's going to carry us 3 weeks from now on. Obviously the big headline, obviously, as well, Patrick Mahomes cleared the very first step in his protocol back. And people saying, I don't know, did you see the Colin Cowherd? I just saw the clip. I didn't listen to him. I guess saying that the AFC Championship should be delayed until Patrick Mahomes can play.
Oh, get the hell out of it. Colin Cowherd. Joke. He knows he's a joke. He's a guy who tried to sell his life rights to CBS to make a sitcom. That should tell you everything you need to know about Colin Cowherd. All right, the man is trying to be the corniest dad out there. He's never had a good take in his life. He was so anti-internet that when people would post mean things about him, he would try to DDoS people's websites, like The Big Lead and Awful Announcing.
Remember that?
His following is never big enough or internet savvy enough for them to do anything but improve traffic. They wouldn't shut him down. They'd be like, oh, this nice traffic spike. It helped us sell some ads. Wow, big
love that happen. Yeah.
From Saquon, but it's probably coming back. Probably all for naught. It is indeed.
Well, listen, Bad Boys, I see what you're saying. That's just what I was told once. All right, I don't know all the details. I work here. Like, I don't know the tech side of things, and it could also be errors. Who knows? With that being said, yeah, it will be the Colin Cowherd thing. I thought it was ridiculous. Obviously, yeah, he knows what. Just like talk about living the gimmick. That's what these guys do. Then they also have to talk for 3 hours a day on a national platform. You have to say something. But
You need something that would get tweeted out afterwards. The man is grasping at relevance. Fine, whatever. Just treat him like your drunken uncle at the Thanksgiving table. Just kind of smile and nod and then forget everything he said, unless you're talking to someone later and that, can you believe this crap kind of...
Hold on, I have a question about that. Do you have nieces or nephews, Christian?
I do. I have 2 nephews.
Okay.
Well, I got a whole bunch of nieces too. Yeah, so I got them both.
So you could be said drunk uncle.
I could be.
I think about that all the time because that's such a good reference, or like, that wacky aunt. I'm like, well, not that I'm an aunt, but I'm like, and every time people say like drunk uncle, all that stuff that says those stupid things, I'm like, that's totally going to be me in about like,
I can get there.
My kids, when the kids get older. Yeah. Incomplete pass. But yeah, I just thought it was fascinating that he said it, because it is funny though, like as much as we're going to rip on him and joke about it, you don't think the NFL in some part of their brain is like, all right, we got to, if Mahomes, just say Mahomes comes out Wednesday, tomorrow, that it's like things aren't looking really good. You're going to tell me they're not going to be like, oh man, how do we delay this thing? How do we push this back? Because that would just crush their 6 o'clock game with Chad Henne and Josh Allen. I know that's not going to happen. Mahomes will be in there. Marshall Faulk's warning him not to play, that you have to be careful with concussions, but let's be real.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too worried about it. Either way, I mean, it's 2 fairly small-ish, at least compared to the other media markets in the league, between Buffalo and Kansas City. So either way, you're not selling a media market, you're selling a story. And the Bills story is just as good as the Patrick Mahomes trying to keep story. So I think ultimately the league will be like, oh, well, Patrick Mahomes can't go, but it's honestly not like they're dragging out a team from Palookaville that no one wants to see. Would be rooting for the Bills. They can sell that matchup pretty easily. There's going to be no shortage of storylines there. Back to their first Super Bowl since losing 4 in a row. The Josh Allen revival. A whole bunch of Billy Joel getting played on the broadcast because Buffalo has turned into Allentown. Stuff like that. So the league will be just fine if it's the Bills in the AFC title game. They actually might.
Oh, yeah. In the Super Bowl.
What they need to do is they need to build that superhero rivalry for Patrick Mahomes in the AFC now that Tom Brady's gone. Why not make Josh Allen that guy? The Bills get that win.
Oh, boy.
Happy to get it. They can build from there. I can see a lot working in the not only for this Super Bowl, but down the line if the Bills don't have to face Patrick Mahomes and make it to the Super Bowl. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, listen, as Patrick Mahomes tweeted out, anything is possible. Great tweet, by the way. Our guy, Philip Rivers, by the way, thank you guys for joining us. Christian DeAndrews, this handsome son of a gun. My name's Jason Rossi. We got Daniel. We got Michael. We have unbelievable producers. Thoughts out to Michael. He's in California. Anybody in the West Coast, he was kind of informing us of some of the issues potential that could be going on out there with the winds and electricity and fire. So if anybody here on the West Coast, thank you for being with us. Stay safe, be well. We're thinking of you. We got Patrick and Jim, our dudes in ops. Philip Rivers in this one, 1 for 1, 58 yards and a touchdown. Retire right there, Philip. Ain't getting better than that. Receiving wise, Christian, Golden Tate, 5 grabs. We saw that really awkward catch earlier, but 5 grabs, 27 yards. Shepard's got 3 for 47. Daniel Jones is doing his best to sling it, but so far it's just 7-3. The Giants got the field goal. Hilton with the 1 grab for 58 yards and the tud as we get here to the second quarter in Cindiapolis.
Cindiapolis, a place that I will not be going this February.
I know.
Scouting combine going fully remote, which makes a lot of sense. There's a chance that the combine last year was a disease vector because that was late February. Really didn't know too much about coronavirus back then, at least within American borders. And you don't realize just how, you're interacting with everyone. There are thousands of people there. And you're basically going from vector point to vector point where you're doing these player interviews, you're shaking hands. So a super spreader event avoided by the NFL makes sense. But I'm sure another big completion from Daniel Jones, and it is Darius Slayton on that one. I'm not going to miss out in Indianapolis. Rossi, I lived there for 2 years. It's not a cup of tea. It's basically like the Simon brothers decided to build their greatest mall ever, and it turned to be downtown of cornbread America. Just nothing really to do in Indianapolis. There's a growing number of local places downtown. The scene's getting a little bit better for sure, as Shepard takes it down to the 2 and be first and goal here. But for the most part, it was just kind of a nothing city, just nothing really memorable. Every other place I've lived, Rossi, when I go back, there's something I want to do that I can only do there. There's food I want to eat that I can only eat there. Indianapolis is just like, all right, cool, I'm here.
Yeah, it's like, thanks. This is perfect Saquon Barkley territory. He had a great showing at the combine. The quad father from the 2, the give. Look at DeForest Buckner saying, not on my watch.
Yeah, not sure why you don't block that guy, but it speaks to the issues of that Giants offensive line. Drafted Andrew Thomas at last year's draft, 4th overall, and Thomas did nothing but struggle. Especially painful when you look at guys like Mekhi Becton, Tristan Wirfs, Jedrick Wills, who are all awesome as rookies. Giants could have had, I think, any of those guys, if I'm not mistaken, and yet they end up with the dud. They went to a car dealership for like a lineup of Ferraris, and they picked the one with the Toyota Corolla engine.
Yeah, as here is Saquon Barkley getting into the 1. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remain here in the first half. Tololo TD says meager. 3 tight ends set. Fullback in, the pitch out to Barkley. Breaks 1 tackle. Gonna lose 3 yards on that one. So 7 carries, 14 yards denied 3 times.
Jump 3 plays there. Why not just run the option if you're going to do that? I don't get it. Why are you running a toss sweep in goal line formation, especially with your offensive line? Terrible. The Giants deserve to lose this game because the play calling is bad. And the Colts retain the lead here, 7-6. Now we get to see maybe what this Colts passing offense can do beyond just T.Y. Hilton. Going off at somewhat pricey, $8,400. So he was more expensive than guys like Evan Ingram, Trey Burton, guys who average more points per game. But clearly worth it in this one, despite coming off games with 6 or fewer points, already up into double digits for him. So already going above and beyond that season average of 11.3 points. And he only needed 1 catch to do it.
That's it. That's all it took. One catch, so that's your score right now. 2 Gano field goals. He's owned 14% of this contest. The touchdown, Hilton to Rivers. Rivers and 41%, Hilton and 36. So all the lower-owned players. We haven't even had the ball touched yet by Nyheim Hines, one of the highest-owned players in this game, captained by 2 grandchildren calling this game right here. Smash that like. Hope you guys are enjoying it. I saw Unkeld saying, putting his fan blinders on now, talking about my team. Don't talk about my Giants. Well, listen, you want us talking about them because what else is there to say? There's a catch there. This is the one team I can tell you. I couldn't tell you what numbers. I'm guessing Paris Campbell. I don't know. Who was 15? I was right. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that, Christian. Every so often. Blind squirrel.
Got it. Yeah, Campbell is a guy I really did expect more from. He only got to play 2 games this season due to injury, but he was just so good at Ohio State.
Big play here. TY again, Christian. Look at him. That's another 18 yards added to the clip. He is up to 74, I believe.
What a great day he's having already. He's only had 2 targets, but he's averaging more than 30 yards per thanks to that deep threat skill of his. Back to his running mate, Paris Campbell. Campbell was one of those guys who built himself up over time, had a breakthrough senior season at Ohio State. I think everyone was expecting maybe a little bit more from him. Had an underwhelming rookie campaign, only played 7 games, only 2 games last year. And may have had
Look at this.
Look at this.
TY, 3 grabs so far.
I was about to say Paris Campbell and Michael Pittman could be the new top 2 duo in Indianapolis, but T.Y. Hilton showing us just like in real life, he's not washed up yet. He's going to remain a big part around the top of that depth chart down there, and he could be catching passes from that man, Phillip Rivers, right there. Rivers might be the best of a bad situation quarterback-wise for this Colts team. Hasn't committed to coming back, although Frank...
And they haven't committed to him either.
Well, Frank Reich said he wants him back. He said he wants him back, so we'll see.
Christian, that sounds to me like veteran schmoozing because obviously, I think he does like Phillip Rivers, don't get me wrong, but I think if something better comes along, there's all the rumors of Carson Wentz because of some of the connections with the Eagles organization. I don't know if you want to go there price-wise, as Phillip Rivers probably would play for less than the 20 he made this year, but here's Phillip Rivers with time, has a receiver 2 feet inbounds. That's a catch, but there is a flag.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to... Yeah, the big
holding.
Paris Campbell counts for nothing. And second and extremely long coming up. 2nd and 26 after the sack. The hold. I think Rivers was fine. He was aggressively okay.
Yes, Hines, finally.
Yeah. I just don't see how Indianapolis gets a clear and proven replacement who can be an upgrade over what Rivers brought to the table last year. You'd think they would go all in their pursuit of Deshaun Watson, but I don't think there's any way the Texans are going to trade him within the
division. No way.
It doesn't make any sense for them. Things have to get pretty desperate for that to happen. Not saying it can't, but Wentz might be a better fit, although the firing of Doug Peterson suggests the Eagles are more likely to stick with Wentz and got the coach rather than...
another sack on a 3rd and 22.
Good Lord, Phil. What was it?
But there's the problem right there, Christian, right? Like, that's one thing with Phillip Rivers. As the game progresses, he ain't getting any faster as he goes on. I will say I liked his overall demeanor a little bit more this year. I still liked him with the Chargers, but, like, he's the one thing I like about him. Gunslinger, throws a pick, shakes it off, comes back out there. He reduced his turnovers this year. The offensive line's incredible. Reduced, obviously, the amount of times he was hit. I do find, obviously Michael, our producer, dropping in there. Do you think Rivers comes back? I think what you mentioned, T.Y., Phillip, both free agents. Is this a transfer of the Colts? We're going to see a whole different squad. I think, listen, let's be very real. 10-win team, a footstep away from potentially upsetting the Bills. So I think you're right. I think maybe you run it back. Maybe you draft a quarterback in those early rounds, maybe like a 3rd round if you're not going to go all in, or maybe you do sign a younger
Rask or whatever.
That's a perfect fit there, or maybe they find their Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston of this year, just a guy that's coming off starting, that maybe it's a guy like a Cam Newton or somebody that can just be a backup. Things go wrong, you can turn to them. I do find this team fascinating. I think Luke Murphy dropped in the chat saying they're irrelevant aside from Pat McAfee. Well, first of all, no. Love Pat McAfee, but Colts were a great, interesting story. Best offensive line, I would say, in the league, and defensive line is right up there. This is a team that's right. Christian, would you say that like right on the doorstep of like one or two moves? I don't know. Maybe you know exactly what that could be, whether it's someone on the back end or a receiver that could change the game for them.
Honestly, if they still had Andrew Luck, if Andrew Luck didn't retire, we could talk about these Colts as a Super Bowl contender. I mean, Luck helped take a much less talented team to the AFC title game a few years before his retirement. He could have worked wonders with this crew. And look, they are already in great shape. They have building blocks on both sides of the ball. And this year, they have nearly $70 million in cap space to spend. Now, granted, a lot of that's going to be eaten up by whatever quarterback they get. They got to figure out what to do with T.Y. Hilton. But there's just a lot to like about – they're just so sturdy. You know, there aren't really any glaring weaknesses for the Colts. There aren't really many reasons to believe in them as a legit team. They're not going to really threaten you. But man, they had the Bills on the ropes, and Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, one or two plays would have made the difference there.
Prove that the Chargers curse lives with.
Yeah, Phillip always in the big games. Can't
ever. He just played the Colts going to see Brad.
No, I agree. It's one of those things that it just seems to always be a Phillip Rivers thing as these games get bigger. He just doesn't seem to have that final push to get him over the edge. But maybe it is one more year. Run it back with the Colts. Maybe they sign. I'm just throwing out things at this point. I'm not looking at the salary cap, which looks like it's rumored to be around $180 million, which is a little bit better of a scenario than they originally expected. But maybe it's someone like a Michael Thomas if he's healthy. He wants to go, they sign someone like that. Just throwing out a theory. But there's a huge play here. He breaks the tackle into the end zone. Golden Tate's got the golden ticket into the end zone for 6.
Oh.
It's going to make it.
What a day he is having. He was getting the receptions, wasn't getting the yards. And then, boom, a game changer right there. Absolutely suns someone en route to the end zone with a stiff arm. No stopping that man right there who is toiling in New York for Golden Tate.
Ain't that the truth? But yeah, Golden Tate. So still 39 seconds remain here in the first half. Another deep, big touchdown here from Daniel Jones to Golden Tate. Tate was owned in 25% of this contest. Captain just 2. 6th touchdown for Golden Tate in the Madden 21 season. What a drive there. 5 of 6. Look at that. 78 yards for Daniel Jones. Just slaying it on that drive.
He's having himself a very nice day. On pace for more than 400 passing yards. It'll be tough to get there, obviously, but it takes a lot to do. This is a very good Colts defense. Steady in all phases of the game. They had one of the more underrated safeties in Kari Wills, who I thought had a great season. He was my PFWA All-AFC safety pick. I believe it was him, and I can't remember who the other guy was, but trust me, he was good.
Yeah, trust me. Listen, Christian, this is one thing I could tell you. I do trust you. Over on YouTube, did you see that? Said, I thought Rivers was more serviceable for the Colts this year. That said, the Colts are set up. They need a fresh QB. The D is there. The O-line is there. Young RBs are there. Yeah, I think you're onto something, but I do think there's something about, like, it's not like their receivers are really that proven. Jacoby Brissett was there. They gave him a shot. He was fine as well. I think that we've seen like 2 similar years. Obviously, Phillip Rivers made bigger plays when needed. There's another big catch. Was that T.Y., I think, again, coming across the middle. But with that being said, I am fascinated to see again. They're another one of those interesting situations. It's going to be, I think, one of the more remarkable off seasons just because the salary cap situation, teams like both these teams we're looking at, who probably feel like, if we do 1 or 2 things, because especially the Giants, like they could have made the playoffs at the end of the year. They won that game if the Eagles were able to, or let's say the Eagles played a full game. Do with that as you will. There's another kick.
Ray Burton, and all of a sudden the Colts. Wow, crazy finish to this half.
It has been wild so far. We'll see what they can do with just 27 seconds remain. The Colts still have another timeout. They're in field goal range now. But yeah, like the Giants were a playoff team basically. These are 2 teams that right there, right on the verge. And obviously we've seen in the playoffs things can happen, even though I don't know if we'd see either one of these teams get past this past weekend either way. Here come the Colts at the 25. Phillip Rivers with time, throwing towards the... Ooh, I thought it was going deeper. Nice catch there, though. They're going to have to move it quickly.
Yeah, are they going to take a timeout and just kick 16 seconds? So I think they are going to run one more play. 16 seems a little high for a timeout in these sims, or for a field goal in these sims. They might run one play, throw it out the back of the end zone. The one thing Phillip Rivers can't do here is take a sack, because then this drive that has gotten all the way to the 8-yard line will be for naught.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, I like it. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Brian says, why did I pick an RB? I feel that, Brian. That's the mood of the half. Here's Rivers with time. Has a receiver. This is not good. He's going to get Hoyered. Oh, we're getting there. It is an RB catch.
End zone, Phil. You got what? Oh, man. All right, well, I said the worst thing you do there is take a sack. The second worst thing you can do is throw it short of the end zone in the middle of the field. Poor Nyheim Hines never had a chance there. So congrats if you have Hines. If you captain like some idiot announcers did, then congrats. You got like 1.5 points on that play. But the Colts got 0 points on that drive, which was so promising. A baller 2-minute drill. The 2-minute drill they really needed in the playoffs against the Bills, but it ended with just as many points as they got in the real world. 0 as, getting outplayed here by the Giants. New York has a lead 13-7. Daniel Jones absolutely on fire. Let's see.
Swinging it.
Stats here. 16 to 20. 20 passes in the first half alone. Not bad.
That's great.
7 and a touchdown for him. Rivers, perfect passer rating. 8 for 8, 162 through the air. Both quarterbacks on pace for the bonus. Rivers has the touchdown as well. Deep ball to T.Y. Hilton, who is knocking on the door of 100. On the ground, nothing doing for really anyone. Only 34 combined rushing yards between the two teams. Saquon Barkley has done next to
he got 3 carries too, Christian, in the 5-yard line.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Barkley was doing okay. He had a decent number, and then stuff. Terrible. But you know who's doing great? Golden Tate. 7 for 87 and a touchdown for him. T.Y. Hilton, 4 for 110. He's already into the bonus.
Yeah, he's got it. So we got a bonus there. Clearly bonus watch. Shepard as well, 61 yards, but we'll see. Golden Tate just 16 yards away. This is the one thing I'll say, and I see some of the comments. Everyone's like, oh, the running backs stink. This is brutal. Here's the deal. We've seen this before, and then anything can happen in these sims. Every one of these sims is like a snowflake, falls down, very unique and different. So we'll see what we get here in the second half. Hines had that last catch again. He was stopped. We got Hoyered there by the Colts, but we'll see what we get here in the second half. It is 13-7 in Indianapolis. It's Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi. Make sure you check them out at thepostroute.substack.com. Go subscribe, get the email in. You're going to get some info dropped on you tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow's Wednesday.
And it's going to be a look at what's happening with the Saints and what comes next and how they're better off if Drew Brees retires. Because if he comes back, it is just a freight train of for the poor Mickey Loomis, the general manager who has to manage and massage that team's salary cap. Right now, they are a foundering ship. They need to toss off ballast. They need to figure out what can go over the sides to keep them afloat. It's not just going to be dinner plates. It's going to be things like the GPS and ship engines because things are that dire in New Orleans. They have no cap space. But look at this. In the Rossi and Christian free roll, DK Sim fan and friends, our very own Daniel, first place.
Yeah, he's Captain Slayton, which is even more interesting because he's done nothing in some sense with points. He's got Hines, he's got Daniel Jones, he does have the catch. Yeah, you're right. He's got Hilton, he's got Shepard, he's got Golden Tate. So his captain not doing anything, just like a lot of us here, unless you go with the big guys. But yeah, first in the contest, I am in 92nd and not feeling good about it.
113th. So congrats. You beat by like 21 places right now. Not really going well for my Nyheim Hines play, or my Saquon Barkley play, or my Parris Campbell play, or my Marlon Mack play. Everything is bad.
Yeah, Michael and 31st, our producers. So that's Daniel, our technical advisor. We have Michael, our producer. We got Patrick, and we got Jim, your boy, in the ops team. appreciate those guys working. Tickling that like button, says Zovan, for Rossi and Christian and the whole production team. Appreciate that. Yes, please do tickle the like button as you're joining us. Just so you give you a heads up what's happening after Christian and I have this game, you will have Matt LaMarca will be joining Jesse to do a little pre-lock situation with the NBA. So if you're playing any contests over on DraftKings, stay tuned for that here on your dream stream. But again, Christian was talking a little bit about the post route, so make sure you do go to substack.com. Oh, sorry, thepostroute.substack.com. Enter your email, get some acknowledge right in the old brain, a little football. Also, if you do enjoy yourself some pop culture stuff, I have the Pop Culture Pile Driver as a podcast I do with Billy D, who you sometimes see on these dream streams. It's a DraftKings guy behind the scenes more now than before. But you can check that out tonight. We'll be doing a live review of The Office Season 5. So that's what we got going down.
Have you already started a review of The Office Season 5, or is this continuing?
This is my first. I did just I finished Season 5 before it came off Netflix. So we're obviously a little behind in my viewing to reviewing situation. But yeah, I've done all 4 seasons prior. So this is first time getting to Season 5. Because I had never seen the show when it was live and it was out there. As the Colts have the first possession here. 2nd and inches. And what do we got here? So Phillip Rivers in the gun.
Okay.
From the 35. It's a man in motion. Here's Phillip Rivers, quick delivery. This play has been getting them completions all day, Christian. It's been the quick slant over the middle. Linebackers not playing man. They're playing a zone, very soft. And Phillip Rivers is making them pay for it.
Not a great amount of arm strength for downfield passes, but he is able to zip in those short routes with accuracy and hit them quickly enough so that they're not easily jumped. So it's impressive to see that.
Absolutely. By the way, I forget who it was. It might have been Jordan asking about our guy LaMarca. They say, sometimes that's Saturday, sometimes you'll see him pop in there. Yes, a lot more time being put into the NBA season from Matt LaMarca, but you will see him tonight. He's going to be doing, I think, 2 come this Saturday. I don't know if he's on anywhere prior to that, but just to give you a heads up, he'll probably tell you a little bit about it when he's on the dream stream later. There's another slant across the middle, Christian. They are just eating them up. The Giants need to make a change on that defense ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, why would you stop doing it? Keep running the same play over and over until the Giants prove they can stop it. Which, great news if you got those Colts wide out. Probably not a great sign for the Nyheim Hines owners out there that saw him take that first carry, busted up field, and we're like, oh, this is good. Okay, never mind. He'll be just fine.
There you go. Yeah, there's Nyheim Hines getting the carry. By the way, we're 33. Larry Bird away from 500 likes. So if you could do us the honors of smashing that like button, I'm actually going to do, I think it's the Emerson. I'm going to take my like away and then give it back. Oh. So please feel free to drop that like, tickle that like button. It's right there on your screen. Hit subscribe so you know when the dream stream goes live. Here is another carry up the middle. Marlon Mack. It's his 4th carry, still under 20 yards. Yeah, Marlon Mack will be back. I know we were talking about Mark Ingram earlier today. Just running back news was released by the Ravens. Must be such an odd feeling, like when the season just ends and you're like, yeah, you're out. Later.
I mean, Ingram had to see the writing on the wall. He wasn't active late in the season. The only thing he really could have added to that running back rotation was pass catching presence, because J.K. Dobbins dropped a ton of passes. Gus Edwards, they didn't even trust him enough to throw him the ball most games. So Ingram, really the only dimension he could have added to that running back room was as a pass catcher, and that's not really what he does at this stage of his career. Wasn't any room at the inn. He can go somewhere else. I mean, I'm sure someone would like to find a Mark Ingram type, throw him into that running.
Oh, speaking of which, look at this.
Dang, Hines, wind him up.
Yeah, the wind-up doll into the end zone. Nyheim Hines, the most owned player in this contest at 66%. We were crapping all over him, but there it is. This is why you don't judge the game by the first half. I repeat to all viewers across the world. Yes, this is what happens. games change, adjustments are made. Receivers, by the way, we had 2 long receiving touchdowns. That also changes it up for the running backs. But there's Naheem Hines. Gets into the end zone, Christian, 4:20 remaining. It is now a 1-point lead for the Indianapolis Colts, 14-13 over the Giants. 21st touchdown, wow, for Hines. But no, I know what you're saying there. Go back to Ingram, like how that situation played out. I just found it particular. It's like literally 3 days after the season's over. It's like, see ya. But I guess that's kind of an advantage to him because, in the world we live in now, I know it's not going to happen, but he could technically be picked up by a team going to the Super Bowl if they so chose.
Is that true? Because I
Yes.
think he was part of the active roster, not practice squad, like Jared Veldheer was. Veldheer could do it because he was elevated from the practice squad as a one-time thing. I'm not sure Ingram could latch on with someone to make it to the Super Bowl, but I'm not an expert. Don't quote me.
I thought this year, like almost 90% of those regular rules were kind of thrown out just due to COVID and situations. But, RG3 was also released. I didn't see that, Michael. Thank you for that. No, I really hope that we find a way.
Yeah.
Because I was so pumped when he got that start. Obviously, it was a really tough look and, he just didn't look all that great. But he said going into this year, like, I'm no longer a backup. I'm going to revitalize my career after this. And got to start on like a Wednesday, so it was like a wacky game anyways. I don't think you should put a lot.
It was against a very tough Pittsburgh defense.
Yes.
It was just a rough scene altogether for RG3, but kind of a telling one. And the problem was that every time, I just don't think I can ever watch RG3 and not immediately kind of cringe whenever he gets hit or comes up limping. It always makes me feel bad. I just have terrible memories of the Washington football team running him into the ground and ruining his career. So when he takes a hit and he gets up a little slowly, it's just like, oh no! Like that's the way I feel every time.
It's such a weird scenario, and it's also obviously I know like the way that Baltimore basically had their quarterback situation is just very athletic, versatile quarterbacks. Because they have Lamar, they send a piece around him, they move on from Flacco. RG3 was already there, but keep him. Tracy McSorley in. They have all these athletic guys, and then when they needed a backup, none of those guys were available. Just due to injuries and such an odd way. And I wonder if this offseason they go and get themselves a pure pocket passer as a backup and maybe just seeing a little bit of what they may need alternatively to Lamar.
I mean, the good news is there are going to be a whole lot of veteran guys out there that can fit the bill. Bad news is, we don't really know where they're at.
Oh, wait a minute! Another
stand?
60 yards. It looks like Evan Ingram, but will it stand? Sorry, Slayton.
It's dead, so he's having a big game, but
there's a flag.
This is going to be huge for producer Daniel.
No.
Daniel, I'm so sorry.
That would have been huge, as you said. 60 yards for a captain touchdown. Not going to happen.
Holding downfield. He's up. All right. He must have been holding way downfield because the penalty leads brought the ball back to 1st and 10. So a weird holding call. Tate must have been egregious with his grab on that one. Instead, we get Saquon Barkley for 4.
Yes. By the way, this just tweeted out. Adam Schefter retweeted from NFL Update. It says Titans wide receiver A.J. Brown went on IG Live after undergoing surgery on both his knees. They told me I was done for the year in week 2. I played all year, and I made the Pro Bowl. Didn't know how I was going to do it, but I did it. See, these stories always fascinate me because I wonder what that means for like the team doctors and everyone behind the scenes. Like, is this good for him to be admitting, or obviously amazing accomplishment if true? And I just always worry about what that means for like the me or you that's out there that nobody knows. That's like a doctor or physician or strength coach on the team that's about to get like, I don't know, potentially in trouble for that. Potentially.
One sit that one out. I don't think anyone would have. Everyone probably just thought they were going to go 9-7 again because that's what they did under Mike Vrabel. But B, all that COVID stuff going around and the amount of rescheduling and everything that went on in Tennessee. I don't think anyone would have blamed him if he saw that and said, you know what, this is all a bit of a mess, and we're going to use this opportunity to get my legs healthy and sit this one out. We'll see what's going for a while. Again, it'll turn on business as usual style. There was definitely the opportunity to kind of opt out of the season, get a surgery. Instead, came back, he got it done. He was the most reliable wideout in the lineup when healthy. He had some big, huge games late in the season after he was injured. I mean, all of his 100-yard games, Rossi, came after week 6. So,
which is wild.
Very impressive to see. A very well-deserved Pro Bowl honor from him.
Yeah, Kareem saying DK or AJ, who had the better season? Just represent Ole Miss. All I have to say is it wasn't N'Keal Harry. Damn Patriots. Oh. There's a pass down the middle. Caught there. Under a minute here to go in the third. As we're nipping on the heels. There's a bonus there for Golden Tate. He's over 100 now. Golden Tate with 8 grabs. Amazing game from him. Ingram's got a bunch of grabs here. We're seeing the ball being slung all over the place. But this is it. Are we going to get the quad father into the end zone? At the 8. Give is to Saquon. He's getting his way, bruising his way down to the 3. 5 yards on the carry. Saquon just 24 yards on the ground. A touchdown will salvage the day. Congo Gab, we see you. 14-13 again. Here we go. This final play here of the third. They're in the gun. Will they get the playoff? 2-1. The snap is the quick pass. Wide open receiver for the touchdown. Giants, the G-Men. We're going for 2 here. So we'll see. I like the call. Obviously, only up by 5. No reason not to. Daniel Jones quick. Again, almost same play. The middle of the field's been open for both teams, Christian. Is that Evan Ingram there on the grab of the 2. Ops team's going to have their work cut out for them there. As we are done here for the third quarter. What a finish to it. 21-14 Giants over the Colts.
Absolutely furious finishes to the second quarter, third quarter now. Jones on pace for the bonus still. 272 through the air. 2 touchdowns now. So he's having a breakthrough day. Phillip Rivers, not bad. 200 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, perfect passer rating, but paling in comparison to the quarterback who's roughly 15 years younger than him tonight.
Yeah, it's unbelievable so far. Obviously, we haven't seen Daniel Jones moving at all, but not needing to. Sometimes these games, Christian, we see when they're down, you see Daniel Jones start to take off. Not the case. Not going to be needed. Speaking about taking off, Saquon Barkley has just been studded his performance. He's only got 24 yards on the ground, nowhere near that last play or last 2. So we'll see if he can pick up his game.
Yeah, just no one really doing anything of note on the ground. Nyheim Hines, your leading rusher, 4 carries, 6 yards. Barkley's got 9 bites at the apple. He's not even averaging 3 yards per carry. He's been less efficient than Marlon Mack, 5 for 21 for him.
Crazy.
So kind of big day for the bargain basement. And then you have a guy who's trending pretty hard towards the crusty cough, Golden Tate, 9 for 107. 2 touchdowns.
So he scored that last one there. It was quick. So he was Golden Tate.
Not bad.
Oh, it's great. Golden Tate having a day. Evan Ingram having a day. 7 catches for 50 yards. Yardage is there, but getting 7 grabs. My Lord. T.Y. with still 4 for 110 the score. And Nyheim Hines, as you mentioned, just 17. And, the score there, the grab. So we're going to get here to the 4th. Give it up to our ops team who's updating scores. Jim and Patrick.
Too, our favorite punt player.
I know. Yeah, I'm trying to see here.
Our favorite punt player, Lolo, former Stanley end, 1 for 21. So let's see if we can't get him into the end zone. Just the wealth, Daniel Jones. Get it done.
Yeah, Daniel is still in first place in our contest after the update. Ops crushing it there. Daniel got a big lead, too. He's over 8 points. Or a little under 8 points, I say, from Jason Angel right behind him. Jason Angel's lineup, Hines and the captain like us. He's got T.Y. Hilton, he's got Ingram, he's got Burton, he's got Tate, and he's got Pascal. So avoided the quarterbacks. We'll see if that pays off. Again, just a reminder, Daniel in first. His team, Slayton, Hines, Jones, Hilton, Shepard, Tate. As we get here to the 4th, We will have, again, LaMarca joining us with Jesse Cofield right after this game. They're going to talk a little NBA if you're setting lineups. As we have the Giants now with the 7-point lead heading into the fourth. Kickoff here. Don't forget to drop your who you need here. Who do we need in this game? If you're down way below Daniel, who's looking down upon us from his ivory tower, who is it that you need to make that big comeback? So we'll see. Here come the Colts. Here it is. Phillip Rivers in the gun. He's got Hines next to him. This is when Nyheim Hines will be out there. He has him open. If he's going to go there, he does. It's going to be a short catch. If it is, it's incomplete. Caught the ball out of bounds. Oof. So that's going to be a play here. So we'll see now a 2nd and 10 from the 25. People look, Mo saying Barkley. We'll see if we can get Barkley. Hines for El Paso. Looking for a little bit of that catch-up. There's Hines again right over the middle. Overthrown by Phillip Rivers. Had him open. This has been open all day. The middle of the field, but not going to make the catch there.
Raising his ability to hit those slants equally and evenly. They're completely blanks one. So it would have been a big first down there. And now this is a situation the Colts may be forced to punt, and they absolutely do not want to do that, especially the way this Giants team's been moving the ball.
Sacked. Phillip Rivers on a 3rd down on the blitz. 26 likes away from 500. Please do us that favor. Smash that like button. Tickle it as you're in here. That's going to be a turnover here to the, well, they'll get a punt here over to the Giants. Luke Murphy says, one thing I've learned from these Sims, if one of the guys goes out, the game will be called unless your name is Adam Kaufman. Do you want me to do like cough stories? No, I remember Phillip Rivers was drafted in 2004, I believe. I might be making that up. I don't remember off the top of my head. It was 2004?
I think you're right. I think
so. Okay. In 2004, I was, at my grandmother's house on a Sunday in August. And I remember reflecting upon, the Chargers organization. And then,
sorry, just another big...
No, please, don't be sorry.
Danny Dimes up into the bonus, 301 for him. He might drag Sterling Shepard into his own bonus. Let's see if we can get
close.
Yardage total from him. Yeah, that was a big one.
300 yards, so he's in the bonus. Daniel Jones now. Shepard also in the bonus, so there are bonuses galore. Let's see if we have more to come here. Evan Ingram 50 yards away. There's a pass to Saquon. Makes a nice over-the-shoulder grab. So we'll see. We could use a big run. Doak's gone, saying we could use a big run for Barkley. Sure could. We'll see what happens. Earl saying this sim is ruining, or he thinks he's going to doom his showdown in classics. We'll see. Here comes the handoff to Saquon.
Wideouts, you're probably having a great time right now. But, I mean, that's the thing with the Giants. Their wideouts are so unpredictable. You never really know who's going to show up, who's going to do anything. Their biggest, most efficient scorer is Evan Ingram. You kind of have to slide down the list to get to Sterling Shepard and Golden Tate and Darius Slayton. And all those guys are okay, but they can be so trick or treat. And today they've all really come out to play, although Slayton could obviously have a bigger impact. Would have been really nice to have that long touchdown catch that got called back earlier, as Tate there makes his 10th reception of the day, having just
unbelievable,
wonderful performance. Giants inside field goal range, might as well start running the ball, burning some clock. They're going to get at least 3 points here, barring a turnover, and that's going to cement the win.
There's another. They're just picking apart the middle of the field at this point, Christian. It has just become both sides. We saw from the Colts early after the last drive where he missed Hines on the wide open slant. Now it is just Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes right through this defense down to the 5-yard line. If it's ever a time to see Saquon, this could be it. There is a vaunted front in front of him. We'll see. They get the tight end in. The give is to Saquon. He's got a hole, but look how quickly it closes. The Colts defense, ferocious, one of the best in the league. Stop him. 30 yards now for Saquon.
Yeah, this has been depressing for Saquon. Every time he's gotten the ball with a chance to score, the Colts have been there. Colts not really finding a way to stop anyone else. Clearly, they devoted all their resources to limiting the run game, and that has really left their passing defense wanting, and this could be 80 dimes for another
Jones
touchdown.
rolls out.
Run. Wow.
Unbelievable. Justin Houston, drink a little of that age, or that de-aging juice, a little of that Benjamin Button stuff going on here. We're under 4 minutes to go. Giants trying to close this one out. Graham Gano has 2 field goals. There's 2 touchdown catches for Golden Tate. 2-point conversion, Evan Ingram. From a 3rd and goal from the 14 here, Christian, they look like they're going to run the ball. They give it to Saquon. It makes a move to try to get to the outside, and there's Justin Houston again.
Jeez, Saquon 12 for 28 on the ground right now. Just awful. A terrible, very bad, no good day. But his Giants really just one chip shot 33-yard field goal away from cementing a road win in the strip mall of American cities, Indianapolis, Indiana.
And there it is. Graham Gano is good. So a 10-point lead now for the Giants. Saquon Barkley, just about trying to polish the Babysitter Billy Award right now. Almost 82% owned in the free contest. And just, like you said, he lost yards again in that drive. So he is down to just 28 yards, 3:07 remaining. Who do you need here for the Colts? Tickle that like. We're just 19 away from 500. DK SimFam, show up. There's 500 plus of you watching over on the Twitch. I've been so disrespectful to the Twitch homies. I apologize. We see you. We love you. We appreciate you. David, I did not stack the kickers today, but today actually wouldn't be a great day for it. But if you stack Gano, which doesn't make sense, be a hell of a play. So here come the Colts. They're going to start this from the 25-yard line. Mike Garofalo, just going on the A.J. Brown point, said A.J. Brown had cleanup in both of his knees. Will be sidelined for a few weeks, but nothing that should affect him for next season. Stack the likes, Earl. Love that. Hashtag stack them likes. All right, here comes Phillip Rivers. Another short pass. Falls in bounds, one of the worst. I hate when they do that. The possession catch on the sideline, nothing to doing, but is Naheem Hines, so you get the point there.
Yeah, a burning clock when the Colts really cannot afford to do so. They are probably in onside kick territory right now. Yes, they have all 3 timeouts left, but unless they get another breakthrough T.Y. Hilton deep ball here, they are not going to get a touchdown or get this score before the 2-minute warning. In fact, they may get one more play before the whistle blows and we take our mandated TV timeout at the final few seconds of this one.
HJD saying, come on, Rivers, over on YouTube. Need Pascal too, says Derek. So we'll see here. As you said, 3 seconds remain. Here it is. Last play before the 2-minute warning. Phillip Rivers guns it right to, was it Pascal or Paris?
I think it was Paris, but it was one of those plays. That was a very on-brand Phillip Rivers 20 right there. That's exactly what he did against the Bills in a 2-minute drill. 3-minute quick outs, or 3-yard quick outs that went absolutely nowhere. And yeah, he is setting himself up for a Hail Mary that falls hilariously short of the goal line here. If that happens, I will be very...
Oh, another play. It's Christian is just DeAndrea over there. Wow.
I mean, props to the EA people. They knew exactly what Phillip Rivers would do, trailing with 2 minutes to play. They saw the ending in Orchard Park coming, and we are getting that all over again as the Colts going to burn timeout here. Kind of have to. 3rd and 8, 4-down territory, obviously. A little over 100 seconds left in this one. Colts got a long way to go to 43 or 63 yards just to get to the end zone. Then they need an onside kick. Then they need at least a field goal. It's an uphill battle. The win probably for the Giants got to be up around 98.
3rd and 8. There's a completion. Nice play. Nice grab there. It looked like it was Burton. So Trey Burton makes the big grab. No Philly special. That does keep this team alive, keeps the drive alive. Out of bounds, 137 remaining, 24-14. Colts down 10, smash that like. We're getting at 500. We'll get there. Oh, we'll will us there. I appreciate you all. You guys have a lot of choice in what you could be doing right now. Joining us, it means the world. There's another grab going down the sideline. He's going to score. That is Paris Campbell to the house. The Colts keeping it interesting. 51 yards. Unbelievable. Gets it there. Wow.
Yeah,
so
that
now,
was the deep play that the Giants had to worry about. The one thing they couldn't give up, but apparently they let Paris Campbell sneak through, and just like that, Campbell, bang, bang, 16-plus points in the flex for a guy who came off at under 5K.
Yeah, those are the plays you're looking for. So they'll throw out the specs to kick it through the uprights. We have a field goal game here. Still 2 timeouts remain for the Colts. They'll probably try the onside. I'm not holding my breath on that one. But here we go. And if you've been complaining about Saquon the whole time, here is the chance. Also, do remember, go to that Madden Sims info page. Check out this Colts front 7. And also check out the Giants offensive line stats. It's a tough matchup. If you play chess, it's like playing against a Queen's Gambit, or the girl who played in that show in your first round. You're up against it. Unless you have some weird sights on your wall and your ceiling of holes for Saquon to run through. Here we go. We'll see. It looks like they don't. Oh, they are gonna try to kick it off. It looks like, but it looks like the Giants aren't ready. Oh, they were. Okay, never mind.
They're
Yeah.
All right, so Saquon Barkley time. Gonna get at least 2 runs here. If the Giants get stuffed twice and then thrown incompletion on 3rd down, I'm gonna lose my damn mind.
It could happen. We've seen it before. 129 remaining. There's Sterling Shepard, 7 grabs, 119. He's in the bonus. We have bonus for Golden Tate. We have bonus for Daniel Jones. We have the bonus for T.Y. Hilton. Paris Campbell's got to be close. I actually didn't see his total number, but he's got to be close. So here we go. Man in motion. It's another tight end. Here comes the snap, the give to Saquon. There's DeForest Buckner saying, not today. J.E. saying he's in 5th place in the contest.
Saquon, what's going on, buddy?
Daniel holding on to our lead in the contest just by 3 points. 66 yards by Paris Campbell. Thank you, Michael. So not near the bonus, but still a heck of a day. So here we go. 2nd and 11. Reminder, Jesse Cofield will be joined by Matt LaMarca right after this. Talk about NBA. And there's Saquon ripping up the middle. Makes a spin down to the 23-yard line. Big run there by the quad flats. And that'll
one
be it.
play, wondering here. Oh, never mind. They're out of timeouts. I was mistaken. I thought they had 1 left, but they burned it there.
So we should see knees.
But go home.
Whoa, wait, Crusher, don't say it, because I've seen this game before. They take a knee here, and then for some reason or another, they may run it on this next play. So we'll see. We shall see.
True. Trying to get Saquon off that Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award here. Going to take a lot. He's basically going to need to punch this one in the end zone. Consider anyone else.
Yeah, so no, they're going to take the knee. So we can wrap it up. We can begin our little...
Wait. Are they going to take the knee at under 40 seconds? Because that's going to...
And they're good. They're good.
Ooh.
They're good. They might still, you never know. Watch him, Graham Gano, come out here and just kick a field goal. So we'll get a wrap so we give the other guys some time to talk about the NBA action. I don't know. I just saw somebody say they could beat James Harden in a one-on-one. And I just want to make a very quick note. That was the funniest 48 hours of all time. Dude literally looked like a not linebacker. Like he looked like, just like he was 500 pounds one day. 2 days later, shows up in Brooklyn looking sleek. Just saying. I got to get on that diet ASAP.
He looked like someone.
Yeah, it's good for him. Good for him. That's
all
all I'm saying.
Rec league dad to pro athlete.
Like that. Snap of a finger. So, all right, Christian, listen, we saw the numbers. We have tons of guys in the bonus. it was Hilton in the bonus, Daniel Jones in the bonus, Sterling Shepard's in the bonus, Golden Tate's in the bonus, starting a rap career. Where do you want to go here with your crusty cough? Don't forget 2 touchdowns, by the way, for Golden Tate. Christian might have
got to be platinum Tate. I did. No, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Again, new router. Everything should be fine. And yet, here we are.
Wisconsin, man. No internet. We're going to upgrade the whole place. That will be it. So we dropped Christian. He's out of here. Like he never existed. It is the Rossi post-game show. Welcome in, kids. All right, here's the deal. Your player of the game, clearly it's going to be Golden Tate. The dude was unbelievable. And Babysitter Billy, we know. We don't even have to put it out there. Saquon Barkley, you were upset about it. We were all upset about it. Christian, wait, look at you. Just sneak back in there like elf on a shelf. I didn't even see you.
No. And now I can see clearly and beautifully. So who knows? Everything is terrible up here. Like, I don't know. Every time for the happy hour sim. It's at a friend's house too, 2 blocks away. Internet speed 20 times better than mine. Same provider. No idea.
Must be. It's a curse. All right. So listen, that was a heck of a game. At the end of the day, aside from Saquon Barkley and his poor performance, heck of a day. Big shout out to our guy, Daniel, taking home the cheddar. By cheddar, I mean bragging rights. He came in winning by under a point. Almost came close. Saquon almost stole it from with Sammy coming up behind, but give it up to our amazing crew. Christian, aside from your internet, this was amazing. Great time had by all. Give it up for Michael, our amazing producer. Michael was a goat tonight. We also had the amazing Daniel, who's not only a good technical advisor on the wickety 1s and 2s, but also just incredible picker as well. And Jim and Patrick from our ops team, thank you guys so much for doing the Lord's work. Everybody in the DK Sim fam so appreciates what you guys do in your squad. I'm Jason Rossi. He's Christian DeAndre. You can follow him at Train Island. Go check out thepostroute.substack.com. I could be followed at Jason D. Rossi. I have the Pop Culture Pile Driver. It's a podcast. You can check it out if you so choose. If you're bored and it's 3:30 in the morning and you can't sleep, let my annoying voice do the trick for you if you so choose. It's better than a infomercial that's on your television, right? Maybe? Potentially. Thanks. I'm going to take the yes. Christian's frozen is going to take the yes. But we're going to head out of here, Christian. Awesome teaming up with you as always. Now we give it over to some brainiacs and as Christian said, someone whose hat matches their background. I don't know. Jesse's just got everything on fire right now. She is straight flames. As the kids say, something about fleek. Let's hand it over to Jesse Cofield. She'll be joined by Matt Lamarca. Jesse, take it away.
I'm going to have to Google fleek in the meantime. No, I'm just kidding. I kind of know what that means from TikTok. All right. Our next Madden Sim coming your way at 8 p.m. Eastern time is between the Steelers and the Chiefs. Adam Kaufman and Brandon Cristal take over the Madden stream for that one. That game is featured in the Madden stream 1.5K Flea Flicker, which has a 1.5K prize pool, you guessed it, with $200 for first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool. $50 going to our first place winner. So head over to the DraftKings lobby and get those lineups in now. We're going to get to the real football coming up a little later as we'll break down salaries for the conference championship games this weekend. I'm also going to have Matt Lamarca to talk NBA. But first, let's turn our attention to the hardwood with Adam Kaufman, who caught up with one of our favorite basketball guests to talk about some of the biggest storylines in the NBA right now.
We are talking biggest NBA storylines now with Deadspin senior writer Karin Phillips. All right, dude, a record-breaking Brooklyn debut for James Harden with the Nets. 2 games, 2 wins. What are your first impressions of the new look Nets?
They've done what I thought they would do. And that's all I got, because none of this matters until Kyrie Irving comes back. Look, Harden and KD are boys. Look, Jeff Green it's like an OKC reunion without Russ, right?
Yeah.
Now the issues we've worried about with this team was how are these 3 guys going to coexist, and what is Sean Marks going to do to fill out that bench? Because a team that went from arguably the deepest that I thought in the league has now guys on that roster that I have never seen them play before. So they're going to have to figure that out. But none of this matters until tomorrow at 6:00 when Kyrie is supposed to make his return. That is when we should all be focused, and that when some of our questions will be answered. So, Harden And KD out there, fine, looks great. That's what they're supposed to do. We saw what KD and Kyrie can do. Now let's get the band all back together and let's see how this music really sounds.
I would pay all the money in the world to watch that reality television show of what happens behind the scenes with all three of these guys. What do you expect when Kyrie enters the picture?
I have no idea.
Nobody does.
I have no idea. Like, I'm not going to sit here like some pundits and lie. No, I have no idea. I feel the same way I felt at the beginning of the season when it was Kyrie and KD. And we were like, this is either going to work really, really good and they're going to the finals, or this is going to be the worst thing ever. And there's going to be a 30 for 30 documentary, or Tom Bernardi's going to be doing one of his emotional like feature stories on it.
Tear jerkers.
Same thing. You throw in James Harden, you trade away all of the team and like 47 draft picks, and I'm still stuck with the same sentiment. This is either going to work and they're going to the finals, or this is going to be horrible.
Yeah.
I hope it works. I really want this to work. I'm cheering for those guys. I really want to know what Kyrie has to say about his personal reasons, his absences. There's so many questions that we need answers to. We're going to get them pretty soon, I hope. Fingers crossed. But we'll see, because in terms of predictions, I don't know.
Yeah. How about a 30 for 30 on James Harden's weight loss in like 24 hours? Or maybe he's a victim of bad camera angles.
James Harden is a victim of people don't understand what NBA players wear. He wears one of those compression padded suits under his jersey. And then in warm-ups, for some reason, he tucks his shooting shirt in. So when you have all that and your shooting shirt is tucked in super tight, like a dad from the late 80s, and you turn to the side, you're going to look really, really chubby when you have this huge beard. But I just want people to go back and find that picture on social media right before the start of the bubble. When he was out in California, like running heels, and the guy looked anorexic. So
he's
now
a twig.
Now people are worrying about this great weight loss, and I'm like, he didn't lose weight. You just saw him, without all his stuff on, working out pregame, and that's usually how James Harden looks.
Yeah, well, he looks damn good on the floor right now. But
this isn't Khloe Kardashian James Harden, where he got a little pudgy for a while and then he got back into shape.
Nah, man, he looks great. He looks great. That is peak performance right there. Back in Houston, though, Victor Oladipo here. He debuted with 32 points and a loss to the Bulls, right? But after the game, Oladipo saying, I know that better days are ahead for the Houston Rockets. And that's a much different sentiment here, Karan, than what Harden had to say on his way out the door. What are the chances you share Oladipo's optimism here?
What was Victor Oladipo supposed to say? Like, we have to remember, this is a guy to where, a trusted journalist wrote a story and was like, I have multiple sources of your teammates saying you were asking other players last season, can I come play for you? Because he supposedly wanted to get out of town so bad. Cool, right? Then you come into this situation in Houston that, toxic might have been the right word to say. We know how John Wall felt. We know how DeMarcus Wade, being the new guys on this team. But at the same time, Victor Oladipo, you're the new guy. Yes, this is like dating. Yes, she's great. She's awesome. She's your dreams. You're supposed to say all of the things about her because you don't know her yet. There's a reason that her ex-boyfriend has a very different view of her. So as you move in with her, as you get to know her, maybe you work out. Maybe you guys are soulmates and you are kindred souls. You're going to be together in matrimony. Or maybe you're going to find out just why James Harden was like, I'm out of here. You can have the house.
Franchise history behind Harden's 37-point performance in the 2012-2013 season opener. Okay, so I stayed up late last night. I watched the end of that Lakers-Warriors game, and first thing that comes to mind at the end is the NBA is just so much better with a healthy Steph Curry, a healthy Kevin Durant. I mean, there aren't many more impressive ways to snap a brief losing streak than with a comeback win over the defending champions. So Steph Curry and the Warriors rallying from 14 down in the fourth. What kind of message did they just send the rest of the league with this?
That we don't suck when Draymond Green is back. Like, this is less about Steph Curry to me. Steph struggled early, the team struggled early because he's going to have to figure out, how do I win with these guys who haven't won before, who haven't really played before, who haven't dealt with these expectations and haven't dealt with me before, given that I played 5 games last season. But you saw, as soon as Draymond came back, like, it's not about the stats, the points, the rebounds that exist. When Draymond's back, Steph gets to be Steph again, and Draymond's in control of the offense and the defense and the coaching guys up and to yell at them if they need to be yelled at or patting them on the back when they need it. That's Draymond's role. So I knew immediately, as soon as 23 got back, they would be better. Now, do I think this means they're going to the playoffs? No. But listen, we knew what Golden State was going to be before the season started. You lose Clay, KD's gone, even DeMarcus Cousins gone. This is going to be, what can Steph and Draymond do, and what are we going to get out of James Wiseman, because who I think has the most talent in the world, and I think in a couple of years, teams are going to be wondering, how did we let that team draft that guy? Because he's going to be something. But all these guys are young. But look, when you've got Steph and you've got Draymond, you got some feisty veterans that have egos. They're not going to go down easy. Now, can I see them making it into the play-in game for the postseason? Yes, don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but I never thought Golden State was going to be an easy out. Like, this is going to be one of the best 9th, 10th seeds the league has ever seen, just because they were going to make you beat them. They weren't going to be an easy W on your schedule, because when you've got 2 guys who have been in that many big games with that many championships and Steve Kerr on the bench, they're going to make you earn it. So, yeah, they're looking like the team I thought they were going to be, and the win over the Lakers is big for them. I don't think it's something to worry about if you're a Lakers fan, because if you saw last night, because I saw some of the final possessions down the stretch, they still have to figure out how things work out with some of their newer pieces. And I think once the Lakers do that, they'll be fine. Remember, we saw this last year. It wasn't until late, right before the shutdown, that's when the Lakers really started clicking, when they beat the Clippers and the Bucks back-to-back. And that's when we were like, oh, okay, this is what this team can be. This is what we thought they would be. They figured it out now. So that's still coming with the Lakers, given their roster overhaul from the offseason.
Okay, time to dive deeper into tonight's NBA slate with DraftKings contributor Matt LaMarca. Matt, thanks for being here. We got 2 games tonight starting at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We got plenty of contests for them, including our $1 million fadeaway special, which pays $200K to first place. So let's break it down for the people at home by starting with the most expensive player on the slate, Nikola Jokic. I mean, is the Nuggets big man a must roster for you tonight?
He is. I never like to say must, but this is probably about as close to a must as I've seen so far this season. There's only, 4 teams to choose from. None of the players on this slate can match Jokic in terms of upside. He's averaging 1.75 DraftKings points per minute this season. Nobody else on this slate is above 1.24. Denver has arguably the best matchup of the day versus Oklahoma City. They have the highest implied team total. Jokic is just playing too good right now. The Nuggets offense has been unbelievable, and he's been at the center of everything. So I do think that I'm paying up for him in every single lineup.
All right, so you're paying up for Jokic. That means you're going to need to find some value in this 2-game contest. So who's your favorite cheap play tonight who's maybe, got a high ceiling here?
Well, there are 2 guys on the Thunder side that I like at the moment. Isaiah Roby is 4,100. He has started in place of Al Horford 3 times so far this season. He scored at least 24 DraftKings points in all 3 games. So that's pretty good production for just 4,100. If you want to go even cheaper, I think you can look at Mike Muscala, another big man for the Thunder. He's coming off 27 minutes in their last game, which was more than Roby. And he is also, capable of putting up decent production on a per minute basis. So I think that both guys are strong plays. Muscala may be a little bit of a better value, but can't go wrong with either of them.
All right, so hit us with your favorite DFS play for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Jokic is up there for sure. I also really like Rudy Gobert. I think that he's a little bit too cheap at 7,600. I actually like the idea of using him and Jokic together, 2 centers, one at the center spot, one at utility. Jokic has been, one of the safest investments in fantasy this season, at least 35.5 DraftKings points in all but 2 games. We've seen him go over 40 a bunch. So 7,600 seems like a really fair price for him. I like him a lot at his current salary.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit and talk sportsbook right now, specifically the spreads for tonight's games. Jazz favored by 6 over the Pelicans. Thunder 9.5-point underdogs to the Nuggets. What's your favorite play against the spread tonight?
So I am going to take the Nuggets at -10. That's a big number, but I actually like the fact that Michael Porter Jr. is out for them. Porter Jr. is a very gifted young scorer, great on the offensive side of the ball, but he has been an absolute disaster defensively. The Nuggets have allowed 16 additional points per 100 possessions with him on the court this season. So just by virtue of him not being on the floor, they should be much improved defensively. They're not going to need him on offense with how well Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray can play on that side. So playing a little bit more defensive without Porter, I think makes them a strong bet tonight. They're also good just regression candidate in general. They have a record of just 6-7, but if you look at their advanced metrics, they suggest that they're closer to an 8-win team. So they're just a team that feels like a good buy low at the moment.
All right, so on to the totals here. New Orleans and Utah game total is 218. OKC and Denver is up to 220.5. I mean, is there an over or an under that you'd like to take tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the same game, and I'm going to take the under, for some of the same logic that has me on the Nuggets. I think if they're a little bit better defensively, this game shouldn't feature a ton of points. These aren't particularly fast-paced teams. So if Denver can just limit the amount of points that they're giving up, I think that this game should stay, below 220, maybe closer to like the 210 type range.
All right, we love props, so let's talk about those. What's your favorite prop bet for tonight's matchups?
So for this one, I'm hopping over to the other game. I'm going to take a look at the Utah Jazz. Right now, Joe Ingles is questionable. And if he isn't able to suit up, I like the over on Bojan Bogdanovic points. You can find that at 15.5. He has increased his usage rate by 4% in games without Ingles this season. So that gives him a little bit of extra scoring upside than we've seen from him. And Bogdanovic is a guy who can really shoot the ball. He hasn't done that particularly well so far this season, just 39% from the field, but he is a guy who has a pedigree of being a scorer. I'm expecting some improvement from him. And I think that if Ingles is out, he's going to get plenty of opportunities tonight.
All right, well, finally, it's never too late to look ahead to tomorrow. We have a 10-game slate coming up on Wednesday. Any initial thoughts, like DFS or sportsbook related, whatever?
Yeah, I'm going to continue to just target whoever is playing against the Minnesota Timberwolves without Karl Anthony Towns. They are pretty putrid. And right now, the Magic, it looks like the early lines are suggesting they're going to only be small favorites. So I think that the Magic are going to be a team that I'm going to be interested in. Just without Towns, Minnesota has no chance of scoring the ball, and their defense has been pretty dreadful to begin with this season. So the Magic aren't the greatest team in the world, but I think they deserve to be, more significant favors than what they'll probably open up at.
All right, Matt LaMarca, everybody. Thank you so much, Matt. Really appreciate it. All right, guys, time for me to tell you about our play of the day on the Dream Stream. Conference Championship Week is here. We got you covered with plenty of contests for the 2 games on Sunday, including our 1.2 million Sunday night showdown for the Bills Chiefs game. Now, this contest features 1.2 million in total prizes, $300K to first place. Salaries are already out, so you can start drafting a lineup right now for just an $11 entry fee. Go check it out in the DK lobby. And of course, as I've mentioned, we have plenty of contests for the full 2-game slate on Sunday, including our $4 million conference millionaire. Adam Kaufman caught up with the usual cast of characters to break down the salaries for the Sunday slate.
Hello, this is NFL Price Check. I'm Adam Kaufman with Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler, and Kenny Ducey, and we are looking ahead to Sunday and championship weekend, conference championships. Of course, you have got the Packers, the Buccaneers, the Chiefs, and the Bills. Should be fun. Just the 4 teams remaining here before we crown a champ. And naturally, what we do here, we look at the DFS salaries, fellas. So, Reed, why don't we start with you? Quarterbacks, who stands out?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a discount for this discount double check guy. You see what I did there?
I gotcha.
That's a Jeff Ulrich special right there. Aaron Rodgers, $6,500. I get it. Getting a guy like Josh Allen in terms of what he's able to do on the ground with his legs. Zach Moss probably not going to be in, right? I believe he's on IR. Tom Brady is not mobile. I know he's someone that a lot of us are hoping gets to the Super Bowl to see that. And Patrick Mahomes, we don't know. So Aaron Rodgers, if you take a look at what he's done in games in the regular season around this total, 280 yards on average in about 4 games, 11 touchdowns to 1 interception, and has never finished, I believe, outside the top 10 in the position ranking. And those teams aren't just cupcake. One was in Detroit, but the other 3, New Orleans, Indy, and Philadelphia. So you take a look at a strong defense like Tampa Bay. He's got a 9.2 adjusted yards per attempt, which is the highest in the NFL. And Tampa Bay's defense, it's sort of a funnel defense that you have to pass against these guys. They gave the 3rd most completions and the 4th most attempts this season. So I like Aaron Rodgers, $6,500. I'm not worried about that. Hopefully people go off him because the one bad game that he had was against his team in the regular season.
Jeff, Tom Brady just ran for a touchdown last weekend. How dare Reed?
Look, I like targeting this game for quarterback too. Reed stole my pick, but realistically, yes. I have Rodgers and Brady ranked very, very close. I mean, look, the reason I want to take Rodgers because I think the Green Bay Packers are going to win this game, and I want to take him. But I think Tom Brady, for DFS purposes, might actually represent better value. Look, before last week, Tom Brady, over his last 4 games, it averaged 29 DK fantasy points, over 29 DK fantasy points, going up against a Packers secondary who we even saw late in that game against the Rams. I mean, they will allow yards, right? They do it all the time. So I just see this game as being high scoring. Brady's the cheaper of the 2 quarterbacks. He's got 3 awesome targets to throw to. Jaire Alexander can't shut down everyone here. I think Brady and Tampa are going to be throwing a lot in this game because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be playing out of his mind, putting pressure on it. I like Tom Brady at 6,100, but ultimately I like both QBs in this game. I actually think you're going to see more points in Green Bay, Tampa than you will in the other one.
Kenny, would you like to look at the other side of the bracket?
Absolutely not. I'm with Jeff here, and I think that he makes a very good point that $6,100. I think you have to go with Tom Brady. It's fitting, right? I always love going with the cheap quarterbacks on these slates, and finally the cheapest quarterback is good. So yeah, give me Tom Brady. Green Bay 11th in yards per pass. Look, he was able to solve 2 very good secondaries, right? He got through Kendall Fuller and Ronald Darby, like a great secondary in Washington. Then last weekend turns around, goes against a 2-time Super Bowl champion in Malcolm Jenkins, Marshawn Lattimore, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, like all these great names, Janoris Jenkins in the Saints secondary with that great pass rush. He has gashed 2 defenses. Now, can he beat Chandon Sullivan and Kevin King? Yes. All he has to do is not throw to Jaire Alexander, as Jeff mentioned. And what did Tom Brady do last week? He threw to basically everybody that had a jersey on the Buccaneers. He threw to Cameron Brate 4 times. He found Godwin 4 times. But Evans, Antonio Brown, and Gronk, the 3 big names on this team, 3 combined catches for around 30 yards, and were complete non-factors. He went to Scotty Miller for 29 yards on one of the biggest plays of the game, and the biggest play of the game went to Tyler Johnson. He made the catch of the year on a 3rd down from their own 20. So Tom Brady is spreading the ball around to everybody on the field. He is going to have no issues avoiding Jaire Alexander, who could be a real difference maker. And as long as you don't target Jaire Alexander and his side of the field, you're going to have a pretty easy time against this Green Bay defense. And you also consider the fact that this offensive line is playing like maniacs. You got Wirfs protecting Brady so well. I don't see any way how the Packers get to Brady here. And I don't see any way how they stop him through the air when he's got, basically 8 guys that he could throw the football to with confidence, and they're all working for him. So yeah, give me the Bucks here and give me Tom Brady at $6,100.
Kenny, you're forgetting about Chad Henne. Chad Henne might be starting, and he might be $5,000. So it remains to be seen. But
maybe my plans will change. That's right.
I get what you're saying, though.
I was just going to say, if we're looking at the big 4, if it's not Chad Henne, then obviously you could, pay down, go with the cheapest QB this weekend. DraftKings does have a millionaire contest, by the way, for these 2 games on Sunday. And if you were to do that for a good guy at low money, it gives you an opportunity to pay up at running back. I just don't know if that's the position where you want to pay up. Jeff, what's your approach here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're going to need to pay up at running back. There's a lot of uncertainty around the KCRB situation. I mean, Lev Bell not taking any snaps basically last week. Well, I took a few snaps, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire questionable. I think Darrell Williams, even maybe if Clyde Edwards-Helaire is active, because I don't think he's going to be 100%, I think Darrell Williams is the play here. I mean, at Buffalo, we've talked about the rush defense like a ton over the last month. This is where you want to attack them. They gave up yards last week on the ground to Baltimore, even though that game was sloppy. They gave up realistically the week before as well. I think Darrell Williams is going to see a ton of usage in this game. And realistically, even if it is Chad Henne under center, I mean, it just might end up with a few more carries. This is who Andy Reid's trust. He had 4-4 in terms of converting targets into catches last week. I think you're going to see similar usage. All he needs is to fall into the end zone once here, and you're probably going to have like a potential 18, 20-point DK fantasy point game. If he actually breaks something out or gets in twice, I mean, you're there. So, everybody else kind of splitting carries, Fournette, Jones, Singletary just does not see enough usage. I think Darrell Williams is kind of the must play right now. Obviously, we got to watch the injury news as the week goes on.
Well, and heck, even with Green Bay, Aaron Jones is the stud, obviously, but Jamal Williams is going to get his touches. So, Kenny, what do you think?
I actually don't think that there's going to be too much of a carry split, Jeff. I really like Leonard Fournette at $5,300. It is expensive, but to me, considering the drop-off you have from Aaron Jones, who I don't think anyone wants to play after Jamal Williams' performance last weekend, I think you want to look at Fournette. He's got back-to-back 20 DKFP games. He had 17 carries last week. Speaking of last week, this Packers defense got cut up by Cam Akers, 18 carries for 90 yards. Now, say what you want about Leonard Fournette. Maybe he's not at Cam Akers' level anymore, which seems ridiculous because he's only been in the league for 4 years or whatever. But he's clearly a big part of this Tampa Bay offense. He's been running very rampant in the playoffs right now. They're using him. He had 6 targets in the passing game, and he was on the field for almost 70% of offensive snaps last week, 85 the week before. Look, just throw the regular season out the window at this point. This is a new Buccaneers team. They are trusting Leonard Fournette to be their running back because Ronald Jones is clearly dealing with an injury. Even the big runs he had last game, he was pulling up lame and he had to go to the sideline. So I think they're going to continue to feed Fournette. It's been working, and they're throwing him the football. So to me, I can't fade him considering the fact that he's got 4.6 yards per carry. The Green Bay Packers defense is allowing 4.6 yards per carry. They just got cut up by Cam Akers. I think Fournette should easily have his in this game. He should have 15 to 17 carries again. I don't see any reason why he doesn't get 20 plus DKFP. $5,300, I think that it's worth it here because you can pay down other places on the slate. You got great value receivers on the slate. You even got some great value tight ends. I think you look here and pay a little bit up at running back. You don't have to go all the way up to 6K. Just let it Fournette, $5,300.
Reed, who are you trusting to be your running back?
I just want us to mark the tape here. Guaranteed 20 points from Uncle Leo by Kenny Ducey. Stamp of
Playoff
approval.
Lenny, man.
17 touches. That's why, he mentioned it, right, Kenny? That's why they brought him here, right? He's got fresh legs. Probably the freshest legs he's had at this part of the season. Well, he wasn't really going to the postseason with Jacksonville, but that's neither here nor there.
It's not often.
Yeah, but very seldom, right? Doesn't have to worry about that. But Devin Singletary, when we talk about splits, last time I checked on January 12th, Zach Moss was put on the IR. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I don't think he's coming back in this game next week, right? He can't. So, and TJ Yeldon, we saw, was not the answer. He is not someone that they think that can be part of this offense. And so Devin Singletary is going to have this backfield to himself. And honestly, and this is just speculation, but after seeing what happened to Patrick Mahomes and the Bills looking at, we need Josh Allen to be healthy. If he's not healthy, we don't win this game. I don't think they use him as much as we've seen him be used as a running back. I think they give Singletary a bulk of these carries. And we've seen it before. Zach Moss has been inactive in, I believe, 4 games in the regular season. And I know Kenny doesn't want to consider the regular season, but let's just do it for the sake of argument here. Week 3 against the Rams, 13 touches, 71 yards, 4 receptions and 50 yards. And against Las Vegas, the very following week, he had a similar game, right? Both around 17 DK fantasy points. If he's getting those carries and he's getting that volume against the Kansas City run defense that I believe gave up 26 DKFP in the regular season, that could be something that where you pay down $4,500. And I mentioned Jamal Williams, and you mentioned him too as well, Koff, $4,400. If Dylan is out, if he can't go, they're going to need to rotate these guys in. If he's getting 12 to 13 opportunities and he gets you 50 or 40 total yards and a touchdown, that's 2.5x value. So he might not be a great play, but if everyone's going elsewhere and no one's focusing on a guy who can really run the rock well, like Jamal Williams, he's someone that you could potentially pivot to.
Buffalo ran 0 times in the first quarter last week. Just wanted to throw that out there for you.
I also wanted to say that the regular season is good. I was just saying for this specific team, the Buccaneers, it's been way different the last 2 games. But I agree with you. Jamal Williams has a terrible matchup, and the Buffalo Bills gained 220 yards, so we should take a grain of salt here when we talk about their players.
All right, guys, we are closing in on the 8 p.m. sim, but do not forget, we still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including our NBA 1 million fadeaway special for the 2 games starting at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Make sure you enter those. We're going to have a special edition of the Sweat for Sunday's Conference Championship. And don't forget to check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's games, as well as the NFL, PGA, college basketball, UFC, and more. But let's get back to the sim iron. Adam Kaufman and Brandon Crisall are on the call of Steelers Chiefs. Gentlemen, have a blast.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Appreciate it. And yeah, BK, we got a fun one here. A team that is obviously bound for the AFC title game, maybe with Patrick Mahomes, maybe not. Another team that exited the playoffs a little bit early, certainly prematurely as compared to a lot of people's expectations, and should be a good time. We got a lot to talk about here. How are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I made my lineup. I actually got it in about 40 minutes ago. That may be a personal record other than the other night when I entered it for the wrong contest, the one that was that I wasn't even calling. That was
naturally
the game after. But for a contest that was coming, that was forthcoming, I got it in at about 20 after 5 here Mountain Time. So it should be fun, right? Chiefs and Steelers, a lot of offense. I had to reach a little and hope James Washington has one of his good games. But I think I captained Kelsey maybe. And I've got Mahomes.
Yeah, tell me what you got. Lineups have locked, so break it out for the prime time. The Patrick Mahomes will definitely play in this free roll that we have going on. 190 entries, by the way.
190, so we almost filled it up.
Yeah, it's a pretty good number.
upcoming. Who'd you captain as I'm digging my lineup up?
Sure. So I elected to captain the guy that you just mentioned, Travis Kelce. A little bit of a pay down, not significantly, but just enough to be able to fit in some high-priced guys around him. Also have Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and Ben Roethlisberger. And then at that point in time, it is kind of dual punt plays. Another guy that you mentioned, James Washington, is in the lineup, as well as a guy that I wish played every single game because I just want to shout his name more often. Ricky Seals-Jones is in my lineup. So we'll see what happens here.
Ricky Seals-Jones, cousins with Eric Dickerson, the Hall of Famer.
Ah, there's a fun fact.
Yeah, fun fact. So I was able to go, because you had Hill, I don't have to worry about Seals-Jones and cross my fingers. I went with Edwards-Helaire. The thing is, he's kind of hit and miss. So it's been a few games since he found the end zone. I'm banking on that. And I went with the kicker, Harrison Butker, because I figure there's at least going to be a field goal or two because of how well the Chiefs offense is able to move the ball. But our offenses, or our lineup's almost the same. I'm jealous you got Tyreek Hill in, but I'm hoping the Seals-Jones play ends up being a punishment for you.
Well, the good thing is not too much to lose when you're only paying $1,400 for a guy, but hopefully not a goose egg situation. I did a sim yesterday, and just to show that, these punt plays obviously really hit and miss. I did a sim yesterday. I don't even remember which game it was at this point. I guess I could look in my contest history. I finished second place by 1 point, less than 1 point, something crazy like that. But I bring that up for this reason. The guy who won beat me with only 5 players because he had a punt play. He had a punt play that got him 0 points.
Well, I've done that before. I don't know if it's paid off to the point where it's helped me win. But I think you can stomach that if you end up with the right captain, right? You captain Lamar Jackson on the day he goes for 300 yards or whatever it may be. Right. So I think that you can stomach it sometimes, but you don't want to go into it with somebody that is averaging 0 points, right?
No,
you don't want to do that. You don't want to play those odds.
Thank you all for being with us. He is Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. You have got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director. Obviously, you just heard from Jesse Cofield, our great Game Ops crew, Patrick and Jim. Thank you all for hanging out, and jump on in. Looking at you in the Chat Kings conference room, seeing what the people have here. Closing in on about 500 likes, which we'd love to see, obviously. So, keep on piling up that number. Don't be fooled, BK, that don't go thinking it's something that you did that has led to these 60 thumbs down as that ball intercepted by Hilton. Tough start for the KC offense with Patrick Mahomes. We got all of those thumbs down when Kenny Ducey was with me earlier.
That's not good.
Well, he really lays into it.
He brings it. He brings it upon himself, his adversarial relationship with the chat.
He does, exactly.
I try not to have an adversarial relationship, but sometimes people just get a little sick of it.
Well, I think that's true of all of us, not all.
Certainly,
of us.
if Tara Lynn, she gets sick of you.
She can't stand me. It's a real love-hate relationship, though. I prefer to think it's more love than hate.
I thought you were saying you love her and she hates you.
Yeah, that would be another way of defining a love-hate relationship. That's a good point. I understand it is Priv's birthday. I don't know if Sarah Glash's girlfriend is listening, but happy birthday, Priv, if in fact you are here with us as you were earlier in the day, as Roethlisberger picked quick 15-yard pickup there to Juju Smith-Schuster, who was real hit and miss over the course of the season. Just a frustrating DFS guy. Because I don't know about for you, and obviously we play a lot of contests every weekend. It felt like any time that I leaned into the Smith-Schuster play was when he gave a dud. And when I was like, it's not his day. I'm going with Deontay Johnson, or Eric Ebron. Juju would have like 9 catches for 85 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, I imagine Juju was pretty maddening all year, right? If you had him on your season-long lineup, because it was just so hit and miss. But I feel like down the stretch, even as the Steelers were faltering, that was when he played his best. It'd be interesting to see where he ends up next year, because I don't think they bring him back. We know the one thing they can do in Pittsburgh is draft wide receivers. So, and there's so many unknowns with the free agent market, the biggest being right now, we don't know, and teams don't know what the salary cap is going to be. Is it going to stay the same? Is it going to go down to 175? Is it going to go up to 200? A player told me that his agent told him it's going up to 200. I understand you pay an agent to be informed. I'm not sure that's true. If I had to venture a guess of whether it stayed the same, went up, or stayed the same around 185, went down to 175, or up to 200, that would definitely be a distant third as my expectation. Yeah, there's a big TV contract coming, but there's no reason to overpay now, and you can kind of hide behind the pandemic. At the same time, I'm saying as a league, right?
Sure. Yeah.
At the same time, you're going to want to try to pay top dollar for guys that are worth it. I look here in Denver, and Justin Simmons is likely going to be the highest paid safety in football, because if the Broncos don't re-sign him, somebody else will try to make him the highest paid safety in football.
4th and 8. The kick is up from the 33, technically a 50-yarder. Good. Nice long field goal to start things off out of Chris Boswell.
Man,
congrats if you rostered him, folks.
I know. I almost went double kicker stack, but I didn't. That's not a lie. It's not a lie. I know I sometimes make up.
No. I believe you.
It was between he and James Washington. I thought, you know what? James Washington has not found the end zone in a few weeks, but the last time he did, he had a few sims, 4 for 46 and a score. Bruce Malcolm is calling me the mouse.
14%. Yeah, I'm seeing that. If I feel like I'm sounding distracted every once in a while, it's because I keep seeing Bruce Malcolm spamming the chat with Crystal Mouse, and I don't get it. I need to know more. Where are we at, Bruce? What's the story here? BK doesn't look like a mouse. He doesn't sound like a mouse. He's much bigger than a mouse. I don't know what this is. 1st and 10 from the 25, 2 minutes gone, opening quarter. Pittsburgh up by 3. KC will try again after Patrick Mahomes intercepted last time around. That ball completed off to his left, and a 4-yard pickup for Tyreek Hill. Patrick Mahomes, if you missed it earlier in the day, according to reports, making strides, at least that's the report, the expectation, making strides toward returning for this weekend and playing in that AFC title game against the Bills. Obviously, very early, though, to be able to full-on determine that. A guy coming out of, potentially having a concussion, definitively being in concussion protocol, and those things are just so incredibly unpredictable. As we have a first down completion out to the 41. Mahomes has 16 now. 1st and 10 on the way, and that last grab by your guy, Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, and so looking at that play that Mahomes got injured on, and I understand it's not a traditional concussion, right? He didn't get his bell rung in as much at, helmet to helmet, or you didn't hit the ground, or a knee to the helmet, or whatever. But when you talk about the nerve issue, that's something that could maybe even linger in different ways longer. Whoa, touchdown.
Look at this. Wow, Patrick.
Oh,
no, down at the 1 after a 59-yard rush. Now that's a bummer. Now
here
I
comes
feel for him.
An Edwards-Helaire touchdown. I guess I could use a Kelsey. He's my captain. He's your captain as well.
And Anthony Sherman, vulture.
Could happen. Or are they going to put Williams in? Is Damian Williams coming in?
I doubt
Bell. But looking at that Mahomes play specifically, the injury notwithstanding, if Patrick can't play, and or he's not himself, and or they lost that game, it is 100% on Andy Reid unless you tell me that Mahomes audibled TJ Watt, making his presence felt. Mahomes audibled to that call, and I can't think that he did. It's one thing if you have a play like we just had on the sim, where he sees an opening and is running up the field. You're not going to necessarily take direct shots in. But when you're going to set up an option play where he has to run down the line and maybe he's going to pitch it, maybe he's going to keep it just to pick up a yard, when there are literally a million different ways he can get that yard, flip it to Kelsey, flip it to Tyreek Hill, in front of him, behind him, McCole Hardman, just go down the list of all the different ways, hand it to any of the running backs.
Mm-hmm.
To expose Patrick Mahomes, there's a reason that they don't run the option in the NFL, and it's that exact hit right there that we saw the other day. You can't expose your quarterback to shots from NFL linebackers and edge rushers and D linemen. You just can't. You can get away with it a little in college, and I understand the read option has become in vogue, but when you've got truly not only your franchise, but the best player, or if you want to argue between he and Aaron Rodgers, certainly the best young player in the NFL. To open him up to that hit, it's all on Andy Reid. I like Patrick a lot. The little bit that I've gotten to be around him, get to know him, he seems like a great kid. He's a great player. Great throw there.
Corner of the end zone touchdown. Yeah, Tyreek Hill. First touchdown of the game.
But yeah, as our producer Michael points out, he already had a bad foot and toe. It reminds me of a year ago. They came to Denver on Thursday night, and he had a bum ankle that had been bugging him for a few weeks. They let him run a quarterback sneak. He ends up with a hurt kneecap and having to miss time because of it. It could have been way worse. I'm not saying you don't have the quarterback sneak in because you kind of need it. Tom Brady proved that again the other day. But when you've got that many weapons and that many ways to pick up a yard, you have to do things that aren't going to unnecessarily expose him to hits. Mm-hmm. He's a $500 million player. You invested that in him. He's probably worth more or will be. So I want to see him play. I want it to be $500 million. I want it to be apples to apples, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes in a shootout. But if he's not anywhere near 100% or can't finish the game or let alone can't even start, it is 100% on Andy Reid.
How do you view that game coming up here? And I imagine very differently, obviously. If it's Patrick Mahomes out there off this injury and just not knowing what he's going to look like going into the game, nobody could, versus if Chad Henne is out there.
If Chad Henne plays, it seems almost impossible that the Bills don't win that game. Again, I suppose that anything is truly possible.
I mean, you still have Tyreek Hill, you still have Travis Kelce, maybe you have Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's not as though you're absent weapons, but yeah, I mean, the head of the snake you don't have. And that's an awfully influential player in Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and so I would say if Chad Henne plays and the Bills don't win by at least a touchdown, if not more, I would be extremely surprised. Here's the other side of it. Both of these defenses are not great. They have some great players. They have all-pro kind of talent in a couple of spots. Chris Jones is the best defensive tackle in the AFC probably, especially when he wants to be. And Tyrann Mathieu is truly a special player that's probably underappreciated. And Clark off the edge is a premier pass rusher. On the other side, Edmonds is maybe the best middle linebacker in football. Tre'Davious White is in the short conversation for best corner. That's why I think he made second-team All-Pro. And there's Ed Oliver is an above-average top 10 pick justifiably in the interior D-line. But that's about it. So there's vulnerabilities on both sides, which, if Patrick Mahomes is there, should make for a fun shootout. If Chad Henne's there, I think all bets are on.
Do you have a preference? And when I ask that question, it's not as to whether Patrick Mahomes plays or not. I know the preference there. Everybody's preference other than maybe Chad Henne's. Do you have a preference as to which team wins the game?
Because I cover the Broncos and because I really like Josh Allen and I think Bills fans deserve not only a shot at a Super Bowl, but a Super Bowl. The Chiefs had to wait 50 years. The Bills have never won a Super Bowl. We know about that 4-year run with Jim Kelly and crew. I think my preference is to see the Bills because I do want to see Patrick win multiple Super Bowls because I think he's that great. But we don't need to make it an every year thing. And so I like to remind people around here, even though he's now 3 for 3, John Elway in his 16 years as quarterback in Denver only won the division 7 times, so less than 50%. Patrick's ahead of that curve. He did go to 5 Super Bowls and won his last 2. So, because things are going to happen. Injuries are going to happen. Free agency is going to be an issue. He's going to be too banged up himself or at other key spots that they just won't get there every year. That's just not how the NFL works. That's why what Brady and Belichick did is so amazing. To do it really in 2 big waves like that is really remarkable. So I guess my preference is I want to see the Bills win because I like variety. Or Mahomes versus Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl or against Tom Brady would also be awesome. Josh Allen against either of those two doesn't have the same cachet. I think to make the Super Bowl more interesting, if the Bills were to win, you want the Bucs to win, because to have a home team host the Super Bowl, which we've never seen even in this weird year, would be fun. It would make it more fun. It would be a really slanted coverage, not just there locally, but nationally because of Brady. And it might be anyway if it was Rodgers.
Hyro says, BK, break Koff's heart already and tell him that the Packers are going to stomp all over Brady. Hyro.
He's a Packers fan this week.
No, but listen, Iro, I see you in the chat all the time. So I know you're listening. I know you're out there. I know you hear me. I have been saying from the start of the playoffs, and I have said throughout this week, I'm rooting for the Packers. I want the Packers to win the Super Bowl. That is the team that is my adopted team this postseason. The moment the Patriots didn't make the playoffs.
Well, and after the Washington football team.
Well, yes, and after Alex Smith didn't get his opportunity. After the Washington football team, it is on to Green Bay. I'm all about the Packers this weekend, man. I'm hoping for a good game. I'm hoping for the game that the Bucs and Saints wasn't. I'm sure as hell rooting for that. That would be great and exciting, shootout in the frozen tundra. That would be a blast. But I don't know. I don't expect it. Maybe it's because of Tampa's defense, but I just don't think we're going to get a shootout.
In Green Bay? Well, I don't know what the weather is. Tom Brady's got the weapons and continues to prove that he can.
Oh, he definitely does.
It. So,
now it's Jordan. Jordan says coughs like the bitter X in regard to Brady. I was rooting for Brady against Breeze. Come on, man. Look for a little consistency, would you? End of the quarter. 7-3 KC. Pittsburgh ball, by the way, when we begin quarter number 2.
There's a chance for that game to be a shootout.
I hope so. I hope it is. I'd love to see Adams go off. Love to see, obviously, both QBs go crazy. Be fun to see my guy Lazard do something. Tunyon's always fun to watch. Obviously, on the other side, Evans a touchdown, magnet, it feels like. Godwin's always a threat. Not really rooting for Antonio Brown in any walks of life, but there are plenty of guys. Obviously, Gronk. Be fun to see Gronk play well, although it was all about making Cam Brate again out there last time around. He was the primary tight end while Gronk was really a blocker. So it's hard to say what we're going to get offensively in that game.
And do we know what the weather is? We can check it here in a little bit.
I think I don't know whether there's supposed to be snow or anything like that, but I think it's supposed to be like 25 degrees.
Okay. We know Tom Brady has no problem playing in that. So does Gronk.
Right.
No issue there. And Antonio Brown, neither. We don't know how hurt Antonio Brown is. But right. Leonard Fournette's never had to play in that. Now he's a big lumbering. No. I'm not saying never ever, but he's a kid from Louisiana, played his college ball at LSU, and then has been in Jacksonville and Tampa in the NFL. I know there's one game and you have adrenaline, and if it's not windy, 25 may not feel frigid. Now, if it's snowing, who knows? I want to see 2 good games. I know that goes without saying, right? But
yeah,
you want to see some scoring. You'd love to see 2 games that are at least in the 20s, or if it's 24-17, something like that, if not more. And I think we'll get that. This is what I'm excited, though, about is a bigger picture thing, and I might have mentioned this the last sim I was on, is that you look at the AFC, these young quarterbacks, and let's just pretend Deshaun Watson will continue to be a Texan or stay in the AFC. You have 5 real legitimate, I guess it depends on what you think about Baker Mayfield and even Lamar Jackson. But Lamar was an MVP. Baker seemed to take a step when he needed to, and will continue to grow Stefanski. So you have 5 guys that are 25 and under that I think almost every team in the league would be happy to have. And so then you look in the NFC, Tom Brady's super old, Breeze probably done super old, Rodgers definitely old. And I guess I would put Russell Wilson plus Matt Ryan, Matt Stafford. So you have older, still quality quarterbacks, and you can put Stafford and Ryan farther down. But I'm most excited about
31 plus.
And then Kyler, he's young and exciting. But those 5 young guys in the AFC is really exciting. Like these guys, unless some of these other teams can figure something out, well, Justin Herbert. But we should see a variation of these guys in the AFC title game kind of year over year, right? Where they're just trading off in some form or fashion. And maybe Trevor Lawrence gets into that conversation. But it's sort of like the way the point guard evolved over the last 15 years in the NFL or in the NBA. That's where we are with, I think, young quarterbacks, I hope.
Eric Ebron with that touchdown for Pitt to take a lead, about to be 10-7 after the extra point, courtesy of Chris Boswell. Jake says latest weather for Green Bay has possible snow and about 20 degrees. That'd be great. I'd love to see those two duking it out in an NFC title game in the snow and the freezing cold. Plus, and I mean, a million people have said this already, but just this is a playoff matchup. Now, obviously, before it always had to be in the Super Bowl because Brady was in the AFC. This is a playoff matchup that people have longed for, Brady and Rodgers. This is going to be so much fun, and I hope it doesn't disappoint the way the Brady-Breeze duel did, because the game stunk. Breeze was awful in what was probably his career send-off. Brady was fine. He was good. He certainly wasn't great.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah, but again, he wasn't great. You didn't watch that game and feel like, boy, this is an otherworldly performance for Tom Brady.
Yeah,
it was just kind of one of those games. Yeah, absolutely. That's perfectly fine. I hope this weekend that he is great, and I hope Rodgers is great. I hope this is not a game for the defenses and that the offenses just go crazy. We have one of those, like a
35-31.
Yeah.
All right. The thing about what we saw last weekend is I think we sat here and predicted it. At least I did on the Sims I was on with Glash as we were talking about ranking the quarterbacks and where I had Josh Allen for the week. I was a little wrong. I had him lower. But the only person I had behind him, I had Goff and Breeze behind him. I thought Breeze could maybe make plays. I didn't know he'd look that bad. But I didn't trust his arm, and I did say that. I know I said that to you on here. I didn't trust his arm to be able to make enough plays when his team needed it this year. I think he was just done. And so I think, and he showed us that. Now he's likely done, and he rides off into the sunset. And you have to ask yourself, where do you rank him all time? Is he even in your top 10, or where is he? Is he in your top 5?
Oh, I mean, do you really think that, and obviously career statistics, while inflated in this era of football, still tough to ignore. I mean, how could he not be in everybody's top 10 anyway?
I think he is in everybody's top 10. He's not in my top 5.
Who would you put in your top 5? Doesn't even have to be in order.
Sure.
But what would that group look like? As got a grab there by Sammy Watkins.
Probably Aikman, Staubach, Romo, Elway, and Danny White.
So just your favorites, though.
Yeah, all the guys in the Cowboys I loved growing up. In no order, and I can't put Mahomes there yet. And talk to me in 2 weeks about Rodgers. Rodgers has been for a decade my favorite quarterback to watch. I make it the same comparison to LeBron. I grew up in the Michael Jordan era. Barkley's my all-time favorite. LeBron is my favorite basketball player to watch. I appreciate MJ's greatness. Aaron Rodgers, even though you could argue about Elway or Brady or anybody else, Joe Montana, and all of 3 of those guys are in my top 5. Rodgers is my favorite to watch. So that's probably my top 5 is the 3 I mentioned, right? So Elway, Brady, Montana, Rodgers, and Peyton Manning in no particular order. And I could probably change the rankings depending on how you want to do it. I'll say this, though, and I'd be curious what personnel people think. I'm not sure I'm drafting Brady ahead of a lot of those guys. I don't know if I'm drafting him ahead of Marino. I don't know if I'm drafting him. Knowing what I know about Mahomes now, I still like Mahomes. Excites me more. Rodgers. I think it'd be more fun to have Russell Wilson. I know it sounds crazy because of how great Brady's been, but he's kind of like Tim Duncan in a lot of ways, too. Right? There's nothing flashy about Tim Duncan. Would you rather have Tim Duncan, or you could name 30 players you would rather probably draft ahead of Duncan? And so that's kind of who Tom Brady is, right? They're defined simply by their winning. And, oh, by the way, he's played so long and so well that he's at the top of every record book, first or second. Who's in your top 5?
But with Tim Duncan, too, I don't think he's only defined. So we have a first and goal from the 7, about 2 minutes gone, second quarter. Mahomes is going to think about taking it himself, standing up, get in there. Just barely. Touchdown, Kansas City. Duncan, sure, I mean, the first thing you look at is the winning, and I think that's true of anyone who wins a lot. He won 5 titles. But obviously, statistically, he's right there as well. He's not big shot Bob. He's not Robert Ory or Steve Kerr, some dude that has a lot of championships, but statistically it was Duncan obviously was an elite statistical player as well.
But let's just do the tune-in factor. Were you tuning in to watch Duncan and the Spurs? And you're from New England, and now we're at a different point with Tom Brady where it's must-see TV because he's 43 and still doing it.
The Spurs were among the most successful, most boring teams to watch.
But I could also argue that when Randy Moss and maybe Gronk is a different story. So, but in between those times, Tom Brady hasn't consistently been must-see TV on a Sunday. Sunday night Brady Manning is a different deal. Brady against the Bills, against the Dolphins on a Sunday is nowhere near as fun as Kyler Murray every week, Russell Wilson a lot of weeks, Patrick Mahomes, totally Aaron Rodgers. Yep. And so, but you can't leave
Brady is the GOAT. I mean, he is.
Sure, you can't leave him off any list.
Wins that he is, if ever a threat for a comeback, there's Tom Brady. 2-minute drills, there's Tom Brady. But you're looking for the flashy mobile quarterback, not Tom Brady.
But even Dan Marino, I think in a lot of ways was more fun to watch than Brady at times, just because of how he would hold the ball as long as he could and then rely on his
and
arm.
you're talking about another guy that had the ability to scramble.
Yeah, I guess a little. I don't think of him as like Steve Young or Elway and how he moved. I think he moved just enough. I think he was closer to Brady than those other two that I just mentioned. But it's funny because the Pro Football Hall of Fame is probably still voting right now. And surprisingly, we haven't gotten any leaks, and we may not for 2 weeks. I'll really believe it when I see it. But they're voting today rather than the night before before the Super Bowl. They're doing it all virtually. 48 voters presenting the 15 finalists, the contributors, and the coach nominees. Well, so Jeff Legwald is the Denver voter, and he and I were talking about quarterbacks pretty late in the year. It's probably the last week or second to last week of the season. And he's like, look, you can have all these conversations, but just throw resumes down. And if you're picking resumes, whose resume is undisputed? And it's Tom Brady's. So in that regard, and I played devil's advocate. I said, we'll throw Bill Russell's resume down. That's fine. But I'm taking him 7th or 8th among all-time centers and maybe lower than that, depending on how I want to play. Mm-hmm. And Bill Russell was probably pretty exciting to watch in a lot of ways because of the way he played defense. It's funny because the chat is certainly jumping in. I mean, these are guys they're taking ahead of Tim Duncan, and that list to me is longer than even the one I just saw that says LeBron, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Kevin Garnett, Shaq. I mean, I could list 30 players that I would rather draft on my team ahead of Duncan. Not that many quarterbacks. Brady's not 30th, but he's probably somewhere between 6th and 9th for me, despite that resume.
But you're talking about just pure entertainment value. As,
but all of it. The guy that I want to be my quarterback. Because
if you have, like, you got to win. This is like the lazy question, right? If you got to win one game, who's your quarterback? And Tom Brady's not incredibly high on that list.
No, but yeah, I guess maybe, but I'm still probably taking Elway, Montana, and Rodgers ahead of him.
Not me. I mean,
and Peyton Manning.
I'm sure there's a Patriots bias there, but definitely not me.
Yeah, we have to ask non-Patriots fans like myself.
Right.
So anybody in the chat, tell me what quarterback that under that premise, somebody threw out Olajuwon. We could keep going down the list of guys that you want before Tim Duncan on your team. Even guys he played with. I think people would rather have Ginobili and Parker as they're building a team than Duncan.
No, it's a great question for people in the chat, like BK was saying. If you've got one game to win, let's just call it a Super Bowl or a game to get you into the playoffs or whatever, however you want to define it. You've got one football game to win. You can have any quarterback, any era in their prime. Who are you taking?
A lot of people might say Otto Graham. They might.
Staubach.
I'm
sure there'd be a lot of Montana.
Yeah, Montana.
I mean, maybe I should ask the question like in the last 30 years, something like that.
Yeah, Montana still qualifies, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah.
I want to go. We'll say here, because you can throw in Bradshaw, 1970 on. Edward Pride says BK Tom is the GOAT. I'm not debating his GOATness, but here, Montana, Peyton. It has to be Montana or Brady. John Stockton, most underrated ever. I feel like we're having two conversations. Unfortunately, it's my fault. Mike Vick, pass.
Bradshaw,
Rodgers,
Steve Young.
How many times has Rodgers thrown game-winning Hail Marys?
Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not what Brady's known for.
You know who won a lot of games in the fourth quarter? Part of that was
our guy Daniel says Rodgers.
Yeah. Tony Romo won a bunch of games in the fourth quarter, but a lot of that was because he played like crap at various points to get his team behind. And I'm not taking Romo ahead of Brady. Mahomes' record right now in those situations is bananas also. Everything that Mahomes is doing is pretty ridiculous. He is now officially, at least he was before, we need to double check, but after he qualified with 1,500 passes earlier this year, he was officially the best quarterback of all time. He had the best completion percentage, I think the best quarterback rating, the best touchdown to interception ratio. I think it's 5-1 right now. So he has statistically become the best quarterback of all time. I get that it's a smaller sample size than any of those other ones.
Just a few seasons in.
But he has hit the minimum threshold and thrown enough passes. I mean, this is a guy that just continues to assault the record books, and barring Andy Reid or any other play caller calling stupid option plays, he's going to have a great look at setting all these records, assuming he wants to play long enough.
Jordan, I need clarity on this. Maybe BK, you can provide it, or Jordan can just, give us a follow-up here. Answering our question, Mr. Lindenbaum says, to get into the playoffs, Manning, in the playoffs, Brady. My question is, what's the difference?
It should be the same scenario. And I get
you
the playoffs a lot.
You trust Peyton Manning in Week 17 more, but in the playoffs you trust Tom Brady. I don't understand the difference.
Well, Chris Jones.
You got to win one game regardless of when it is. Who's your quarterback?
Chris Jones is in the zone, back-to-back sacks of Big Ben. 3rd and 33. Not a lot of plays in the old playbook for that. See, a lot of people say Elway. Somebody said my pick would not be Jim Kelly. Okay. It'd be interesting, and this is another conversation, and we don't have to muddy it up now, but guys like that, Jim Kelly's in the Hall of Fame, Warren Moon's in the Hall of Fame, Troy Aikman's in the Hall of Fame, Terry Bradshaw's in the Hall of Fame. Like, how far down the list are those guys that were surefire locks to be Hall of Famers? That, like, how many quarterbacks that aren't Hall of Famers would you draft ahead of guys that are no argument Hall of Famers? Like, Frank Gore is going to go into the Hall of Fame. Frank Gore is 3rd all-time in rushing. He's nowhere near my top 10 of running backs I'm drafting. Same with Curtis Martin.
Yeah, now at a certain point in time, obviously statistics, all-time statistics are what they are because, longevity.
Sure, which is it is a valuable commodity, but it means you stayed healthy and you were available. But if you're not helping your team really win, then you're just kind of putting up numbers, similar to what A-Rod did for a lot of his career. Or Carmelo Anthony. Eli Manning.
He'll be a Hall of Famer, though.
Carmelo will be a Hall of Famer 100% because he's got 30,000 points or will.
Well, and great Olympic stats. He's one of the greats, one of the greatest, most successful Olympic basketball players ever.
Koff, had we played in 4 Olympics with LeBron and Kobe, and had you or I been on the court, we also would have gold medals.
Yeah, but he had the stats along with the medals.
Yes. Part of it is that he's played in 4 Olympics, which very few people have. So he's like the all-time leading scorer now and rebounder. But I'll always remember, because I covered Carmelo here in Denver, after the 08 Redeem team in Beijing, he came back to Denver and all he did was play defense and rebound in that. I think he averaged like 12 points or something. It was nothing. He let Kobe score. He let LeBron score. He just D-Wade. He didn't even worry about it. He got back and told George Karl, I want to guard the other team's best perimeter player. And he did it a little in the preseason. You can't really tell because he played 10 minutes a night in the preseason, like 4 games. They played game 1 against somebody, Utah or whatever. He took their best. Is that DeMarcus Robinson? He took the other team's best perimeter guy for that first game. Game 2, they played Kobe and the Lakers here in Denver. I want to say it was in Denver. Might have been in Outland. By the second quarter, he had switched off Kobe, and that was the end of the Carmelo, I want to guard the best perimeter defender experiment. It lasted a game and a half. So I say all that to say, look, Carmelo put up a lot of stats. I always enjoyed my interactions with him, and there were plenty. But if I'm drafting a team, now if I need somebody to just go get me a bucket, Carmelo's going to be high on that list. Really high.
Hell, so James Harden. People think he's a winner. Not at the moment, but that
narrative
only takes
could
one
change.
championship to change, all that.
Yeah, that narrative could change if
Dwight Howard wasn't a winner until he was.
Do we know if Kyrie Irving has a no trade clause? Because I just don't think anybody else wants him.
He definitely does not have a no trade clause. He's expected to play Saturday, according to Steve Nash, if not sooner, maybe sooner.
He is just such an interesting, very unique, and I'll say a bizarre individual.
Oh yeah, and he says a lot to say nothing at all, unfortunately, which is just so aggravating when you cover him, or even if you don't cover him, you're just a fan listening to him. That video that when he was interviewed earlier today, that was out on any number of different social media pages, Twitter pages, him talking about why he was AWOL from the Nets. He talked for however long, he didn't say anything.
I didn't watch it, but it seems like you've already summarized it for me.
Yeah, he just, basically just said he needed a break. Hell, so did Dennis Rodman, I guess, But
LeBron took a 2-week break a couple years ago.
Yeah.
No one's really questioning LeBron's dedication to his team or winning. I think he was really burned out.
Yeah.
No one thinks Kyrie's burned out. They just think he's a weirdo.
Yeah.
You can't be burned out 6 games into the year or whatever.
Well, Andy said something like, and I'm paraphrasing, so maybe I'm stretching this a little bit, but he said something to the effect of like, nobody questions my love for basketball. It's like, no, everybody questions your love for basketball.
That's exactly what we're questioning right now.
2nd and 2 from the 6 after the 101 stoppage. There we go, Mahomes. Can you do it again? He's already run one in. Passes this one. Did the foot get to the line? No. Stopped at the 1. Tyreek Hill, 4 for 23, bidding there for a touchdown. People still giving out their top 5s. Steven, my 5. MJ, Kobe, LeBron, KG, Shaq. There you go. 1st and goal. What are we going to get? Mahomes, CEH. Love to see some Shermanator, but I don't see him on the field. From the 1, it's a handoff, run up the gut, and he's there. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, touchdown, Kansas City.
I haven't checked my lineups all game just because I've enjoyed this conversation. And I didn't have Eric Ebron in my lineup. But let's see how I'm doing.
I can tell you, Leroy was in first, just dipped here after that score. Looks like Sheen Walker up by about a quarter of a point with Edwards-Helaire in the captain spot, Mahomes, Roethlisberger, Ebron, Robinson, and Boswell in that lineup.
I was in 151st place before that Edwards-Helaire touchdown. I'm now in 110.
I am 142, not great under the 190. How about this? Mahomes already up over 20 fantasy points in the flex. We are not even at the half. Wild.
Yeah, it seems like I'm curious what his captaincy numbers were because you have to pay so much. But if you make sure you have him in the flex, it should.
In this contest, only 7.9%. Not a big number at all.
So then he's definitely going to be a part of the winning lineup.
In the larger contest, the bigger free showdown, he is owned in similarly 80% of lineups, but captained in 16%.
I'm simultaneously making an NBA lineup to destroy you tonight after last night. 2 nights ago, I beat you by almost 100.
So I went and looked at 100. Get out of here.
I went
and
looked,
looked,
360 or something.
So you can search, your history with somebody on the DraftKings website.
Sure.
And it only goes as far back as the last 30 days, and I'm sure we've been playing longer than that, obviously, with the football season and whatnot. But in the last 30 days, we've played something like 35 or 40 head-to-heads. And
You got to be slightly ahead. So 35 or 40, you got to be ahead by like 60-40 or 55-45.
Yeah, I was going to say I have the edge, but it's something like that. It's very close. Glash, though, and I want everyone to really, because he probably doesn't know this. He probably feels it, but he probably doesn't know it. So you should tell him. I'm like 24-6 against him or something ridiculous. That's why he is stopped. He won't play me in NBA anymore.
24-6. So you and I at least go head to head. I have a couple different strategies I don't want to divulge here. Is that James Washington?
Oh, okay.
Let's just say I do my research.
It was.
Let's just say
research.
Yeah. I'm not just guessing against picking players I like.
Yeah, I don't want you to guess. I want you to do your research.
I also realize I just don't know that many players in the NBA, which is probably why I'm in last place in my year-long league.
When you're doing research, does that mean you're like texting your buddies who play DFS, or are you?
I do, and then I read some stuff online. Talk to some coaches around the league. I went to college with Josh Vaughn, and like DFS-wise, like, what's your approach to stopping LeBron tonight? And they'll tell me, and then I'll decide. Okay, am I going to play Luka because Jamal Mosley said I should?
Yeah, who's getting the minutes here tonight? Jacques?
I'll text Pop, and I'll be like, how much are you going to use DeMar tonight?
DeJounte going to be out there on the floor much there, Pop?
Yeah. What's the deal with
Second
Murray?
and 10.
Why is his name DeJounte? I'm kidding. I don't know.
Final 30 seconds here in the opening half. Roethlisberger pacing toward a bonus. 167. Both QBs are.
I'm always just looking for an edge.
Meager says, Coffee, looking for you doing a last-minute NBA contest tonight? I got 10th out of 10 your contest yesterday. Yep, I'm going to. I'm going to send that out shortly.
How much does that cost?
Start doing just $1.
Okay. $1 to win 9?
No, because I do top 3. So $1 to win, it's like $4.50, 3 something, and $1.80 or something like that.
I think you need to change it to winner take all.
Yeah.
Then you're really
I like feeling like you're. Well, that's if you come in third. But I like the feeling of a real sweat for everyone and feeling like you're being you're in it and you're part of the process.
Yeah, but you can be in a real sweat and finish second or third. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, you can.
My lineup tonight has a lot
21
of.
to 13.
My lineup against you has a lot of Denver and a lot of OKC.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
There's only 4 teams playing, I think.
Right. Yeah, got to shake it out one way or the other, right?
You don't have to reveal your lineup, but do you have Joker in yours?
Good, I won't.
You have Joker in yours?
I'm not going to tell you that.
He's a good player.
It's a head-to-head. Yeah, he is a pretty good player.
And he's having a historic start to the season. Only the Big O, Oscar Robertson, had a better start in terms of triple doubles.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is he averaging one the way that obviously Big O did? And
I think he's a little short on assists, but I think he is also leading the league in assists, or at least he was, which
I'd have to pull
is
that up.
pretty remarkable for an actual center.
Jordan says, damn it, Koff, it's only 10 people. Make it winner take all. Koff probably likes playing bingo and early bird specials.
Joker is averaging 10.3 assists.
It's a nice friendly contest. Jordan, settle down.
10.3 assists. He's averaging 11.4 boards, and he's certainly averaging double digits. So, yes, through 13 games where the Nuggets are inexplicably 6-7, I mean, I can explain it sort of, but coming off Western Conference Finals, he is averaging a triple-double.
Okay.
But it feels more meaningful than, well, I say that, they're in 9th or 10th place, than, say, the way Russell Westbrook felt like he was just stuffing stats.
Yeah. Felt a little more volume-based.
Yeah.
Hollow. I understand that.
A little bit.
Meeker says, no, keep it top 3. I'd never win. Jordan says I'm probably clipping coupons instead of downloading them. Who downloads coupons? Also, who, I'm not going to say I clip coupons either. I don't have any coupons.
I think you download them.
Do people actively download coupons?
I think you get them in an email, and then you show the email. If you go to Kohl's and they send you some Kohl's cash, you're like, hey, here, let me hold my phone up. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Scan this, barcode.
I don't think you're downloading it and printing it out like you used to have to with like Groupon or whatever.
God, is Groupon still a thing?
I think so. I think it was helped repopularized by why am I drawing a blank on what's the comedian's name? Who's the funniest African American female comedian right now? And I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, shoot. Well, if we're talking about the same person, I can picture her.
Tiffany Haddish. Tiffany Haddish.
Yep.
Yeah, she had that great story where she was shooting that movie with Jada Pinkett Smith and all that.
Yeah, the Will Smith story.
She downloads a Groupon to go on an airboat tour in the bayou in Louisiana on an off day. And Jada had no idea what a Groupon was. She thought it meant that she had gotten together a group, not that they were going to be with 6 random strangers. Something that I imagine the Pinkett Smith family doesn't do a lot of.
Right.
That was the last time I've even heard anyone talk about Groupons recently.
Yeah, that might be the most recently I've heard someone talk about them too, and that was like a couple years ago.
Sure.
It's not. That
movie's actually pretty good too. I can't remember what it was called. But...
So 21 to 13 at the half. I'm excited. Netflix has, they got this whole big campaign surrounding releasing a new original movie every single week all throughout the year this year. And seemed like there was a lot of star power attached to that.
Okay, I saw some of those commercials, right?
Rolls out, yeah.
DiCaprio is in one.
Yeah.
Well, give me over under. If there's 52 movies, how many of them will be above average, instant rewatchable, or definitely rewatchable? Out of 52.
Definitely rewatchable. I'll say 10.
10, yeah. Okay. All right. And I guess that's not a terrible average. But that means 40 of them you're not going to ever want to watch again. You'll have watched once, which I've done several times because of the Netflix algorithm. It keeps sending my wife and I movies they think we'll like. Did you watch Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee yet?
Not yet. I'm binging Psych right now.
Still? Okay. They're
and,
kind of...
a buddy of mine is trying to get me to watch there's Netflix has this new series, I guess, these documentaries called The Movies That Made Us, breaking down the history of certain movies.
Okay.
They did one for Die Hard and Dirty Dancing and some other ones.
Okay.
It's supposed to be really good. That's
All
what
right.
I hear anyway.
There's about 1 million documentaries I want to watch. I need to watch a Tiger doc. That's probably highest on my list. The Tiger Woods documentary. It's on HBO and HBO Max, I guess.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Everyone that's watched it said it's really good.
Nice. With Brandon Cristal, I'm Adam Kaufman. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Producer Mike, we got Daniel, our technical director, Jim, Patrick, our Game Ops crew. Good to have everybody with us. Jimmy B says, I'm finally watching the morning show, Koff, and damn, it's great. I'm telling you, Jimmy B. Listen, I don't steer you guys astray when it comes to my TV recommendations. All you got to do is pay attention. I've recommended a number of shows since this pandemic began. We are all in it together, folks. Enjoying a lot of great programming. And right there on that list, Jimmy, the morning show.
Morning show was good. I enjoyed it. We flew through that pretty quickly. Do you have Ted Lasso as the #1 show you watched since the start of the pandemic, or high up there?
High up there for sure. I don't know if I'd call it #1, but it's high up.
Well, because you watched the entire series of The West Wing. So.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well,
I guess newish
episodes,
show. Because like if somebody watched Breaking Bad right now, or The Sopranos, or Game of Thrones, it's different. I'm talking about last 2 years.
Newish shows that I've watched during the Cobra Kai, I've loved. The Boys, I've loved. Ted Lasso, I've loved. Mythic Quest, I've loved. These are all newish shows in the last couple of years.
What about Marvelous Mrs. Maisel? Have you and your wife watched that, or do you watch that solo?
No, I haven't gotten into that.
Oh, you'll like it. You'll like it. Trust me.
Daniel says, Koff, I can't believe it took you this long to discover Psych. So, Daniel, it's not that I didn't know. I've known about Psych for, since it was on. Like, my brother loved it when it was on. It was like, you got to watch this, you got to watch this. I just kind of never made the time for it. And now that I'm into binging shows here in the pandemic, and a number of people who I like have brought up Psych again, even all these years later, probably because they put out a movie last year. They've done a couple, and I think there's even another one coming out. So I just said, all right, let's finally get into Psych. And I'm cruising right through the first season. Long way to go.
I don't know what's #1 on our list. We started to watch Bridgerton last night. I fell asleep. That wasn't really for me. Or I just wasn't into it, I guess. I shouldn't say it's not for me, because I think everything's for me. But it's a Netflix
Ozark,
show.
Yeah, Dante, for sure.
Ozark's great.
Yeah, it's great. Love it.
Bridgerton's...
I haven't seen that one.
It's Shonda Rhimes, her company. She does Grey's Anatomy and How to Get Away with Murder and Scandal. It's got that feel to it, because it's Netflix. There's a little bit of nudity, mostly just kind of people's naked rear ends, but and some what is obviously fornication, but nothing too graphic. So more so than you would get on ABC on any of our other shows. But I don't know. My wife stayed up. I fell asleep last night and she watched the whole second one. I fell asleep towards the end of the first one, but I'm not racing back to watch it. I want to rewatch Veep, and then I heard Julie Louis-Dreyfus on the Smartless podcast with Jason Bateman and Will Arnett and Sean Hayes, and now I really want to rewatch Veep just because I'm reminded how great Julie Louis-Dreyfus is.
Oh, she's awesome. There's no question.
She got more Emmys and Golden Globes than anybody of all time.
Let's see. Better Call Saul, Rob mentions. Yep.
Yeah.
Solid show.
Yeah, but because it's in year 5, that means it's been going for 5 years.
Right.
Better Call Saul is great. And some people will make the case that whatever this was, season 4, season 5, was as good as any Breaking Bad season. I think it was season 4. I guess I'm kind of meaning 2 years or younger. You know, it was a lot of 2 years or younger, newer. Jack Ryan was a lot of fun. There wasn't a lot of depth to it, but I had especially season 2.
So I haven't seen that, and I like Krasinski.
You could fly through it. Krasinski's good. My man Michael Kelly's in the 2nd season, but Krasinski, he carries the whole show. Jack Ryan. They're starting to shoot season 3 here soon, I believe.
Meager BK was talking about the Smartless podcast. That is the one hosted by Will Arnett and Jason Bateman and Sean Hayes.
They have great guests, and they hit their stride pretty quickly. Now it's 3 people that are really talented, but they do a good job of goofing on each other kind of early, focusing on the guests, but mixing their own stories in. Because you're talking about 3 huge-ish stars, really big, solid, established television stars, I guess, that are, in this day and age, real household names. But the podcast isn't just about them. They do a good job of certainly incorporating their guests. My favorite one was the Ricky Gervais one. Because of Ricky Gervais.
Silly Sally says, damn, Kaufman, you need to do 20 in your basketball thing. You have literally 1 minute to fill up 10 slots. It said that 6 were in. I tried to put my lineup in. It said it was full. Yeah, I mean, I should probably open it up more. I just think there's something kind of fun about, all right, let's have a little race here. Let's find out the first 10 that can get there.
You said I didn't beat you by 100. I beat you 305 to 228. That's about 75.
All right.
That's the biggest margin of victory in any of our games, I believe.
Yeah, probably. I actually said the Glash. I think I texted him after that one, not specifically losing to you, but my lineup in general. Because I had been on this run of putting up 300 plus however many straight days. And I said to him, well, you really should have played me last night because I was awful. Terrible lineup.
Sorry, that's fake news. You beat me 305 to 228. But there's one where I scored 300 and beat you really badly. Where is that one? I can find that one.
Keep on digging. Lineup's lock in 7 minutes, folks. Hey, smash that like button. Let's get to 550. We're up over 500.
On the app, it stops. Does it go farther online?
You can look at your past 30 days online. I know that.
Yeah, this is only giving me 15
I've never tried in
minutes.
the app. I don't know what you can do in the app.
Yeah, it's only taking me to January 12th. I beat you 290 to nothing.
Yeah, when I accidentally, when my lineup didn't actually submit.
And let's talk about
that was fun.
I don't know if you want your friends in the chat to know about how I embarrassed you in hockey.
You did win. I don't remember it being an embarrassment. What was the score?
I don't know. But what's funny was I told you my strategy was going to be to play all Avalanche. Then I played no Avalanche. I played a bunch of Toronto Maple Leafs.
Then you upped and retired on me. So
yeah,
no more hockey. Mic drop.
But
you sent me mic drop emojis.
Had I have played the Avs that night, they won 8-0 over the Blues.
Oh, was that night?
Yeah, so I would have been fine if I would have gone with my all Avs strategy, which I did not.
I guess you should have.
Next time.
Shame on you.
You want to go showdown tonight? Blues Kings? I mean Avs Kings?
Maybe. What time
I'll only do hockey showdowns. I can't do classic. And they can only be Avs games.
I did a Bruins showdown yesterday. I lost by less than a point. It was the 1-0 game. Like, both of our lineups were terrible.
If Chara played, if he was still a Bruin, would you have won?
Hard to say. Probably wouldn't have played him. Just a hunch. 21-13 still. 2.5 to go third quarter here. 2nd and 5. And that ball's completed. Tyreek Hill up over the 30.
What if I'm in the top 100? I'm so busy checking our history.
I don't know where I stand. I have to look.
Oh, 82nd. I'm climbing towards first.
Oh, you are flying. Absolutely flying.
Oh, I was 150.
Do both these NBA games start at 9 o'clock? Are all our players going to be going at the same time here?
I believe so.
Nice.
I know that the Nuggets certainly do. Nuggets Thunder.
Yeah, they do. Pelicans and Jazz, the other one.
I was able to sneak Zion into my lineup.
Oh, look at you.
I'm probably going to beat you by 100 in this one.
It's possible.
Sure. Or I could lose by 100.
You can spend the entire next sim tracking it, seeing how you do with Christian.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it too much.
Bore the people.
Well, it's sort of like the old Kenny Rogers line, right? You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. I'll worry about it at the end of the game. Tracking it's not going to do any good when it's the middle of the second quarter and I'm trying to. And I guess we should let people know I'm going to be sitting in the driver's seat of the next game.
Yeah, so let's get into that a little bit for the people here. Less than a minute to go third quarter. So you're going to have BK and CDA, Christian DeAndrea, on for the next sim coming up in a little over 1 hour. And BK, well, obviously a very experienced radio host. There's no reason to be nervous or anything like that, on his part or yours, the chat. But he has not yet been in the driver's seat for these sims. Do you people out there in Simland have any advice for him for this next sim that he's got steering the ship with Christian DeAndrea?
You know what I do need advice on? Because am I obligated to create a contest? Obligated, I'll put that in quotes, as the lead host, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, obligated, you're not obligated. I would say encouraged, because
I don't know how to do it. So I'm
learned
going to need you.
It makes things a little more fun.
I'll need you to talk me through it, and then we will create a 200-person free roll.
I'll tell you what, I'll create it for you right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll give the people more time. Give them a full hour.
Even better.
While we come on camera for the third quarter break, I'm going to talk you through it too. So you go to leagues, you go to the DK Sim Fam Friends League, you go to create a new contest, you go to NFL.
Where's create a new contest? Well, you're online and I'm on my
I'm online.
app.
Yeah, get off
Let me get on my
dumb phone. Then you go to Showdown. Let's see. Sorry. You go to Madden Showdown. And then the next one is 10 o'clock. Houston and the Jets. A lot of Adam Gase talk ahead. Multiplayer. Maximize the entrance at 200. Entry fee. Goose egg. Little bagel. So free. And what do you want to call the contest, my friend? I'll type it on in here.
BK's in the driver's seat for the first time. So I don't know. Something you got to involve Christian's name too, which means Christian's going to steal the show or whatever. That's a lot of words.
Yeah, but I'm going to use all of them.
Now, how about this? BK and Christian.
And you hit next. Nope.
No breaks.
And then create contest. And boom. And now I have to create a lineup because I've now created a contest. I've got to be in there.
So I just clicked on leagues.
So it should be right there at the top for you. Everybody jump into this free roll that is lies ahead here with BK and Christian.
Then create new contest. I feel like you went a little fast.
I did, but I'll talk you through it at a slower rate at another point in time. Yeah. Let's see. Steve says, here's some advice. Be prepared to talk the entire time because his internet will go out. You'll have to ad lib.
That's the biggest warning that I've gotten. So I guess that really means feel free to have some questions loaded up, especially if they're about the new Broncos GM or some of the coaching moves. I don't know if you saw Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith introduced in Atlanta. Fontenot getting choked up when talking about Mickey Loomis and the Saints. Nice to see some genuine emotion from tough guys in football, right?
Sure.
We saw the same thing just here locally when Bradley Chubb, who tore his ACL last year, ends up starting in the Pro Bowl this year.
CEH.
Oh,
no, not yet. Down at the 1.
That would have been huge for me to get into the top 50.
I was rooting for you too.
But so we can talk about that. Robert Saleh signs his contract with the Jets. I don't know if he did an introductory presser or not, but everybody that's been around that guy loves him. You talked about Adam Gase talk. Adam Gase meeting with Pete Carroll, and we'll have to at least be around.
Got there. CEH touchdown.
Be around Jamal Adams, right?
Sure.
So that'll be a fun reunion if it comes to pass. There's nobody you want to use in this Jets-Texans game other than Watson.
Watson's definitely the guy. There's no doubt about that.
Do you bite the bullet and captain him though?
It's a tough decision to make.
It is indeed. than your guy Herndon or Chris Hogan, who had that big game that you and I did of the Jets recently.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't bank on that happening all the time.
I always
all right,
miss
I've set my lineup.
I always miss between Crowder and Perriman. Like, I guess wrong on the days that I pick one or the other. Will Fuller's healthy, though. That's exciting.
Something to celebrate in some way.
Let's check out his game log.
I'm going to open up your NBA contest, see how much crossover we have here.
Did you pick Joker?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 of the same guys.
Did you pick Joker?
Yeah.
Yeah, taking my advice.
We have 5 of the same guys. You've got Zion.
Yep, that's going to be the difference. He might have 80 points.
You went Zion. I went Donovan Mitchell.
We know
And
everyone would rather have Zion.
Couple other guys as well.
Who no one knows, including me. Will Fuller, 10 TDs. How many games to get these 10 TDs? 30?
Ballpark, yeah. 1st and 10 from the 29. About 30 seconds gone. 4th quarter. It is a 28-13 game. The Chiefs in front. Fantasy Hawk says DeAndre needs no jump start. Just bring up a topic and let him go.
I think I can handle that.
King Wah says you could just steal everyone's shtick. You take my buy stream trash, take Flash's buzzword, throw passes like Rossi, talk endlessly like Christian. Easy.
Kind of just a hodgepodge.
I have not done a buy stream trash in quite some time. I just thought I'd point that out.
Can we come up with a third Julia Louis-Dreyfus thing? Because you got Seinfeld and Veep. You can't do New Adventures of Old Christine because it's just not going to hold up. That'll automatically make it in the trash. Okay, this. She plays the neighbor, the very annoyed neighbor.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, in
Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
So Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Not in it enough though, right? Unless you're just buy stream trashing the characters specifically.
No, we were buy stream trashing the entire work, and she happened to be in it. Because I guess I could say Saturday Night Live, but that feels a little too a
little aggressive,
a little too vast. You're in your 45 or whatever they're at, 49, whatever it is, 45. So let's do that. Buy stream trash, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Entities, I guess.
Entities.
Veep, Seinfeld, Christmas Vacation. And I understand tour series. Or she was in a little bit of Curb, wasn't she?
True. So I mean, it's got to be Seinfeld at the top. Just has to be.
Over Veep.
Over Veep, but you got to remember too.
You haven't watched much of Veep.
I haven't seen a lot of Veep.
Seems like you're doing yourself a disservice. Huh?
Right. Tough person to ask that question. A lot of people excited about Jokic tonight. I didn't necessarily. It's not that I felt, oh my God, I can't wait to play Jokic tonight. It was more, although I do think he's in a great spot. He's going to have a great night. I probably would have played him anyway, so I'm talking about both sides.
Playing against a backup center, right?
Right, but it was more if you're gonna win tonight, you got to play Jokic because whoever you're playing is going to play Jokic, and if you fade him, you better be right because the guy is probably going to go off. That's the thing with a 2-game slate.
Here we go. 180.
2nd and 10 from the 23.
All right, I got my lineup for the next game.
There you go.
Feels like a winner. Can't be much worse than this one. Well, I guess, what am I, middle of the pack? Am I in the top 50 yet?
How about this, though? I've got I'm doing a head-to-head with Rossi as well, not just you. And he has Murray, he's got Mitchell, he's got Zion. No Joker, though.
Well, sounds like a loss.
I hope so. Far sideline, inside the 5 to the 3. Roethlisberger up to 235 passing now. It was Jalen Samuels, who's always a good value play here.
Like to see my man James Washington sneak into the end zone. Although you have Washington as well. I'm not really playing against you. I'm playing against myself.
Jordan says he is 12th in my free roll. Good on you. I think I'm 115. Whoa.
Oh, so I'm crushing you.
Hey, no, Samuel's down at the 1.
You have Samuel?
No, I just, I like to see those less popular guys get into the end zone.
Yeah, I guess I need to practice my exciting touchdown calls or potential touchdown calls. That's the other thing, too, is maybe I'll take everyone's lead on how much you want me to call the game because you were watching it.
Run up the gut. No, Connor stopped at the 1. Only
Stone.
4 for 3. James Conner here in this sim. Quiet day for him.
Yeah, and I saw Connor and saw how unproductive he was and realized, okay, I can't roster him.
Right. Yeah,
he's backing that up by not playing.
He's pretty much a hashtag team never play for me. Team always fade. Oof.
Ooh.
Oof, Connor. 5 for, is that -1 now? 4th and goal, and you can't settle for a field goal here with 3 minutes left in regulation, down by 15 points. So I just can't believe you were even running there in the first place. What do we got?
We're down territory. Mike Tomlin, is not afraid. What a bad play call. He's not afraid to go for it here. Is Washington even on the field? Yeah, he's on the bottom there. Come on, slant route. Nope.
Benny into traffic, incomplete. He should have just run it right up the middle. Should have just run it right up the middle.
Deontay Johnson was the intended target, I believe, and that was that. Throw it to Plaxico, says cool. The one thing I'm going to do before the game is carbo load. I feel if I were actually playing a game.
Make sure you get your pre-sim nap in.
I have no idea what my dinner will be when I go upstairs, and I always appreciate whatever my wife makes. But going back to last week, and I think you and I were doing the game where I thought I was going to get pasta because she said she was making pasta, and I come upstairs and it's blueberry pancakes because the 2-year-old picked. And they were delicious, but just not what I was expecting. Oh, and then Glash and I were talking about wings, and I thought the little tavern by me was open because it said it was, but they'd closed their kitchen early, so I did not get the wings I was craving.
Wings sound pretty good right now.
No kidding. Someone wants a CEH breakout. Is he going to go house call here around the edge? Oh,
Nope.
No.
Sorry.
If he breaks 3 or 4 more tackles, maybe.
Pan out. Nathan says, if you looked at the stats, you saw how well each player played last game because they played each other last sim. Yeah, I mean, I get it, and I've looked at that in the past, so I understand what you're saying there, Nate, but every sim's a snowflake. You never really know.
Yeah,
here's talking NBA. I don't know if you're talking NBA, if you're talking about these sim matchups.
What I try to do when I'm looking at the lineups, and I don't want to give away my secrets other than I look to see how recently they've scored and if they've scored at all. So, like, if a guy's only scored twice, then I'm not coming anywhere near him. If they scored, 1 out of every 3 or 4 games,
you don't want to give away your sim lineup building secrets for all these times that you've threatened to win.
Yeah, well, I did get 3rd the other day.
What place are you sitting in right now before you give away the good stuff?
I think 76 at last check.
Hit that like, folks. Getting close to 550.
What's your secret?
I really don't have a secret so much as, if there's a punt play that factors in more often than not. So not a guy who plays in like half sims, like the guy, someone who's averaging 6 or 7 points a sim that legitimately gets into every game, but for some reason is priced at like $2,400. I'll usually roster that guy. A lot of the time I will captain, the stud if there's only one stud. Like, I didn't do this for the next sim, but like a Deshaun Watson. Like, he's clear for like far and away. Like, more often than not, I will captain Lamar Jackson. But if it's kind of balanced like this one, where there were a lot of good options on the KC and Pitt sides, I'll pick a guy that has a good amount of touchdowns, that generally performs pretty well, kind of mid-tier to captain, so I can pay up for other higher priced guys. That tends to be my strategy. And look, I've won before. I've finished near the bottom before. It's it's hit and miss. That's what I tend to do here in these sims, though.
Well, I have the same approach.
And again, I did it for this one. I'm sitting 118 out of 190. Travis Kelce has had a bad game. Four for 34. That's it. Minute to go here in regulation. Nice little run. Hits out of timeouts though. Edwards-Helaire has 66 on the ground. Couple of touchdowns. It's just a damn cough, man. It says, listen to my tips, and you too can finish 120th out of 165 by Brandon Cristal.
Sure. Well, I think I'm 62nd. About to be in the top 50. Hey, everyone has their approach. I was third the other day, so it works sometimes.
Sean says the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award going to Kelce. I mean, he's got to be in contention considering he has less than 10 points and is 70% owned. 28-13 final as time expires. Kansas City wins, no great shock. Hey, you're moving on to the playoffs. It's not really the playoffs, but you get the idea. We'll look at some of the stats here as well. Kelce, 2 stinkers in a row, says Fantasy Hawk. Very frustrated. Mahomes, I mean, I'm not obviously saying the guy had a bad game, but compared to what expectations were early, he went for 20-plus points in the opening half and finished at 23. Yikes.
Yeah.
Not great, Bob.
No.
We'll look at some of the numbers here in a moment. Obviously, manual scoring. Our guys, Jim and Patrick, hard at work. Looks like we're going to have a 1-point victory, about 3/4 of a point, actually, by Chinny Walker. I'm not sure. Roethlisberger, 235 passing, a touchdown. Mahomes, 203 a score. Andy was picked off very early, as we remember. Look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. So let's see here. On the ground, CEH, couple of touchdowns, 66 yards. Mahomes,
captained him.
He had a score there.
Maybe I should have captained him in retrospect.
CEH is in the captain spot of the leading lineup. He's probably your player of the game, honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire was terrific in this one. Went for about 26 points in the flex. Was only owned in 24% of lineups. Which surprises me. Surprises me.
Well, I think because people are confusing real life hurt, sick CEH with Sim CEH, who's been really solid. Proved that again today.
57 touchdown. He went for almost 20 points. Eric Ebron, good day. He had a score as well. Ebron 6 for 63, right around 20 points. But yeah, I would say if I'm not stepping on your toes, our award winners are probably again CEH for the Krustikov Player of the Game. The Babysitter Billy Award, who did we say? Could have been Kelce. Kelce certainly in contention for it.
Yeah, as my captain and your captain, I'd like to throw him overboard.
Shot. Yeah, I think he's the guy.
Mutiny.
I think he is the guy. Mutiny.
Mutiny.
David says, Jokic ain't doing nothing. David, calm down.
In general or tonight so far?
The game just started.
Yeah, they've been playing for 4 minutes.
All right. That'll do it for us. For me, anyway, because this guy's sticking around. You are going to have, for the first time in the driver's seat, Brandon Cristal with Christian DeAndrea coming up for Madden After Dark. It's a late night game for Christian. It's going to be, I don't think I've ever seen him do a sim where it's dark outside. So watch out. Who knows? Might turn into a werewolf or something like that. You got the Texans and Jets. You can plan on a lot of Adam Gase discussion. I will be back with you in Simland here for Sims tomorrow at 6 and 8. I'll be with Moose and Tom Ace. We've got the Colts and Titans and the Packers and Jets for the happy hour and primetime Sims. Looking forward to it. But in the meantime, we want to thank producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, of course, Patrick, Jim, our great Game Ops crew. And again, that'll do it. So BK will be back with CDA in about 40 minutes. Always a pleasure, buddy.
Likewise. Thanks for creating the lineup. I look forward to taking your money in basketball. And I know I'm back here for a couple Thursday. Do I have you for either of those?
No, you're at 8. You're at 8 and 10. You're with Glash for both of those.
All right. Well, I'll see you when I see you. Maybe on the weekend.
You could do worse. Yeah,
sure.
I look forward to it. All right.
We'll talk about the NBA Jam documentary.
I can't wait. Jesse's going to guide us through the next little bit.
All right, as Koff said, Texans and Jets coming up. Brandon and Christian going to join you for that one. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker, which has a 3K prize pool with 1K for first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool with $50 going to first place. So you know the drill. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in now. Before we get there, though, we're going to run through NBA, NFL, and PGA advice coming up here. Let's kick it off with part 2 of Emerson Lazia's conversation with senior Deadspin writer Karin Phillips, where they start off talking about one of the surprise teams in the league so far this year.
All right, let's get to a team that could have a surprising run to the postseason in them. The New York Knicks, 7-8 right now on the season after they have followed up a 5-game losing streak with 2 straight wins. I mean, there's Julius Randle doing his thing, and then RJ Barrett seems to be blossoming like before our eyes here, Karin. But at this time last season, they're 4-11. Hope was already gone, like at MSG. In a 72-game schedule, though, on pace for almost 34 wins. How much are these guys crushing your expectations right now?
They're not. If this were the Charlotte Knicks, this wouldn't be a story. No one would care. It's New York, and New Yorkers think everything. They think they've got a chance at anything. They're like, oh, this is the team. This is the one. Look, I love Austin Rivers is balling. I love it. RJ Barrett is finding his groove. I love even Kevin Knox is starting to figure it out, right? You got Tibbs. We knew Tibbs was going to make them play hard and make them play defense, right? Cool. They got all these young pieces. I understand getting excited about it. Julius Randle is looking like the Julius Randle from his high school mixtape before he got to Kentucky, right? But who is that team going to beat in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Given the
I don't really know.
Given the seeds that we know are going to be 1 through 4, 1 through 5, even if the Toronto Tampa Bay Raptors don't figure this out and they're still a 6-7 seed, who are the Knicks going to beat in the playoffs if they make it? I still think Atlanta's going to figure it out. They're going to be a playoff team. That would be a possibly tough out for someone. But just when you look at how they play, and like I get it, they're exciting, they're inspiring, they're figuring out. I think this is a Knicks team that can set a foundation for the future of possibly maybe getting a free agent, of possibly maybe you guys finally drafting well, which is something they don't do. So if you're a Knicks fan, be excited for what this team could be for the future. But if you think y'all gonna do something this season, stop it right now.
Okay. I mean, the playoffs started today. They'd be the 6th seed, but the playoffs don't start today. Also, Cleveland would be the 7th seed. And after a 4-2 start, I mean, things were looking up for the Cavs after a season where they won 19 games last year, but Cavs have dropped 5 of 7, now looking to trade or maybe waive second-year player Kevin Porter Jr. after he reportedly had a screaming match with management. That's never a good thing. How long is this season going to be for them?
Look, Cleveland is a saga because I guarantee you someone's going to pick up Kevin Porter Jr. very soon. Brooklyn, there you go. He's going to be cheap. Do that. But I think about John Beeline a season ago with the Thugs thing. I think about a roster that has like 47 bigs on it right now, because if you just look at their roster, it makes no sense in today's NBA to have that many power forwards and centers. And then you have a small backcourt in Sexland, which I think is the worst nickname in sports that's ever been created.
What? Really?
With Colin Sexton and Darius Garland. Like, I know that's disgusting. They're like, y'all not a Prince album. Stop this. Yeah. But listen, Cleveland, do they have talent? Yes. Can they figure it out? We'll see. Kevin Love's been banged up. Like, that's still your franchise player, and stuff still is going to have to work through him. They've just got to figure out their roster. Like, it just isn't constructed in a way that you can win long-term in the NBA. But, you know, we'll see. We've seen crazier things. There's a lot of pressure on Kobe Altman to figure this thing out. Look, free agency, trades, drafting coming up. We'll see what's going to happen. But I understand why Cleveland fans are excited. But if you're not one of a part of the fan base of one of the contenders for a title this year, is it really going to matter in one of the weirdest seasons and years in sports? Because it's just like teams that shouldn't win are winning and teams that should win aren't winning. That should tell you something that at some point, especially with this lopsided schedule, things are going to even out.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like it just started, but we're really already 15 games into the season. What has been your biggest surprise so far? If you had to pick one.
How this the scheduling is affecting teams. This kind of like back-to-back, you play the same team 2 times in 3 or 4 days. You have more of a regional schedule due to COVID and due to travel. So it's like the same teams are. I feel like the Nets have played the Wizards and the Celtics like 8 times already.
Yeah, and if you play the Wizards right now, it's like it's like a death sentence almost. Like a COVID sentence. Like you're going to get COVID. It's just like the track record we see.
Yeah. It's like Brooklyn has only played the Wizards, the Celtics. And it's just like I don't understand or know who's good and who really isn't good besides those 2 or 3 teams at the top of the league. We haven't seen teams really go on their West Coast swing on their trip. We haven't seen West teams go East. And it's like the balance between your division and your conference. And then when you got to switch over and you go on these trips and you figure out how good this team is because you got to play, 3 and 4 nights or 2 and 3 across the country. That's gone, and it's more like these mini regional AAU tournaments. So the second part of the schedule, that's going to be the surprise to me, just how they're going to figure that out. Because I think then, like midway through that part of the season, we're having a better idea. But yeah, that's been really weird. And the one thing that I've looked at, because I'm looking at the schedule every now and like, all right, who plays? Which game should I check out? And I'm just always like, didn't they just play yesterday? Or didn't they play last week? And it's like over and over and over again, which I'm happy they're doing for safety. But in terms of competition, you really don't know how good somebody is because we haven't really seen teams play the best.
Yeah, I know they've tightened up protocols. How do you think we get through an entire season here?
I don't know. I have no idea if this is going to get shut down or paused at some point. We have the new protocols on the road and what guys have to do, which I don't think there'll be too much issues with, given that the majority of the league was in the bubble. But we will see because 2 weeks ago I felt different, and the way things are going, a lot of this is going to have to do with the vaccination, how it rolls out, and how different cities and different states are slowly trying to open back up. But what I don't want to see is, the NBA follow the advice of Charles Barkley, because that was one of the most insane and idiotic things I've ever heard anyone say, saying that, pro athletes should jump the line and get this vaccination just because of how much they pay in taxes, when we're at a point where almost 400,000 Americans have died. And that is just a cruel thing to say, just for us to have some entertainment right now.
All right, Karin Phillips, Deadspin senior writer. Appreciate your time, dude. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks for having me.
All right, guys, this is it. Conference Championship Week is here, and we got you covered with plenty of contests for the 2 games on Sunday, including our 1.2 million Sunday night showdown for the Bills-Chiefs game. Now, this contest features 1.2 million in total prizes, 300K going to first place. Salaries are already out, so you can start drafting a lineup right now for just an $11 entry fee. So go check it out in the DK lobby. All right, before the last game, our guys gave out their favorite plays among quarterbacks and running backs on the Sunday slate. Now let's get their take on the wide receivers and tight ends. We got Adam Kaufman with Kenny Ducey, Reed Fowler, and Jeff Ulrich.
Kenny, let's stay with you. Wide receivers. I mean, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Like, this has to be a pay-up spot, right?
It is. For me, it's Tyreek Hill, and here's why. Everyone in the world, right, this has been the biggest misnomer in fantasy football, in my opinion, is that Tyreek Hill is a deep threat, right? Oh, you got Tyreek Hill because all the highlights you see of Tyreek Hill, he's running down the field for 60, 70-yard touchdowns. He's catching balls on go routes. Tyreek Hill is the Chiefs' short yardage receiver. You saw it at the end of that game when the rollout to Chad Henne, the 5-yard catch. Chad Henne found him 2 times for 2 of the 3 biggest catches of the game when Chad Henne was the quarterback. The Tyreek Hill is the guy when they need, a slant route. They trust him to make something happen. They put the ball in his hands. He is a high volume receiver. He had 8 catches and 10 targets. He's had double-digit targets so many times this year, speaking of the regular season. So I like Tyreek Hill because, look, I think that he's sort of quarterback proof here. I think if Mahomes has a good, if Mahomes plays, you have Stephon Gilmore on the outside, right, who's been absolutely cooked this year. He's super old. He's not good anymore. He forced a fumble last week. Big whoop. He's not going to catch up with Tyreek Hill. So Tyreek Hill should find separation. If Mahomes is the quarterback, obviously I think there's a great opportunity here, even at $7,200 for him to go off. If Henne's the quarterback, I still think Hill is going to be not popular, but he should be owned in your lineups because he's going to be getting the football a lot on short throws. They want to go give Henne a manageable offense. I think that they get Tyreek Hill the ball 5 yards down the field on screen passes. I think he is super involved in the offense. And you heard last week after the game, he said, I don't care who is the quarterback. I'm going to go off. I'm going to have a huge game. This guy competes like no one else. He's got super talent. And I think that he is a good guy to target if Henne starts. And even if Mahomes starts, I think that he is probably a top 2 receiver, bona fide for sure this week.
See, Reed, and here I thought all those short yardage passes were just because the Chiefs didn't trust Henne to throw as far as Mahomes does, but it worked out.
Yeah. Did you really mean Stephon Gilmore in that? Because I mean,
Stephon Diggs?
No, I think you said Stephon Gilmore. And
no. Josh Norman. Old man Josh Norman, I should say. Stephon Gilmore, very good. Sorry, Kaufman. Sorry.
Look, so much slander for Gilmore this year. The reigning defensive player of the year. It's just it was Bill's throwback time for him.
Right. I was giving Kenny the benefit of the doubt there. I knew he didn't mean that, so I didn't want to jump on that. Just the nuance of that, because I know what you meant there, Kenny. And I get it. Tyreek Hill is a great one to target, but the 2 guys that are that border Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs. One of these 3 guys have to be in your lineup. That's why I'm fine paying down at running backs. I want to get at least 2 if I can of the 3, and it's going to be Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs. We know Adams is cornerback proof. It's Jalen Ramsey, best cornerback in the NFL. What did he do? He showed why he's the best receiver right now in the NFL. It's just that's Aaron Rodgers.
66 yards?
Yeah, but you still saw 9 catches or whatever it was, 8 catches where he's going to get involved.
Blown up in the backfield because on screen passes. I don't know. He's
still
going
to get involved. I mean, I'd rather focus on, especially if I'm playing Aaron Rodgers, I want to stack him with Devontae Adams just because it's a stack for me. It's a play that I want to do, especially if a lot of people, like you're mentioning, Kenny, look at what Tyreek Hill has done in terms of the volume and go to that. And Stephon Diggs, if you don't want to go Adams, fine. He's the most expensive guy. There's many arguments against it, which is the reason why I like him. But Stephon Diggs at $7K, all this guy has done is go for over 100 yards in the playoffs. 10 targets per game, 7 catches, and he clearly is someone that we've underestimated before the season started, and is showing us that he's averaging 27 DK fantasy points in the playoffs. So when the time becomes to perform, he is performing at the highest. I'd rather pay up for two of the 3 guys, because I also do like Tyreek Hill, and pay down somewhere else.
Reed corrects Kenny. Kenny interrupts Reed. Jeff just patiently waits his turn.
Hey, sometimes you just got to let the kids get it out. But I do agree with what Reed said. I mean, you got to pay up at wide receiver this week. I realistically, I want a couple of those guys that Reed and Kenny were talking about: Diggs, Hill, Devontae Adams. But if I'm going value, I'm going Allen Lazard. 8 targets last week, going up against the Tampa Bay secondary. Look, Carlton Davis played well last week. He actually did well against Devontae Adams the first time these 2 teams played. I don't think he's going to shut down Devontae Adams at all. But I do think there's opportunity here for a secondary Packers receiver. Allen Lazard, people forget. I mean, the first 5 games of the year, Allen Lazard was really humming. Aaron Rodgers likes this guy. I mean, he had a 29-point game in week 3. He was seeing consistent targets. The conversion rate was good. Then he got injured. Now he's come back and he's looked solid. He certainly looked solid last week on a massive, whatever it was, 58-yard touchdown. This is a good secondary to attack with secondary wide receivers. We saw Emmanuel Sanders, Traquan Smith go off last week. Sure, they shut down Michael Thomas. but they can't shut down everyone. This isn't a shutdown secondary, and we've seen that at various points. Calvin Ridley, Tyreek Hill burned this team for massive amounts of fantasy points. I think Alan Lazard's going to be a pivotal figure in the game for Green Bay, because ultimately you do have to pass against Tampa. You can't necessarily just run out the clock against them. I think at 4,200, that is the prime value target for me. So yeah, you got to roster multiple of those big name receivers. I love Diggs. I love Devontae too, but Alan Lazard for me, that's where I want to go when I go down there around under 5K.
I'm assuming that we're going to really run the entire spectrum here at the tight end position to wrap us up. But Reed, next to maybe Leonard Fournette, is there a guy who's going to be more chalky on this slate than Travis Kelce?
Probably not. Look at the price discrepancy. It's like $4,400 between Travis Kelce and the next. And look, this is the one time where I'm potentially okay with the argument of fading Travis Kelce because of paying up 2 times for a wide receiver. I'm also okay with going double tight end to where you have Kelce in the flex because he is a wide receiver. So I'm treating his price where it should be, as if he was a wideout. But I think Cam Brate, like Kenny mentioned, is being utilized, and Tom Brady is finding him over the past handful of weeks. I think he's going to be chalky there at 3K. And the last thing you want is a chalky, cheap tight end. So for me, it's either going to be paying up for a guy like Robert Tonyan because, like Jeff was just mentioning, there's a ton of ways you can go about it. If you wanted to fade Devontae Adams, this is not a shutdown cornerback class here, or cornerback situation with Tampa Bay. Clearly, it's a funnel defense, and guys like Robert Tonyan are found in the end zone. So if I had to, I'd be okay with fading Travis Kelce and going to a guy like Robert Tonyan.
Jeff, where are you paying down to if you are?
Look, we got to bring it back circa whatever it was 2017. It's time to make Cameron Brate again. I mean, I get that, Gronk is everyone wants to target the history here, and Brady and Gronk have won like a million Super Bowls together. Cameron Brate's playing better than Rob Gronkowski right now. It is pretty clear here. Gronk 1 for 5 in terms of converting targets last week. Brate over his last couple games, 8 for 11. He's got the bigger plays too. And maybe Gronk is just taking like that middle of the field coverage and it's leaving Brate open. But regardless, Tom Brady is targeting his tight ends. And I'll take the guy who's going to get not as much of a pump from the public and perhaps, just end up with slightly lower ownership, who's seen the same amount of targets and been more productive here. I think this is a good spot for Cameron Brate. Like I said, Brady targeting his tight ends like over 20% of the time. It's fine. And to Reed's point, if you're going to fade Travis Kelce, you can actually do it because we have 3 just amazing wide receivers to pay up for. So realistically, the choice doesn't come down to whether you want to target Travis Kelce and Cameron Brate. It's Travis Kelce or Tyreek Hill or Stephon Diggs or something like that. Then you're just going to plug in a cheap value tight end. I'll go with Brate.
Kenny, I'm just waiting for some Dawson Knox love.
What am I supposed to say? Okay, these are my 2 guys that I like. I was going to talk all about Cameron Brate and how great he's been, 5.5 targets over the last 2 games.
He's been.
Great, yeah, there you go. And also how that was my fantasy team name, whatever. I wrote an article about fantasy team names, and Make Cameron Brate Again was in there years ago. But yes, I mean, Cameron Brate has to be considered here just because of what I said earlier about Tom Brady finding what the defense is giving him, right? And defense is giving him looks to Cameron Brate, looks to Scotty Miller in big spots. And I honestly, I think I have to play Cameron Brate here at $3,000. The fact that he's had 11 targets over the last 2 games and his salary goes up $100 from last week is ridiculous. You have to exploit this here because he is a big part of this Tampa Bay passing offense. I still don't hate Gronkowski in GPPs. I'm going to keep plugging in Gronk until he retires, I think, because look, you mentioned the targets, Jeff. The targets are still there for Gronk. He had the red zone target, the target on the goal line. He had a deep target from Tom Brady. He had 5 targets all told in that game, and he had pretty tight coverage on him.
Can't hold him in exactly because he can't get separation.
Realistically, there was the one that he could. I mean, he did get separation on one of them. Tom Brady overthrew him. The other one, great defensive play at the goal line. Look, the point is, right? He's a good GPP target because he still leads the team in red zone targets. And he still got one last week, and he's still getting 20, 30 yard down the field targets. Tom Brady's still throwing the football, and he's not going to stop. It's not like Tom Brady's going to decide next week, I can't throw Gronk the football anymore. He's going to continue throwing him the football. He wanted him on his team. He threw it to him 5 times last week. And Buffalo's or Green Bay's defense, like we said, the secondary not that great. So to me, maybe the Green Bay secondary decides to sag off of Gronk and go more onto Brate because Brate killed them. Also worth noting, Gronk had 8 targets against Green Bay this year when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers killed him for 78 yards and a touchdown, 5 catches. So there is sort of a historical element to this that you can look at, that the Green Bay secondary struggled against Gronk the only time they played him. I think it's like your point, Reed, with Devontae Adams, right? You look for volume. Gronk has volume here. I love, again, Cameron Brate is who I'm playing, but I can't not recommend Rob Gronkowski in GPPs just because of the volume that he has and the tendency for Tom Brady to look to him in the red zone. So I think he's a fine play again, man. I really do. It hurts me to say it with 1 catch in 2 weeks, but I have to say it.
I mean, you attend one Rob Gronkowski party bus and you're hooked. So
somebody tell
you got to
me.
end on that. You got to end on
All
that.
All right. For Sweet Tea, Tweak, and Moose, I'm Koff. Thanks for being with us. It's NFL Price Check. Enjoy the games.
All right, we've covered NBA and NFL, but we have yet to get to the PGA Tour, which is back in action once again this week. Now, the big contest for that tournament is the $600K approach shot, which can be found right now in the DK lobby. $200K to first for just a $12 entry. And of course, if you want some sportsbook action, we got that available to you as well. Now, earlier today, Adam Kaufman caught up with Jason Sobel to break down the odds for this week's tournament.
It's that time again this week. We have got some golf talk with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, bud?
I'm doing great, Adam. I'm ready to get back onto the mainland with the PGA Tour and, another big field event this week.
I don't know. I'd be happy to spend some time in Hawaii, but unfortunately, that's not my reality right now. But a lot of those golfers got to enjoy it, obviously. Let's get into the American Express. Now, as we know, Jon Rahm withdrew, so obviously we won't be spending much time talking about him. Now, you have a favorite. It's Patrick Cantlay at plus 1,300. Has some other close company, whether it's Patrick Reed, Tony Finau, Scotty Scheffler, all golfers that have better than plus 2,000 odds. Who stands out most from that group?
All right, so look, can Cantlay win this week? Absolutely. California guy in California. He's been playing well, sure. Can Patrick Reed win? He's done it before, won this event back in 2014 when he was half the player he is right now. Other guys near the top, Scheffler, Answer, Finau, guys you mentioned. Can they win? Of course. That said, Adam, if you look at recent history, long shots usually prevail at this event. Last year was Andrew Landry, a 200-1 long shot going into the event. The year before was Adam Long. He was 500-1. So yes, a favorite can win this. And sure, if I've got to take a guy, I guess I'd say I like Cantlay. I like Scheffler a little bit. I always like Finau a little bit, although that win equity is not quite what he would like it to be. That said, I'm digging a little bit deeper this week.
We're a few weeks into the new year, and this will be the first start of 2021 for Brooks Koepka, who's been something of an enigma, obviously. He's plus 2,100. Can he get it done here?
Can he? Sure. He's going to have to treat it like a major championship. And I just have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion about Brooks Koepka that he'd like his game to peak, 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now and not this week. And so if we've gotten to know anything about Brooks Koepka over the years, it's that, yes, on any given week, he can play really well. He can play better than anybody else. What we also know about him is that he values 4 tournaments a year more so than every other one. And this isn't one of them this week. So if you're going with Koepka, look, again, I won't talk you out of it because, quite frankly, he might be the most talented player in the field, and we've seen that he can win when he wants to win. I just doubt that motivation is quite there this week as we're in mid-January right now.
Kevin Na took the Sony Open. He was last week's winner. If you're thinking about laying a little bit of coin on him this week, some of the odds the DK Sportsbook has, you've got plus 3,500 on Na to win, plus 400 on him to finish top 10, of course, plus 200 for him to finish top 20. So where do you feel comfortable?
I'll take that 2-1 on a top 20 finish. He's obviously playing well. These courses should suit him pretty well. The Stadium course and the Nicklaus course, they're cutting back from the usual 3-course rotation to only 2 courses at the Amex this week. And so, should be another solid week for Kevin Na. I don't expect another win. I don't think he's going to go back-to-back, but I also don't think he's going to completely fall off the pace. So I like that 2-1 for a top 20 this week.
All right, give me a long shot. Somebody we haven't talked about at all who might have a chance to, really rally or turn the virtual crowd nuts here this weekend.
Oh my goodness, how many can I name? I mean, from Aaron Wise to Eric Van Rooyen to Doc Redmond to Wyndham Clark, Scott Piercy, Robbie Shelton, Matthew Neesmith. Do you need more? How many guys do you want me to list, Adam? Like I said off the top, this is a week for the long shots. The average odds going into a tournament for the winners over the last decade has been just north of 125 to 1 at this event. If that doesn't have you licking your chops, the guy who likes to play some triple-digit numbers going into the week, then I don't know what will. So I am looking at a bunch of those names. I mean, there's at least 8, 10, 12, 15 names that I look at and say, that guy can win this week. He's got a big number next to his name, so why not?
I need to know who's going to win the American Express.
So I can't say all this without walking the talk, and I'm going to go with Aaron Wise, who I believe opened up at 90 to 1. He's a really good young player. He didn't have the greatest 2020, but still just 24 years old. He's a West Coast guy, should play well on the West Coast over the next couple of months, and I like the value with him. And he finished second in his last start. It goes back to last year at Mayakoba, so it's not like it happened last week, but I think there's a little momentum he can bring to this one. Again, this is an event where you want to play some long shots. I'm looking at Aaron Wise as a long shot with a lot of value.
I'm looking at Jason Sobel each and every week talking golf. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've still got NHL contests available tonight for the showdown between the Avalanche and Kings. Go check that out. And as a reminder, we're going to have a special edition of the Sweat for Sunday's conference championship games right here on YouTube and Twitch at 2 p.m. And you can check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's game. So make sure you do that. It is time for me to say goodnight, but we still got one more game to go. Here are Brandon and Christian with the call of Texans Jets.
Thanks, Jesse. We are happy to take it away. Christian is waving bye to you. I'll just say goodbye to you, and we will get this thing off and rolling. Two teams that I'm surprised aren't playing for the AFC Championship, Christian. I know that you're probably as surprised as I am that it wasn't the Jets nor the Texans able to make it to this weekend's action, but we will make it fun here on the Madden. Is tonight Madden? This is Madden After Dark, right? On Madden After Dark.
This is as late as it gets. This is the rowdy crew. It gets a little blue after 10 p.m. It doesn't. It's a family show. It stays exactly as family friendly no matter what time it is. Depends on what mood you get Glash in, how much sugar he's had for the day. But Glash not here. And it's me and you, Brandon Cristal, our first broadcast together. Everyone out there in the DK Sim fam, you are witnessing history. And of course, a historic night involves a historic matchup between the Texans and the Jets. I'm sorry.
Sure. Virtual Bill O'Brien, who nobody really seems to like in most corners of football, to virtual Adam Gase, who nobody likes in New York or Miami. I know that. Now, we can get into this a little bit. Adam and I have a pretty good relationship because he was in Denver for 6 or 7 years. And so of all the head coaches that I've come across, and not former head coaches, he's a guy that I probably communicate with the most in the league, either he or Vance Joseph, and at times John Fox. But, you know, he and I are born 2 days apart. So my friends in New York were always giving me a hard time as he was struggling there with the Jets. I'm like, well, give him a chance. And after a while, you have to stop defending it. But I did reach out to him the other day just to see how he was doing, and I got a very brief, I'm good. And if he ends up as offensive coordinator for Seattle, then maybe he will be good. We can get into that a little bit more, but the lineups have locked now. So the game's obviously loading. Did you jump into the free contest in the DK Sim Fam Friends League that was created by my man Koff? He talked me through it way too fast. I was able to get my lineup in super early, and I want to know about your lineup, but I decided to pay up and captain Deshaun Watson.
Oh, see, I was tempted, but then I looked at that Jets defense. These are two bad defenses, so points from either side. I just thought it was going to be a lot more likely, even though the Texans are on the road, that we're going to see a Texans explosion here. So for me, I don't know, with these captain spots, I played around a little bit. Deshaun's going to be chalky, but Will Fuller might not be. And we know he's got that high ceiling. He's got the speed, and speed kills here in Simland. He can get you a couple touchdowns. He can get you a 70-yard catch. So I threw him in the captain spot. Excuse me. Saved a little bit of cash. Allowed me to get Watson in there. Allowed me to get Brandon Cooks in there. Darren Fells. Duke Johnson, bargain play of the game. He went off dirt cheap in this one. $2,600 for a guy who's giving you about 7+. Even if he gives you like 3-4 points at $2,600, pretty good deal. And then for my token Jet, Jamison Crowder, Sam Darnold's Huckleberry. See if you can get those slot snaps here and see if you can get like 8 or 9 catches like you would in the real world playing for this train wreck of a Jets team.
Well, and so I was forced to roster 2 kickers because I paid up for Watson. I did roll the dice with Cooks. I got Cooks and Fuller, and then I snuck Chris Herndon in there, who's been consistent. He hasn't been necessarily awesome, but he'll get you what he gets you. As I mentioned to Koff in the last sim, as we were constructing our lineups, I said that every time I play Crowder, Brett Perriman plays well, and when I play Brett Perriman, Crowder plays well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with the Jets. You don't know where the points are going to come from, who's going to step up. Even Le'Veon Bell, their unquestioned star here in Simland, he can go for 20+. He can go for fewer than 5. You just don't know. It's just such a train wreck of a team. But you know, to their credit, they're playing another train wreck of a team. So anything could happen in this game. This could be like 7-3 final. Could be 41-42. I expect nothing from this game, and I'm hoping that I will come away with something.
So in the free showdown, Darnold captain at just 3.1%, 32.3% ownership. We'll see. I just never captained Darnold, so I don't trust him in this game. We'll see about in real life over time, and what Robert Saleh is able to do, I guess, or really what Mike LaFleur is able to do there with Sam Darnold if he ends up being the quarterback when the season rolls around. And we'll get to some more of your numbers here coming up in just a little bit. But, yeah, I don't trust Darnold enough to ever roster.
Well, he's got that Phillip Rivers type streak where, like, at his best, he's going to get you like 20 to 22 points, and at his worst, he's going to give you like 5. The upside just isn't there, and I get it. Definitely interested to see what Saleh does. When the Jets hired Saleh, the odds for who will be the Jets starting quarterback in 2021 swung heavily in Darnold's favor. So the betting public believes that Darnold will still be there. We've heard a few insider reports suggesting he's going to get another chance, see what he can do outside of Sam Darnold's influence, or outside of Adam Gase's influence, rather. See if he can Ryan Tannehill himself into a better place. Not a new setting, obviously, but new head coach, new offensive coordinator. And if he can get a little bit of that Arthur Smith type magic, we might be able to see Darnold really take a leap forward. And this is really a year with house money for the Jets. He's under contract no matter what. They can keep him around for the 5th year, but it's not guaranteed for anything but injury, even if they ink him the 5th-year extension. And they got to pay him pretty much no matter what. It doesn't make any sense to try and trade him. His value has never been lower. So, yeah,
well,
roll the dice with Sam.
I think you might have that backwards. His salary ends up guaranteed for everything except injury. So if they pick up that 5th-year option in May when they have to, then they have to pay him unless he's injured. And then I think that's how they're able to get out of it, or they pay him, but they're able to get out of it. If they decide that they're paying him, then they're stuck with him for that 5th year, I believe. But nonetheless, when you invest in a guy that's 3rd overall in the draft that so many people loved, I know John Elway had Darnold number 1 on his board, and a lot of people had Darnold number 1. And he's having to deal with now a 3rd play caller in 4 years. We'll see if running Mike LaFleur's version of Kyle Shanahan's offense is just what the doctor ordered for Darnold. But you can get so much value with that number 2 pick in terms of a top flight player, or trading back and acquiring more picks. Plus they have the Jamal Adams pick this year and next year from Seattle, which you got to think will be in the teens and 20s again, just because of how competitive Seattle is. But I think that that's the smarter play, unless they just love Wilson or Fields, or can somehow get into a realistic Deshaun Watson trade talk. But I just don't know if any of that will ever be realistic until it is. So we missed a fumble there, recovered by the Jets. Now Deshaun Watson showing us why every team in the league.
Oh,
whoa!
Gets it right back.
Except for the fumble part, why every team in the league, except for about 6, should be calling the Texans if we find out he's available. But Deshaun Watson, I guess, matching Darnold fumble for fumble. A couple more ownership numbers real quick, Christian. Le'Veon Bell, captain, 15.4% of the time, owned 58.3%. Chris Herndon, captain, 6.3%, owned 37.5%. Jameson Crowder, captain, 5.9%, 40.8% in the flex. And Deshaun Watson, captain, like I did, 37.6% of the time, but 88.5% ownership. So odds are, unless he just goes nuts and that fumble doesn't help, he will be a part of the winning lineup, but may not be your winning captain.
Yeah, I mean, you can't turn down that man's production, even though he put it on the turf there. He showed you what he's going to give you. He's going to give you a ton of passing yards and passing touchdowns. He's going to add those 6 to 10 points on the ground seemingly every week here in Simland. So invaluable. He's got that Madden Mitch bona fides, but I do like the idea that we might be seeing the Deshaun Watson Bowl here. I am just, if I'm Deshaun Watson, he's reportedly got the full no trade clause built for that contract extension. Would he even want to go to the Jets? Because, I mean, the Jets aren't really in a better place than the Texans. They have a lot of franchise dysfunction in their history, in their past. And yes, they have at least done the right things this offseason to kind of spur a turnaround. But he's got to be looking at the way Jamal Adams left and the way they allowed Robbie Anderson to leave and think, you know what, this place is just as bad as the one I'm trying to get out of. And he's proof that you need more than just a franchise quarterback to win in the NFL, because he had MVP numbers, Brandon. They only won 4 games. They had a healthy J.J. Watt. Zach Cunningham, who just had a tackle here earlier, led the league in tackles, and this team was still hot garbage. So is he going to want to escape one sinking ship for another one that's been taking on water since the 1960s? Weird situation for him.
Whoa, who's covering Crowder? Nobody. So Jameson Crowder, touchdown pass from Darnold. Good thing you rostered Crowder, and anyone else that did is going to feel really good, including the 5.9% of people that captained him. But Darnold and Crowder and the Jets able to take advantage of that turnover. Their 17th fumble recovery, by the way, for the Jets. The Jets D, they may be the key to your victory too. If somebody out there has them, 2.5% captain in the flex. But as it relates to the Deshaun Watson trade, and I made this point, I think, to both Koff and Glash last week, everybody can throw where the most attractive destination is out there. And Monday Morning QB can put a poll out or say these are the 10 most likely destinations. But to your point about the no trade clause, everybody can put together their package. And let's say all the packages are the same. They all have 3 number 1s, or the Jets has 2 number 1s and Darnold, but the 2 number 1s this year is the number 2 pick. Well, that might be more attractive than, say, the Niners package that includes 3 number 1s, and they suck too. But pick a team that's a little better. The Colts. Let's say the Colts wanted to get in on it, right? Their pick's not going to be as high, and adding Watson means it won't be as high, and it's in the division. Again, there's some qualifiers. The point is, the Texans can say, this is our favorite package. Deshaun, what do you think? And they'll say, no, screw off. I don't want to go to Indy. I don't want to go to New York. I don't want to go to Denver. I don't want to go to San Fran. He may say, I only want to go to Atlanta, right? He's spotted wearing a Falcons jacket in New York. He's from Georgia. Maybe he wants to go to Atlanta, and maybe could put together an attractive package with the 4th overall pick and some between more picks and players. I'll say this about the Jets, though, to your point as well, Christian. If they trade for Watson, any draft capital they have will be used up to get him. Yeah. So then they'll be back to their same crappy roster that has Mekhi Becton, and I think that's about it. I like Mims on defense. On defense, who am I missing that's worth talking about?
Maybe
Williams.
Quinnen
Williams. But the point is, and I guess you're getting Mosley back, right? If he opts back in. In general, though, the Jets may have the worst roster in football, even worse than the Jags, who are picking number 1. So it won't get better by acquiring Deshaun Watson, other than at the very, very top. And then it'll still be really thin for a couple of years.
Yeah, and there are a few places I think he could make a difference. Like you mentioned, the Colts would be a perfect landing.
Wait, a few places, all places.
Yeah, well, places that could realistically fit him under the cap and send back the capital needed without taking so much of a hit that it ruins their own value. And the Colts would be a great one, but the Texans are trying to write a new chapter in their book, and list their chapter is we're incredibly dumb. They're not going to Deshaun Watson in division and have to face him twice a year. The Dolphins would be a lot of fun, but they seem committed to Tua, even though Deshaun actually, reportedly pretty interested in the Dolphins franchise and the way they're built, suggesting that might be a destination. And another place has popped up, and it might just be pure speculation based on where he played college in the Carolinas, but the Panthers could certainly use a quarterback. They have a little bit of cap room in which they could kind of absorb him there. They'd have to move some guys around, but they'd put him in a lineup with two great wide receivers and Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore, a game-changing running back. The offensive line's not great, and the defense is just in shambles, especially since Luke Kuechly retired, but it would be a really fun offense to watch. Can't short him there.
No, and they've got the 8th pick, which makes them an attractive trade partner potentially. The team I cover here in the Broncos could put together a package that involves a 9th pick, potentially Drew Lock, who last time he played the Texans, he diced them up for 300 and something yards and 3 touchdowns. But that was a different regime. I'm sure Cal McNair and Jack Easterby remember. They were sitting in the box watching Drew Lock have his best game as a pro to that point. But they could even throw in pieces, right? They could throw in Jerry Jeudy if they wanted. I'm not saying they will, but the Broncos could put together an attractive package. I think anyone that's picking in the top 10. So that you're talking Jets, Atlanta, Carolina, Denver, Washington is not picking in the top 10. But if Deshaun Watson truly becomes available, I think you need to move mountains, and it's worth stomaching the loss of a couple of first-round picks unless your roster's just got awful like the Jets. When I look at the Broncos roster, it's not anywhere near as bad. It's got some Pro Bowlers. It's got some young talent. Atlanta has all those pass catchers for him to throw to. They still need to bolster that D, but Arthur Smith, I'm sure, and Terry Fontenot, the new GM, could figure it out. So it'll be fun to see. I just don't think the Texans are that done.
No.
Real quick, by the way, that was Jamison Crowder's 11th TD. Sam Darnold's 38th passing touchdown. Let's see if he can add to it here.
The official list of the guys who came in and interviewed for that Texans position. The big name, the one that's most important to Deshaun Watson, is Eric Bieniemy. Watson's close with Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes credits Bieniemy with making him who he is. Watson wants to play with that guy. If the Houston Texans want to patch things up, they're going to go out, they're going to hire the Chiefs offensive coordinator, whose name has been really kind of quiet. Like last year, you got a bunch of interviews, nothing happened. This year, some fewer interviews than the year before, really quiet. And it's kind of head-scratching that he hasn't gotten more buzz as a head coach beyond just the media. He doesn't seem to get the same kind of reverence in coaching circles that a lot of other kind of unproven, a little more mediocre guys do. But the Texans can make a major step towards rebuilding that bridge with Deshaun Watson, going out, getting Eric Bieniemy. Who knows if it'll happen? Again, this is not a Texans team from which I expect anything good. So,
well, especially if you read the stories, and SI had a really good one about what Jack Easterby's doing there and his meddling, if you
little
will.
finger Easterby.
Yeah, for sure. So we can get into that in a second. I guess I can run down some of these numbers. I missed what the quarterbacks are doing. Not much. We know that Darnold has a touchdown pass to Crowder, even less from the running backs, right? And pass catchers aren't doing much either. We can work backwards. Well, Le'Veon's got 7 for 21. Not a great average at 3 yards a carry. Pass catchers, nobody has more than a catch. And you see Duke Johnson, who you played there. Is that right? Duke Johnson, 13 yards. Chris Herndon, who I've got on my roster, 12 yards. Le'Veon's 1 catch went from -4. So still plenty of room to grow here for these teams, guys that put up points. But Crowder did have the 1 touchdown catch, and he's the difference in the game. But as I looked at the real quickly glanced at the $500 free contest, Jets defense in the captain spot is the difference right now. So we'll look and see what they if they can hold on. I imagine that Deshaun Watson will get this figured out, and hopefully you captaining Will Fuller and me rostering Fuller and Cooks will pay some dividends. But back to the way the Texans approach this coaching search. this is what I know about Eric Bieniemy, and I work with a couple people, including one person who's one of his best friends, and Alfred Williams. They were on those national championship teams together. You know, EB always stays close to Denver in the offseason. He'll be back here, and he coached at CU for a couple of years. He was the offensive coordinator and play caller there. That didn't go great, and I do know this too because it's been confirmed by more than one person. His first interview with the Bengals a couple of years ago, he showed up with an empty notebook and said, "Okay, where do we start?" Which is maybe not the best approach, and I think he's tweaked that. Yeah. But I don't think anyone is confusing him with Andy Reid in terms of a play caller or Kyle Shanahan. So he is a guy that will come in, and I do think will change a culture and will be a really good head coach. The key will be who's coming in to call his plays and who his defensive coordinator is. But I'm not going to dismiss Eric Bieniemy's ability to get players to buy in, because I know this, whether it's Adrian Peterson or Maurice Jones-Drew, who he almost had coming to CU and ended up at UCLA working on Carl Durrell's staff. MJD from the Bay Area was coming to CU, followed Eric Bieniemy to UCLA because that's how much he loves him. Adrian Peterson raves about him. The people that have played for him just love him, and that work around him really love him, even if it didn't go great in Boulder calling plays. So I hope he gets the chance just because he's so likable, but who he hires around him will make a difference on game day and during the week. I do think there will be a culture change. It'll be tricky because Ariel coming from that Patriots culture, how much is he going to let the head coach be the star? Will he be happy to do that and just work behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, you got to consider that, if Caserio is going to do it the Patriot way, he probably will try to hang back a little bit, but you got predecessors like Scott Pioli before him who did take on an active role, so tough to imagine, but man, off topic here, but you brought up Carl Durrell, and how surprised are you by his success this season, or this past season rather, with the Colorado Buffaloes? Because that seemed like an out of left field hire. I'm a Vanderbilt guy. I had to watch him basically take the reins of a once solid offense and drive it directly into the ground as offensive coordinator back in 2014. He was a disaster in the SEC. So for me, it was a massive surprise to go out there, see him go out there and really have a nice debut season with the Buffaloes. Were you expecting that at all?
No, I don't think a lot of people were, and that was because of their quarterback situation and losing a couple of players on both sides of the ball. But he came out and, yeah, he won Pac-12 Coach of the Year and was a Utah game away from being in the Pac-12 title game. They, of course, lost to the Longhorns. They were just overmatched in that bowl game, in the Alamo Bowl. And I know we don't want to bore people too much with CU football talk, although it was the one step proud program, and Eric Bieniemy was the key to their national championship success with Darian Hagan and a roster that had 22 players on NFL rosters at one point on that 1990 Buffs national title team that Bill McCartney built with some great assistant coaches that were part of those staffs. Les Miles, Gary Barnett, Bob Simmons, we could go down the list. But the funny thing about the hire was Carl Durrell had picked Boulder as his place he wanted to retire, and he and his wife had essentially a forever home in Boulder down the street. So after their initial candidates fell through, they called Durrell. He drove over and leaves the Dolphins, where he was on Brian Flores' staff, to become the new Buffs head coach. And it seems like they kind of got the right guy even by default. I know people are getting on us for not talking about this game enough. Right now the Jets are in the driver's seat, Christian, and everybody could use something here. It's early enough, but we'll see if it's first and goal, if Sam Darnold can pick up his second TD of the game, or if Le'Veon Bell does.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
there it is. Le'Veon Bell touchdown. So that should shake up the leaderboard a little bit. As I mentioned, he's 15.4% captain, 58.3% in the flex. We'll see what that does in the $500 free contest. And I will also see what it does in our BK Sim Fam Friends League as well. I haven't checked my lineup in a minute. I'm 101st. That's probably why I'm not checking it. Pretty fair.
I'm only 108 right now, even with the crowd touchdown. Yeah, while we were yapping it up about college and pro football coaches, Jamison Crowder, a huge part of that big drive downfield. Bell capping it off with a touchdown. But Sam Darnold has looked really good in this sim so far. Not at all like his real-life counterpart this season. And all of a sudden, the Texans in some very deep trouble. They need to get something going here. They go 3 and out here, Brandon. They're going to give the ball right back to a Jets offense that's been on absolute fire. Only stop so far was that Darnold fumble early. So if the Texans don't score here, the Jets can almost put this game away before halftime.
as you'd expect, plenty of people in the chat, very excited. Ring that bell, LFG Bell, Bell with lots of exclamation points. His 18th TD for Le'Veon Bell, the former Jet, who I thought would have gotten some run Sunday with no Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but it was all Damian Williams all the time.
Yeah, I know a lot of people out there playing daily fantasy maybe invested in Bell. I have a buddy.
I did.
Yeah, he threw him in like 70 of his lineups. He's like, I'm going to ride Le'Veon to this Millie. And then he's like, what happened on Sunday? I don't want to talk about it.
How many friends do you have that make 70 lineups?
He's into it, man. He's invested. He had a nice win. He got a share of a Millie maker. Not too
Wow.
much. Yeah.
What's the most you've ever won? I've talked about this before. I brought this up in the chat and seemingly to Glash and Koff and Rossi. What's the most you've ever won, or the closest? Like you had it, and then at the very end,
I'm a little fish, man. I won like $25 on a showdown once, and that was my high water mark.
Yeah, but in a Millie Maker, you don't have to be a big fish to throw in that one lineup, and I think that's what makes it exciting. Yes, there's people that build 70 lineups and probably follow it a little more, but that's to me what's exciting about it. I was winning $30 most of the day on Sunday, and then the Bucks and Saints game.
Same guy threw the Chiefs defense in there instead of the Bills defense, and so he had an unfun Sunday. But
yeah, so looking ahead to the weekend, which of the two games are you more excited about, and or does the Mahomes injury mute the excitement until we know where he is?
That exactly. As much as I would love to get up for Chad Henne's redemption story, his swan song, as this does look like it will be a 3-and-out for the Texans. A rough scene for them here. As much as I would love to see what Henne can do against the Bills defense, I don't have great hopes for that scenario. So, yeah, if we can get a full-strength Mahomes versus a full-strength Josh Allen, that should be fireworks. Although I said the same thing last week about Allen and our good friend Lamar Jackson in that game turned out to be cold dog food on a paper plate. So, wow.
Big punt. How about that punt? That's the best play of the game so far for the Texans.
Holy moly. That thing checked up at like the inch line. Now, if I were virtual Adam Gase, I'd review that. It looks like it might have crossed over the line, but I doubt he will. For me, though, I'm a Wisconsin guy. I'm living up in Madison right now. That Packers-Bucks game is going to be great for me because I get to see my old quarterback, Tom Brady. I grew up in Rhode Island, grew up a Pats fan. Get to see him go up against the hometown team up here. But it's also going to be bittersweet because this whole city, this whole state, when the Packers play, everyone flocks to their local bar, and the atmosphere is incredible. We got a great spot near us that does a potluck at the same time. This is a bar with a great grill. The food there is outstanding. And on Sundays for the Packers, it's like, you know what? Bring your own food, bring your own meals. We're going to do this family style. And everyone just has a good time. And when the Packers win, man, everyone is in a great mood. They go to the jukebox. They put in $20 worth of The Bears Still Suck. Everyone sings along. And, of course, can't do that right now because it's COVID times and everyone's being careful. Well, not everyone, but smart people out there being careful. So going to miss out on that. Going to be very sad that I won't be able to take in another Packer NFC Championship game without being able to be at the bar with other like-minded football fans. But that game might be the best game to watch because there's a lot of narratives at play there. The Packers revenge angle, Tom Brady going for another Super Bowl appearance, his 10th, whether or not Aaron Rodgers' FU tour can continue, whether or not the Packers can put that horrible, horrible losses. Wow.
That should have been picked off, but instead Perriman was able to run under it.
That's
How about that?
Darnold's having.
I know Darnold's locked in. He's got 121 passing yards. Saw Chris Hogan a little earlier, 3 catches, 34. Perriman now 3 for 50. This is a throw that every coach cringes at on offense and every defensive coach expects to be picked off. But the Jets are trying to put more points up. They've got all 3 timeouts. Virtual Adam Gase coaching like everyone expected him to, not the way he did in real life. Darnold, Le'Veon Bell.
Throwing on the run. This is like watching Mahomes go to work.
Maybe Robert Saleh has secretly infiltrated the Madden Sims, and his influence on the Jets roster has inspired them. Even Le'Veon Bell, who's now a Kansas City Chief. But yeah, as somebody points out here, slightly lawn in the chat, LOL, Sam Darnold's a 99 now. He is on this drive and in this half. And I saw where somebody else said Deshaun Watson needs a big second half. There's the Darnold we all know. But just a second in completion. He's 12 of 14, 148 yards. And they're going to get some points out of this, which is good because my lineup's pretty terrible. I'm down to 133rd place, but I do have both kickers rostered. So maybe I'll get a Sam Ficken field goal to give me some Ficken points. But they still have 2 timeouts left. Does Darnold punch it in here? And if so, who do you need? I need Herndon.
Call it out as, who do we get there? Is that Hogan again?
Yep, 7-11, right? He's always open.
Yeah. Dude, I was very sad when Chris Hogan left the Patriots, but I understand that he had pretty much hit the end of his string as a useful top 3 wideout on a good depth chart. Yeah, he got some decent run here with the Jets, but that's because their whole position was bombed out, affected by injuries, and otherwise just unpleasant to look at. Excuse me. 1 timeout, 47 seconds left. Jets in the red zone. Get it to
Perriman again. Oh, touchdown. How about that second effort from Perriman as he's able to shake free of what I think was Bradley Roby's tackle and make his way into the end zone. Man, Deshaun Watson getting outplayed by Darnold. Maybe this is helping make the case that they shouldn't trade Darnold for Watson because he's saying, look at what I can do.
Yeah.
I was right there. Bradley Roby on the miss, 21. And then Perriman's able to sneak away. And Sam Darnold playing like an MVP.
And let's give credit to the EA Sports people. They got 3 Texans all swinging and whiffing and allowing a touchdown secondary. So dead on. You've done it again, EA Sports. Accurate as we could hope.
Well, let's see if Deshaun Watson, as I said, somebody pointed out that he needs to have a big second half. There's no doubt about that. Is he capable of it? Sure. The Jets, and I remember this last time I had a Jets game with Koff, that they do have a sneaky good defense, or that is a little more productive than you would expect, and a little stingier. Again, Rashad Perriman, 1.9% captain. Could he be the difference maker in the winning lineup? And 30.6% owned in the flex as I look at the standings here. The top lineup right now, there's a 3-way tie for first place in the $500 free contest. Jets D still in that captain spot. Cook's a big goose egg, but then Darnold, Bell, Crowder, and Perriman all a part of what is the leading lineup here as we head to halftime. Can Houston put any points up? They have all 3 timeouts, and Deshaun Watson maybe a Fairbairn field goal, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, the good news is they do have the deep threats that can flip the field in a hurry. They do have all 3 timeouts, and the guy we've been talking about all day, the MVP caliber quarterback. The problem is he has not looked anything like that today. And this one's not going to be the game they needed. Burden of timeout early. And to your point about the Jets, yeah, that defense actually kind of punched a little bit above its weight class. Obviously had Quinnen Williams up front. Marcus May had a good season at safety. Lashawn Austin, kind of an afterthought, a late round pick. But he's looking like a bona fide starter at cornerback, a guy who's getting better. So there's a chance that the Jets are a little bit stingier than we thought they might be coming into that 2021 season, especially if they can improve a little bit more in the draft. As very nearly a pick six for Deshaun Watson there, who has heard every nice thing we've had to say about him and decided to throw it right back in our faces.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson seems to have switch bodies with Sam Darnold, it seems like, at least based on what we saw on the field this year in real life. I'm not as bullish on that Jets defense in real life as you are in 2021, but maybe I'll be surprised. I do think Greg Williams had something to do with it, certainly not against the Raiders, but he is a really good defensive coordinator when he wants to be. As Watson completes another pass for a first down, that's going to stop the clock. They're going to have to pick up more than just 10 yards, though, to get into Kai Fairbairn's range, so I wouldn't expect that it happens, but we've seen crazier things happen here in Madden. And doing the quick math, the Texans, I believe, will receive the second half kickoff, right? Because the Jets had it first, Darnold fumbled, and then Deshaun gave it right back. So, all right, maybe Fuller or Cooks gets involved here, or else we'll go to the half with probably no more points.
Ooh, is Deshaun going to get out of bounds with this one, or
Got the timeout? Oh, Andy gets out of bounds to save it.
Smart.
So 4 carries, 46 yards now. That's helping some people's lineups for sure. There's Deshaun Scampers there. Now, you're in field goal range, but you'd like a few more yards. So even virtual Bill O'Brien shouldn't screw this up. We'll see, right? Stranger things have happened.
13 seconds, 1 timeout. About a 55-yarder from here, which is, I would put it less than 50-50 odds for Kami Fairbairn.
Oh, look at that.
Oops. And he gets out of bounds. They save the timeout. They can run another play here, throw it to the end zone. You got a 37, 38-yard kick right now, so you don't – sure, you can pick up a few more yards, but from 40 or in for Fairbairn, that's going to be just about automatic in these sims. This pass should go into the end zone no matter what.
Yeah, even virtual Bill O'Brien shouldn't mess up this play call, and virtual Deshaun Watson's too good to just dump it underneath. Oh, but he does anyway. Timeout. And here's going to be a field goal to at least put the Texans on the board. Give them a little bit of momentum heading into halftime, assuming Fairbairn can bang in this chip shot. Have you ever looked up Fairbairn's real name, full name?
I know it's very long and very Hawaiian.
Very long, very Hawaiian, like 90 letters or something. I might be making that up, but it's a lot of letters. It's north of 30 letters, just his first name. Fairbairn is whatever that is, 8 letters.
Okay, I'm looking it up now. I got it up on Pro Football References. His kick is up and good. John Christian Kaimi Oyo Aloka Yeka Fairbairn. And I missed at least 3 or 4 syllables in there.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
I think you nailed it. Well, we've got some movement at the top now with that Fairbairn field goal, and a lot more people tied in the $500 free contest here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in first place, 7 in first place. That lineup now features Darnold in the captain spot. Le'Veon Bell, Crowder, Fuller, Perriman, and Hogan. Let's look at some of these first half stats, though, Christian. And we know that Sam Darnold is certainly running away with your early player of the game honors. 14 of 16, 176 yards, those 2 scores. Watson terrible until the final drive. Well, maybe not terrible, just ineffective. 7 of 10, 74 yards plus 46 on the ground. Le'Veon Bell, 11 for 43 plus a touchdown on the ground. Johnson and Darnold not doing much otherwise. Darnold does have the 1 8-yard run. Catching the ball, Hogan, 4 for 45. Perriman, you see there, 4 for 67. Crowder, 3 for 33 in the score. I missed Perriman's touchdown. So these Texans receivers need to get going. Randall Cobb does have 2 for 22. And Duke Johnson Jr., 2 for 20. So plenty of plays to be made coming up in the second half. You got to think, but if Houston doesn't score on the opening drive, then you and I will not be calling much more of the game because it will be over at that point, is my bold prediction.
It'll be very boring. We're going to see a lot of Le'Veon Bell runs if they're up 18 in the third quarter. Only a couple guys on bonus watch here, but he's got an outside shot at it. Deshaun's got an outside shot at it. And Rashad Perriman, 63 in the first half. So let's take nothing away from this Jets offense. They've looked great. They overcame that early fumble. They're getting things done. It's been a very un-Jets game. Going to be interesting to see if they can keep it up. I get the feeling the Texans are going to claw their way back into it here. I get the feeling they're going to make the adjustments needed. Deshaun's going to come out firing. We're going to get a closer game, not a blowout, to wrap up this Color Rush Tuesday because, the DK Sim fam deserves better than a 35-10 Jets win.
Well, and I know it's been a fun day on Color Rush Tuesday. Tomorrow, Wild Weather Wednesday. Of course, full day, 6 games on the slate. Eagles at Niners. That's how you lead it off in the morning. You'll be right back here, Christian, calling that one with our pal Jason Rossi. Then Dolphins and Pats in the snow. Glash and Zach are on that one. Seahawks at Vikings is in a dome in Minnesota, so the weather will not be an issue, you wouldn't think, because the roof doesn't open. Emerson and Jeff are on that, followed by Koff and Jeff calling Colts and Titans in the rain in Nashville. The final 2 games of the night, Packers at Jets in the snow. Koff and Tommy Freeze Pops back-to-back with Koff and Glash to close out the night. Chiefs at the G-Men in the snow at MetLife. So back-to-back snowy games at MetLife to close out the night. Should be fun. I like Wild Weather Wednesday. I know some people don't, but a couple times that I've worked it, I've enjoyed it.
It's a little bit slow going. I mean, the only way they could get Emerson and his high-paid salary on the books is if they gave him a dome game for Wild Weather Wednesday. So that's clearly how that happened. He pouted his way. He said, you know what, if you don't give me an indoor game on Wild Weather Wednesday, don't bother scheduling me. I'm going to take out all my frustrations on the Peloton. And then he rode so fervently that he actually generated power for his entire apartment complex. It was inspiring. The man is all quad strength, and he powered an entire block with just his hatred for Wild Weather Wednesday.
We just saw Deshaun Watson run for 40 yards. He then shakes free. He's going to get the rushing bonus before he gets the passing bonus. Now 92 yards on 6 carries, so he's just 8 away. I think he's confusing himself with Kyler Murray. Deshaun Watson isn't the fastest guy that you'll ever see. He ran a 4.66 40. So it's not like he was in the 4.3s or even mid to high 4.4s. He ran a 4.66 40 at the combine. But it looks like he thinks he's Michael Vick or Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson, and it's
working out.
Yeah, it's been working as he hands there to Johnson to move the sticks and pick up another first down. We really need a Texans touchdown to make this a game. A field goal feels not like it's out of reach, but like it'll be a bit of a disappointment. Can the Texans not only score here, but can you see them coming back and winning when you have two really, really bad teams, at least on paper?
Yeah, they should be able to. They have all those offensive weapons, and offensive weapons are so vital in Simland. This is going to be a touchdown into the end zone. Will Fuller, no, Brandon Cooks, apologies.
No, yeah, Cook's wearing 13 now, right? Brandon Cooks' first catch of the day makes it count as he's running wide open in the Jet secondary, something that a lot of people did this year in real life. And just like that, the Texans come out and Watson finds Cooks. That's going to help some people's lineup, including my own, in our DK Sim Fam Friends contest. I was at 133rd. I got to be going up a little. Yeah, I'm up to 117 now.
Ooh,
after
nice.
that touchdown pass.
109 for me.
Okay, so we're right in the same neighborhood. Oh, I'm going up even more. No, 113. So I'm just 4 behind you. As the Fairbairn extra point makes it 21-10. So we've got a little bit of a game here, but beyond that, when you look at what's going on around the league, it looks like Trent Baalke is going to stay in-house and work now as officially as the GM. He's, I guess, retained, promoted, but retained by Shad Khan, and he will work with Urban Meyer. So let me ask you that. You're there in Madison. You're familiar with Urban Meyer, just like I think everybody on this chat is. What's your expectation of Urban Meyer in Jacksonville?
I think it's a splashy hire. I appreciate his status as a builder, but so much of what he did well in college was recruiting and just building a different talent level than 80% of the teams he played. And yes, he did have to win when he got to the postseason, when he got to the bowl games, when he got to the national title game. Can't take that away from him, but I think all the advantages he had on the college level aren't necessarily going to translate. His culture building is not going to be as strong. And he left both Florida and Ohio State, not in shambles, but with some questionable cultural decisions. So I think Shad Khan chased the headlines with this one. I don't think he made the right hire. I think Urban Meyer will be fine, but I think he's going to be more Bobby Petrino than Pete Carroll when it comes to elevating a coach from the college ranks.
Yeah, and as somebody pointed out when we were talking, I think on Twitter, about college coaches making the jump to the NFL. So, well, Jimmy Johnson and Pete Carroll didn't have a problem doing it. It's worth noting Pete Carroll was an NFL coach who went to college, won a lot at USC, was able to take advantage of a really fertile recruiting base and questionable recruiting tactics, I guess, depending on who you believe. It's college football. It's not that big of a surprise. But he was able to build a winner there at USC, then leave them in kind of in shambles, and they haven't recovered. Ohio State didn't fall off much, but you are right about the culture. You don't worry about the culture in the NFL to the degree that it matters to college programs, but you have to have everybody on the same page. So you're right. Shad Khan makes a splashy hire as Darnold hits Herndon there, and he's going to be near that bonus the way he's headed, right? 222 yards. But the thing I look at is we know Shad Khan is obsessed with, or at least talking to people that I have close to close to the situation there with the Jags and people that have worked with the Jags before. He loves London. That's why he tried to buy Wembley. That's why they play 1 or 2 games there a year. And I think he's working towards not a full-time team in London because that's unrealistic, but anywhere from 2 to 4 games every single year there. And you add Urban Meyer to the almost dead certainty, deadlock that Trevor Lawrence would be your franchise quarterback, the number 1 pick. It makes it sexy to the league and I think to the folks in London if you could have the Jags as a split city team. Now this isn't eminent. This is more me speculating, but I'm not the only person speculating like this.
Yeah. It makes sense. I mean, we have known for a long time the NFL isn't interested in just having a domain in America or even North America. They want to expand. They want to take the NFL Worldwide Series beyond even just their normal locations in Mexico City and in London. That's why they've been moving out to other stadiums throughout the UK. As we get not a nice enough Le'Veon Bell run, so a big 3rd down coming from the Jets. Touchdown here likely seals it for them, makes it a 3-possession game. A field goal here doesn't really help them out too much. But yeah, Khan, I get the idea that he is more in love with the optics of owning a football team and owning sports clubs than actually being hands-on and working with them. So yeah, I think he does a lot more surface work as we get another Sam Darnold pass to Jamison Crowder again. 2 for him on the day as Darnold carving up this bad, very no good Texans secondary.
Yeah, you're going to finish way ahead of me, I have to think, at this point. I'm sitting at 112th. So in our DK Sim Fam Friends contest, it's not going to go great. Koff named it BK's in the driver's seat for the first time, so Christian will steal the show because I told him that was off the top of my head. That was the best name I came up with. So Darnold to Crowder now, as that's Darnold's 39th, 40th TD, right? Because the one to Perriman would have been his 39th. Crowder's 12th TD. And we'll see what that does to both the $500 free contest, and then I also pulled up the $500 late slate contest as well, where the leading lineup, Bill Buzz, is still in first place here in this one. He captained Mahomes to go with his line, that had a lot of Chiefs and a lot of Steelers in it. But I maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Texans aren't going to come back because they just let the Jets march down the field. Man,
down 18 with 10 to play. That's a tough. That's a recipe for disaster. They're going to need to get stops. They're going to need to score quickly. They might still need an onside kick. Who knows?
Mockingjay 2020 says, "I hope Salah is watching." Well, for Jets fans out there, it's I don't know if this is encouraging. This is certainly just fake video game football, but maybe there are more pieces on the Jets than I'm willing to give them credit for. The 3 touchdowns tonight for Darnold ties his career sim high. That may be, I was going to say maybe his career high in real life, but I think he might have had 4 touchdowns against the Broncos a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, when he hit Robbie Anderson twice and I think threw 2 other ones. So good to see Sam Darnold playing like the number 3 overall pick, even if it's a video game.
Well, speaking of your Broncos, Winter Bold over on Twitch, Brendan is dead inside. Drew Lock is his team's quarterback. So as someone was,
for the record, I cover the Broncos. They're not my team necessarily.
Yeah, well, someone with such deep ties to the Denver franchise, do you feel like John Elway is going to continue to hitch his wagon to Drew Lock, or is he maybe looking for or building an exit strategy after 2 seasons with some very up and down returns?
Well, so today they introduced a new GM, George Payton, and so Elway's going to be involved in the bigger decisions, but it's ultimately going to be George Payton's call. And at every turn, whether radio interviews or the Zoom pressers, Deshaun Watson hits the bonus on the ground. Right, going over 100 yards there now, 107 yards on just 7 carries, so averaging 10 yards a carry. But George Payton, who comes in after spending 14 years in Minnesota, he was with Rick Spielman in Chicago and Miami before that. He is doing a deep dive on the roster here in the coming days and next week and a half, as he's working on understanding everybody in the building and maybe adding to his scouting staff a little, although there aren't too many scouts available this time of year. Everyone kind of already has their jobs. But he like I said, at every turn today, said he knows a little bit about Drew Lock from the pre-draft process and what he's seen of Drew at times and the talent. And that's the thing that I always point to is that when I talk to his teammates, whether it be on the record or off the record, these guys talk about some of the plays he makes in practice or some that we've seen in games that only a handful of people on the planet are making. Not everyone can make these throws. And so they see the upside and say, okay, why can't we get that for 4 quarters every week? So I'm not saying that Drew Lock will or won't be here, because I don't think George Payton's made up his mind. But he didn't take the job saying, okay, we're definitely trading for Stafford. We're definitely going to try to sign Andy Dalton. We're going to get in the Watson sweepstakes, which might be understood if he does truly become available. We're going to draft Trey Lance at 9. I don't know if George Payton has his plan yet, but he's going to go through it, and Vic Fangio talked about it today. He'll make his evaluation of Drew and the other players. He's not meeting with the coaching staff until the middle of next week, early to middle of next week. That's when he'll sit down with Pat Shermer, who he worked with in Minnesota, and Vic Fangio, and say, okay, here's what I think about Locke. You guys tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong based on your opinion. So Elway, we know, likes Locke. Elway, we know, likes Von Miller. And we know they like Justin Simmons. Peyton did say we're not in the habit of getting rid of our young players. So I do think Justin Simmons will be the highest paid safety in football when this is all said and done, before he even hits the market. But Von Miller's future in Denver is certainly up in the air. And real quick, one game note. Crowder's 2 TDs tonight. That ties his career sim high as well.
See if we can't get him a third, break that record. Yeah, do you feel like the Von Miller investigation news is impacting his future as well?
I don't, because, well, talk to me when we find out if the DA is even going to press charges. Talking to the Parker Police Department, which is the town where the investigation is taking place, their spokesperson last week, they will present the evidence if they feel there's enough evidence to the DA. There's a chance it doesn't even get to the DA. So I don't know if that affects it as much as he's 31 and coming off an injury.
Yeah.
John Elway wants him to retire here. And there's plenty of people that say, hey, you were as big a reason that Super Bowl 50 trophy is in the case. You deserve to retire here, but they're going to have to rework his deal. Let's look at these numbers real quick, and I'll give you a little more on my Von Miller thoughts. But we saw Sam Darnold, 154 passer rating, man, and we know that he's still got the bonus in his sights. Le'Veon Bell's going to have to do some work, but Deshaun Watson, 9 for 123 on the ground. He is certainly in line for player of the game, even though he's owned 88.5% of the time. Nobody else on the ground is even worth mentioning. And then one more catch for kind of all these guys, except Crowder's was for a touchdown, right? So Hogan now 5 for 56, Crowder 5 for 53, and 2 scores. Perriman 4 for 67. So a big play to Perriman could get him in the bonus too. Those Texans receivers just aren't doing enough beyond that Cooks touchdown on the 26-yarder. Nobody anywhere near a bonus there. Maybe the Texans decide to play in the fourth quarter, score a couple times, make it interesting, but I would not bet on it.
Yeah, well, they're going to get some garbage points. It's a good time to own those Texans wideouts, tight ends. We haven't really seen any Darren Fells, any Will Fuller. Those guys could show up in the fourth quarter for a team that needs to throw their way back into this one. For the Jets, got to think they're going to keep it ground-based, try to burn some clock. So Le'Veon Bell, as you mentioned, only 54 yards, but outside shot. Maybe he gets enough carries here in the end. He rips off a big one. He could get over 100. We'll see. As Deshaun Watson just continually doing it himself. Poor Darren Fells.
10 for 136 now.
Yeah,
this feels like
block, just watch.
This feels like we're going to be predicting, or not predicting, but seeing. I'm going to predict a Deshaun Watson touchdown run coming up here in just a second, because it almost feels like they're just designed runs that the Texans and virtual Bill O'Brien are calling. They're going to have an inside handoff from first down, because that's just the way this game is designed.
Right into traffic, too. Huge line up front.
If he cuts left, he might have had a shot, but not Jamal Mosley, it's a basketball coach. C.J. Mosley there. Not there in real life, but virtual C.J. Mosley right there to stuff Johnson in the backfield. So, 2nd and goal on the 3. Now we'll see Watson throw it. Who does anybody need? You can shout it out. It seems like you need everybody. Oh, fullback's in the game, too. Could set up some play action
fullback
here.
Vulture. Be still my heart. Brandon, there's nothing that gets me more excited than a fullback vulture. But instead, it's poor David Johnson upping his yards per carry average to 0.25 per touch. 4 carries, 1 yard in the right direction. and 3rd and goal coming up from the 5. Could be Darren Fell's time. Really the only big target they have in the Reds.
This has to be 4-down territory, right? You're down 18. I guess the field goal makes it a 2-score game, but at least let Deshaun throw it here or run it after there's nowhere to throw it. They go empty, so definitely not going to be a handoff. Yep, easy money. Easy money. Deshaun Watson making his case for player of the game, or certainly he'll be a part of the winning lineup. He gets into the end zone, so second touchdown he's accounted for. He's already over 100 yards. Virtual Adam Gase shouldn't be surprised by that play call because I called it before they even took the first and goal snap. We'll see how it affects these lineups. Bill Buzz, who had been leading in the $500 late slate contest, and I'm not sure that's exactly what it's called, but I'll get the terminology right. Free late classic, $500 free late classic. He is now in second place as the old 777, that 1, 2, and 7s, with Deshaun Watson in the captain spot, has jumped to first place. So Bill Buzz, who has no players in this game, is just going to watch that winning cash slip away. And then looking at the other free contest, let's see, we had a bunch of ties at the top here, Christian, and now we have a 4-way tie with Deshaun Watson in the captain spot there. In our contest, where I captained Deshaun Watson, I'm up to 101st.
Ooh.
Not as exciting. The leader in our contest, Leighton 32, captaining Perriman, and then Cooks, Watson, Bell, Crowder, Duke Johnson, all part of that lineup.
I have Watson in the lineup. I have Crowder, and yet I am still 104th because my captain is Will Fuller, and my Darren Fells play is yet to pay off. Should have gone against my own instincts and somehow fit that man right there, Sam Darnold, into the lineup, and instead he has burned me time and time again.
Christian, you and I are kind of in our own little head-to-head. If you're 104 and I'm 101, this will come down to the wire for us.
Yeah, well, I really have only one guy can save me when the Jets have the ball, and that's Crowder. And
is that Herndon there?
There.
Yeah. And I've got Herndon, so that's good for me. As I'm going to break the top 100. Not necessarily something to write home about. That was Watson's 15th rushing touchdown on the year, and Deshaun Watson doing all he can now late in the first half, second half to make this interesting, but not enough yet. We'll see if this Texans defense can uncharacteristically get a stop. Not there. Le'Veon Bell, 61 yards. Like you said, he could end up with enough work here as they try to keep the ball on the ground and burn that clock to get to that bonus to go with his touchdown run from earlier. I'll take the under, though. I'll bet that he does not get to 100 and doesn't hit the bonus.
The odds are against it, but the Texans not super content to stack the box, and the Jets not content to play into it.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Safety blitz, corner blitz, and all of a sudden, as Reed comes off the edge, 2nd and 20, not as great as 1st and 10, obviously. That goes without saying, or picking up a couple of yards. Darnold unable to get away from the pressure there, and so we'll see, maybe a Darnold interception or a turnover of some sort. And we really have a game here. You know, I started to ask you, though, Christian, and I want your thoughts on what Atlanta did today with introducing Arthur Smith, the richest coach in the league, because his dad owns FedEx, and now Terry Fontenot getting his chance after 18 years. If I'm not mistaken, the only minority GM hire, right? Oh, well, no, the Detroit also hired the assistant GM with the Rams, or the head of college scouting with the Rams. So, yeah, so we see Fontenot and Arthur Smith. I just don't know what to make of that roster there, and what is Matt Ryan's long-term future? They can't cut him. It costs too much money. But what do you think of what the Falcons are doing and giving Arthur Smith this shot?
I really like the idea, as Sam Darnold has a guy wide open, but not even Chris Hogan with that lacrosse player speed can catch up to it. So Texans going to have a chance here. I do really like that lineup. You can't really make too many changes for it. You got to jettison Gurley. He looked awful. He is washed. You need to figure out the run game. You need to maybe add some blocking up front with limited funds, and I get that. The Falcons have been trying to do that basically for the past decade, adding not only their own first-round picks, but other people's former first-round picks and getting very little out of it. I think the way they're currently constructed, the sheer lack of cap space, they got to ride this till the wheels fall off. That's why they went out and they got a quarterback who has a offensive coordinator turned head coach who has a history calling plays with a reclamation project in Ryan Tannehill, a veteran with a big arm who can find guys downfield and utilizes dynamic deep threats, of which he has two. Calvin Ridley had a great year in which he proved he can be a wide receiver one type. And Julio Jones, if he's finally healthy again, remains one of the most unique and unstoppable players in the league. So I think this immediately plays right into Smith's strengths. I like what he brings to the table there. I would like to see them beef up that running game, but it's going to be very, very difficult. They kind of need to hit some home runs in this draft because only two teams in the league right now have less cap space than the Falcons, and they're estimated negative $32 million. So a bunch of people got to go in Atlanta right now. But I do think Smith was a good hire. I like what he brought to the table in Tennessee. I think he's the right man at the right time in Atlanta. You don't need a culture builder or a team builder. You need a guy who can come in and fix broken toys, and that's what Arthur Smith did in Tennessee.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see how Arthur Smith handles the media and all this stuff. When you're going to inherit $500 million, and he is, along with his 9 siblings, I don't know if that changes the way you approach your job. I'm not saying he's going to be reckless, but you're not worried about your livelihood the way other people might be, right? And most coaches that get fired are usually in pretty good shape, head coaches, right? As opposed to being the guy that's a quality control guy that's going back to living on someone's couch when you're looking for another gig. A head coach who gets fired has still got millions of dollars in the bank, but not $500 million. Right. So this is a guy that works because he loves football, played college football, has been in football his whole life. But again, his dad's worth $5.4 billion. So I'm not saying that informs the way he approaches football, but it's got to just, in the back of your mind, change the way you approach life. I would think he doesn't know any better. He's just grown up, son of a billionaire, one of the younger of the 10 siblings. But a new sim career high for Deshaun Watson, worth mentioning there, 168 yards. Wow. I think you're right. When you've got Ryan, he kind of already has your culture set to some degree. I know that sounds silly to say, but they played hard for Raheem Morris. And I'm not saying they didn't even play hard for Dan Quinn. They were just finding ways to lose games. The team rallied for Dan Quinn a year ago. That's why he didn't lose his job. And DQ's really well liked in that building. I think you're right about Gurley. If they are going to blow it up, though, maybe you look to see what you can get for Julio Jones, because I think you can probably get some value there. And I'm not saying blow it up, but just look to get a little younger and make Ridley the focal point of your passing game, which you may do anyway. I think you can get still some real value for Julio, even though he's now north of 30.
It's a tough position with Julio because, you don't want to trade. You don't want to trade before he gets any older if that is what you're going to do. But this is just a tough year to get any kind of value for wide receivers. The free agent market is going to be choked with guys, wide receiver one types, who are very, very good. You're going to have Kenny Galladay out there, Allen Robinson, Sammy Watkins, Marvin Jones, Corey Davis. And then you're going to have another draft chock filled with wide receiver one type guys that'll rival the 2020 class. So as much as I would love a Julio Jones trade to New England, I just wonder what the market's going to be for a guy like that who is older. He's great, but he's also expensive. You can go out and get someone cheaper, younger. It's one of those situations where if they do decide to trade him, they might not get the return they're hoping for, and that could be a bit of a problem.
Well, and especially in the offseason, he may end up being a guy that if things aren't going well next year and someone wants to bolster their roster on the road to a Super Bowl kind of run or a deep playoff run, that's when you can move Julio and maybe get a little more value in terms of draft capital or just a solid trade coming back. But I think when you play in a division with the Saints, now their roster is going to need a big time overhaul. You talked about salary cap hell for the Falcons. They didn't even touch what the Saints are. I think they're, even with Breeze retiring, which we all think is imminent, they're still ridiculously over the cap, right? Aren't they in the worst cap shape of anyone?
Yo, yeah. I'm looking at the spot rack cap sheet right now, and yesterday it was 99 million over the cap. Today it's 105 million over the cap. So it's this is actually going to be the point of focus on tomorrow's post route, postroute.substack.com. Where do the Saints go from here? And yes, they are so much better off if Drew Brees retires, not just because he's got that noodle.
Touchdown.
We get a garbage time tutty, and it is
Randall Cobb.
Ooh, it is Randy Cobb.
I don't know how many people rostered him, but we'll see if Randall Cobb ends up being the difference maker in either of these two contests that we've been tracking. But when you talk about salary cap and the Saints, they're going to cut some really good players, and I'm not sure where it's going to start. I guess we'll see what happens with Michael Thomas.
Thomas, I can say because his value has never been lower. He's having off-season surgery. He's coming off the worst season of his career, possibly the worst game of his career when he got absolutely shut down by Carlton Davis. But guys like Quan Alexander, Janoris Jenkins, they're almost certainly gone. We also might see, and it could be tough, but young guys like Ryan Ramczyk, Marshawn Lattimore, they're so pressed up against that cap. They might have to trade some young building block type guys for draft assets just to get out from underneath this tidal wave of bad spending decisions. And that's unheard. Like, I can't imagine trading away a young hot corner like Marshawn Lattimore or a Ryan Ramczyk who looked like a building block at right tackle. But you might have no choice because you need to somehow shed $100 million worth of contracts. It's insane to me.
Yeah, it's tough. This is what I'll say because we were talking about the Falcons. Terry Fontenot, who's been there with Mickey Loomis and Jeff Ireland and Sean Payton, have already been trying to attack this. So coming into a situation in Atlanta, it's a different roster, but at least his brain's already been working towards, okay, where can I find value and who and how do we handle this this salary cap situation, especially because we don't know, is the salary cap staying flat? Is it going down or is it going up? I think if you're going to rank them, it's either going to stay flat, maybe go down, but almost certainly not go up, despite that being a rumor out there. A player that I know is going to be a free agent. His agent told him it's going to $200 million. I said, your agent is not right. I would not bet on that. I'm not saying don't trust your agent because they're pretty plugged in, this player's agent, but I think there's just no scenario where it goes to $200 million this year. Next year it might because new TV contract. By the way, so that was Cobb's 5th TD here in Simland. He's only captained 0.7% of the time, and he is just owned 16.3% of the time. When you look at the free showdown, and we'll look at the free late classic as well to see the leaderboard has changed here in the last 23 seconds. Darnold's going to take a knee, and that should do it when we get done with these timeouts. I appreciate that Bill O'Brien's being a virtual jerk, just like he been accused of being in real life too by some. Breaking news from the world of baseball, and speaking of Houston, George Springer signs with the Blue Jays of Buffalo, maybe Toronto again, we'll see. $150 million over 6 years. So Springer holds out, bets on himself, $150 million to go play north of the border at some point when they open up the border for sports again.
Man, that seems low for a guy like him. I guess the reckoning has come.
Yeah.
The potential collusion there between owners where no one's getting paid anymore. But I think if you looked like 3 years ago and you said that big contract Springer's held out for is going to be only $25 million a year, I think a lot of people would have thought you were crazy. But
So that does it. 28-23. Got a little more scoring than maybe we would have expected, certainly from the Jets and MVP candidate Sam Darnold. So as the ops team, and great work as always by not just Michael, our producer, and Daniel and Jim and Patrick, as they're trying to figure out these scores here, and everybody else there calculating, doing math much faster than I am. We'll wait until these scores are final. But looking at it in the $500 free late classic, the old 777 is going to hold on for the win. He had Deshaun Watson as his QB with Bell, Edwards-Helaire, Hilton, Shepard, Tate, Kelsey, Ebron, and the Steelers. In the $500 free showdown, it looks like we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess I could just go this way. 33-way tie for first place. 33-way tie. That's easier than me counting to 33, and it's hard to do. So I'm not going to read off all your names. You know who you are. You're all going to get the split $1.12. Is that right? No, $7.77. Congratulations to you. That winning lineup in the showdown, captaining Deshaun Watson like I did, which got me all the way to, in ours, we'll get to that in a second, 81st. Le'Veon Bell, Jamison Crowder, Perriman, Hogan, and Cobb. Not done a good job of looking at the stats. We could either go backwards, but you kind of have an idea of where you are. Not much from the third to the fourth quarter in terms of passing offense. We did see Deshaun run the ball a little bit more. So I guess, Christian, I'll ask you, as you were paying a little more attention to the stats than I was while I was reading these contest stats, who is your player of the game?
As badly as I want to give it to Sam Darnold for lighting up the scoreboard, Deshaun Watson, 40 points in the flex, 167 rushing yards, rushing touchdown, 2 passing touchdowns. Got to be Deshaun. He went above and beyond even his loftiest salary today. So give him the Krusty Cough Player of the Game award. And the Babysitter Billy, not my kid, LVP. I'm looking at my own roster, and I am feeling nothing but deep down hurt and disappointment in Darren Fells.
Sure.
Former college basketball player. Looked like one out there today. 1 catch, 7 yards. Off my screen.
Yeah, not good for Darren Fells. It looks like the scores are final, if I'm not mistaken. And Michael, you guys can correct me or Daniel, if there's still more math to be done. But congrats to all the winners. When you look at Watson, because I just checked it out, yes, he was chalky in the flex, 88.5, but 37.6% of people paid up, and it seems to have been the difference, helping you win. Although in the winning DK SimFam Friends League, 200-person contest, Le'Veon Bell was the captain on the winning lineup to go with Watson and Darnold, Crowder, Cobb, and Duke Johnson. That win goes to Relaunch. So 128.32. And how many people ended up playing in it? It was 139. Yeah. So appreciate all you guys playing. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. Tomorrow again, I'll run it down real quickly. Wild Weather Wednesday. Kick things off. Eagles and Niners. Christian will be right back here with Jason Rossi for a windy day in the Bay Area. Dolphins at Patriots. In the snow in New England. Glash and Zach. In Minnesota for the third game, Seahawks at Vikes. Emerson and Jeff on the call there. Jeff's back with Kaufman for Colts at Titans. In the rain in Music City. Packers at Jets, as it's going to be snowy in the tri-state area. Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. And then Glash and Tommy Freeze Pops, again, snowy. Giants game hosting the Chiefs at MetLife as well. So it'll be a fun Wild Weather Wednesday. I know I'm back here Thursday, late at night, doing 2 games with Glash. So Christian, you're only back here tomorrow. Are you working Thursday as well? I closed it out.
I'll be back Thursday at 6, and then I believe Friday for the nooner, the eye opener. So 3 more sims for me this week before the weekend, before one last glorious Sunday with multiple NFL football games. I'm looking forward to it. And Brent, this was a delight, man.
This was great, right? We didn't break anything. I think we kept the train on the tracks for the most part. We talked about the game like everybody in the chat wanted us to. PGZ Man 666 says, Cristal, great game. I play second in your contest, so that'll do it. I think I've got at least one person on my side now. PGZ Man 666. David Litzow does point out that the free roll classic winner, the old 777 and $7.77 was the 33-way split. Coincidence there in the free roll? I don't know. But it wasn't a coincidence. You and I had some fun here. That was a quick sim, quick game. And hopefully we get to do it again. So thank you again to Michael and Daniel and Patrick and everybody in our ops team back there for making it easy for us. Thank you guys in the DK Sim fam. I forgot to tell you to smash that like button, but we got over 550 likes on the day. And thanks for everybody that participated in Twitch in the chat there. We will see you again tomorrow. For Christian DeAndrea, I'm Brandon Cristal. We appreciate you rocking with us. Catch you next time.